collaboration. With this, let the conference officially begin. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Joint Meeting, Explainable and Responsible Artificial Intelligence and Machine Deep Learning for Understanding Brain and Human-Related Disorders. I welcome each one of you. Moving forward, let's enchant the traditions of India as already followed. In the next few movements, we invite you to witness a collaboration and a celebration of artistry and the tradition through mesmerizing a classical dance performance. Let us embrace the enchantment.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
गिरिनन्दिनि नन्दितमेधिनि विश्वविनोदिनि नन्दनुते गिरिवरविन्द्यशिरोदिनि वासिनि विष्णुविलासिनि जिष्णुनुते भगवति हेशिति कण्ठकुटुम्बिनि भूरि कुटुम्बिनि भूरि कृते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते सुरवरवर्षिणि दुर्धरधर्षिणि दुर्मुखमर्षिणि हर्षरते त्रिभुवनपोषिणि शङ्करतोषिणि कील्बिषमोषिणि घोषरते धनुजनिरोषिणि दितिसुतरोषिणि दुर्मदशोषिणि सिन्धुसुते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकवर्दिनि शैलसुते ऐ जगदम्ब मदम्ब कदम्ब वनप्रियवासिनि हासरते शिखरि शिरोमणि तुङ्ग हिमालय शृङ्गनिजालय मध्यगते मधु मधुरे मधुकैतभगञ्जिनि कैतभभञ्जिनि रासरते जय जय हे महिषासुरमर्दिनि रम्यकपर्दिनि शैलसुते
जना ललाटवीकलज्जलप्रवाहपावितस्थले कलेवलम्ब्यलम्बितां भुजङ्गतुङ्गमालिकान्तवड्डमड्डमड्डमन्निनादवड्डमर्वयं चकार चण्डताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिव शिव शिवम् जटाकटाह सम्भ्रम भ्रमन्निलिम्ब निर्झरी विलोल वीचि वल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि धगद्धगद्धगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पट्ट पावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतिक्षणम् मम जटाभुजंग पिंगल स्फुरत्प्रणामणि प्रभा कदम्ब कुङ्कुमद्रव प्रलिप्त दिग्वधूमुखे मदान्त सिन्धुर स्फुरत्वगुत्तरीय मेधुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं बिभर्तु भूतभर्तरि ॐ नमः शिवाय।
Moving forward, now it is indeed my pleasure to welcome Dr. Pardasarathi Varma Garu, Vice Chancellor, KL University, and Professor K.S. Jagannath Rao Garu on to the dais, please. Now, it is time for the most distinguished person, our dynamic leader with great visions for education, Koneru Satyanarayana Garu, President KL University. I request Sir to grace the dais. Now, I kindly welcome our today's chief guest, Dr. Pratima Murthy, Director NIMHANS, Bangalore, an intellectual women scientist with a great planning for mental health research and clinical management in India. Moving forward, Dr. Subhashish Chowdhury, Director, IIT Mumbai, an outstanding leader with perfect future direction for IIT Mumbai. I request Sir to grace the dais. And the most awaited personalities of this international joint meeting. Dr. Alexander, a man with visions in building international collaboration and new entity, health humanities. I request Sir to grace the dais. Moving forward, our great collaborator and visualizer, global networking and solving brain disorders, Dr. Daniel. I request Sir to grace the dais. As we commence this auspicious event, we take a moment to engage in a tradition that symbolizes the dispelling of darkness and the ushering in of knowledge and wisdom. In the spirit of unity and the pursuit of knowledge, let us now proceed with our lamp lighting ceremony. We request all the guests to kindle the lamp.
महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिं महादेवसुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मारकोटिप्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादि प्रियम् महाकाव्यनाटकादि प्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि पापमगमपमरिसनिसपमगमपादनी पापमगमपमरिसनि सपमगमपादनि सरिगममरिसरि सानीपम सानीपम निपमा रिगमा रिसा रिस सानि पाम रिस सरिगम महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दितमहागणपतिम्
Thank you, one and all. This is going to be a dream conference to discuss brain and computer interface to understand human brain. Brain is an important organ and we know about it. Currently, understanding brain has been a complex and it's been a challenging task. Also, this poses a tough questions to answer in mental health like depression and anxiety, leading to many other neurodegenerative disorders. Issues like anxiety is being a complex issue for Alzheimer's disease too. So brain science is a multidisciplinary in nature, and the present meeting is going to be a good example where doctor, engineers, social scientists, and biologists debating in the application of brain and computer science interface. Without further ado, may I kindly welcome Dr. K.S. Jagannath Rao Garu, Pro-Chancellor, Yale University, for a welcome speech.
Om Durga, Om Sharma, Namo Namaha. These two people are behind whatever I am doing, in my life. Indeed, a great pleasure to welcome you all. I have no words, honestly, because it's a dream of 8 months project, working together, with France Group, with Delhi, and many people. And then this has given a new approach to understand how we need to build a future of medicine in this world. Because this, my experience in the US, where we started a first engineering medical school, which was not done ever, An engineer will never become a doctor, doctor will never become an engineer. But the first time, University of Austin and Methodist Research Institute of Houston jointly together started 4 years back. They are graduating another 2 years. The first engineering medicine which I am part of that, where after undergraduation they join medical. So after undergraduation they joined engineering, they get MS and then they do medicine. It's a fully funded program and a first trial that we made to make it to happen. Imagine when the engineering trained medical student is in the class, it is a bombarding for a teacher because he has to answer many things and he learned many things from a student. With this background, when I was talking to our president, that we would like to do similar model. And one such model is today Indo-France joint meeting, where we have engineers, we have doctors, we have computer scientists, we have mechanical engineers, we have mathematicians, and we have clinicians. Many of the clinicians, you see the topics, they're covering many of those challenges. I really, always, wonder with the visions, dreams of our president, Satyanarayana Garu. See, whenever you go with an idea, he always sees the metal of the idea. He never look back and say, maybe this is possible, this is not possible. Even it fails, He always push you forward. That gives a lot of enthusiasm for, for many of young minds here to take up new challenges. We are very grateful to have such a president of the university who always visualized a new direction for the university. It's not easy to build an institution like this. And I always tell, many of you don't know how many hours he will work. He works almost 18 hours a day. I never heard him saying the word stress. So he is strong in his mind. Maybe his computer and interface and the brain is working very well. So that is the tremendous approach we have. So when we came up with this idea, then I approached Daniel, my partner from France. We debated almost 10 times over Zoom, see what the best we can bring. There's a huge competition. There are almost 34 applications came, and they choose only 3. One is IIT Bombay, director is here, and then the only university which got selected is Yale University. Another one is the DBT Institute of Nanotechnology. So when it came, we were really thrilled to say that now we are moving forward. And then we approached all friends, committee, and Dr. Daniel did a wonderful job. But to make it successful in the country, we need 2 stalwarts, engineer and a doctor. So one such effort we made was Dr. Pratima Murthy, who is a leader in mental health research in the world, not only in India, and she is heading as a director, of the National Institute of Mental Health and Neuroscience, which I have a long connection with that institution, and she is by profession a psychiatrist, and she does a lot of work on addiction and other things. Wonderful, wonderful job she does. And we approached her to be the chief guest of this function so that we are interfacing computer to medical sciences. So none other than Professor Subhash Chaudhary, the director of IIT Bombay. You know that IIT Bombay is #1 in the country. No institution is so close to that institution because the vision and leadership of Dr. Chaudhary was extraordinary. Extraordinary. When you talk to him, you see that energy, you see that enthusiasm. Yesterday we were discussing, all my stress has gone, honestly. Because, we are running around, but extraordinary job he has done. So we have such 2 stalwarts here. And important is Dr. Alexander, who is a man with a global vision for the Sorbonne University, where, he's involved in building up many campuses around the world. So he's one of the masterpiece in building up the networking in that university. So he's here. We are very happy that he's here. And I have to welcome my close friend. Always, we discuss anything on that point. Is Dr. Parsarthi Verma, our Vice Chancellor, who always energizes anytime, you pick up a phone, sir, we'll discuss. He says, come on, we'll do it. So we always run the process in a very united passion, like a teamwork. But making team stronger is very important. the strong person behind the team is our president, Satyanarayana Garu, because he always follow every inch what is happening, make sure things happen. And I should, by name, I have to say welcome, but I welcome all of you, especially clinicians coming all the way from the different parts of the country, in spite of their busy schedule. You know that how clinicians are busy. We have a computer scientist, we have a Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vengamma, and we have another Vice Chancellor, Babuji is going to join us, and we have Vice Chancellor from Vignan University, Nagbhushan is also going to join. And then we have all our students to do this. Especially for students and faculty, is a special request from our president, utilize the best opportunity. That this year, President of France visited India for our Republic Day, you all know that, last week, you know. And now there is going to be a large number of exchange programs, joint programs, many things are going to happen. So students and faculty, please utilize this. There's a plenty of money running around between the countries. Utilize that and use the opportunity, talk to people now. You have a small group here, you know, and then go beyond. And I should welcome all the France delegates who have taken tremendous time, you know, they're traveling all the way, and today morning they are attending. Yesterday they arrived in the night, and today morning they are attending the meeting. And this, before close, this meeting is not just giving a talks. Where we have talks, we have roundtable discussions, and we also have open, you know, one-to-one discussion. If somebody is interested to understand or somebody wants to talk, not only France, but also Indian scientists. So we opened up this as a different model so that you talk to people. You're not just listening somebody saying, but you are listening to a doctor, you are listening to a computer scientist, you are listening to a mathematician, all these people, no? So you try to understand all this theme into one unit. So that gives a best opportunity for the students belonging to different faculty here. So with this, I should thank once again President Satyanarayana Garu and Madam Kanchanlata. Raja Harin is going to join by afternoon, and Havish. All these people, you know, for me, they're kind of source. Whenever I call, you know, anything we want, you know, things are happening. And I especially thank all the France group for wonderful opportunity they gave to interact and all the way travel to Vijayawada, because many people doesn't know what is Vijayawada, you know. So we were sending information to them. All the national delegates coming from all the national institutions within India. We have all the leaders coming from India for their time. And as my colleagues, my students, my friends, and my administration, excellent. Excellent. You know, today I'm very happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring speech. I would now request our France partner, Dr. Daniel, Paris Brain Institute, France, to share his insights on the background of the workshop.
Thank you. First, I would like to say that I'm very honored to be here with such a great colleagues and audience. Thank you very much for all of you to be here. I would like to thank especially my colleague and friend Rao for the support, and Mr. President for his consistent high-level support for this event to happen. I'm very happy about the personalities who joined this event, so I'm looking forward to interact with all of you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank my colleagues to be with me, Nadège, Esther, Alexandre, Jean-Marie, and Raoul, who was a strong support for me, so my French connection, my Indian connection. Thank you very much, Raoul, for your support. I will just finish by saying that I will personally have like 2 messages I would like to convey through this meeting. First is that we should give back to the brain what belongs to the brain. If you remember, deep learning AI is coming and inspired by the brain. The neural networks are inspired by the brain. And now this inspiration is helping to cure the brain, hopefully, in the future. So let's give back to the brain what belongs to the brain with our humble support using AI tools. I'm a computer scientist, by the way, working a lot with biologists and doctors. This is the first message. So let's help this to happen. And I know there are a lot of geeks in this room and around, so we count on you guys. And second message, would like also to give back to the human one what belongs to the human, meaning that AI is not supposed to frighten us, to take us power, is supposed to empower us. So let's help AI to empower experts. Let's help AI to empower doctors, biologists, and finally the patients. So I'm looking forward to these two messages to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We cordially invite our beloved President, Koneru Satyanarayana Garu, for an inaugural speech.
Chief guest of today's event, Professor Subhashis Chaudhary, Director, IIT Mumbai, Professor Pratima Murthy, Director, MHANS Bangalore, Dr. Alexandri, Head Biomedical Research, Dr. Daniel, Paris Brain Institute, Dr. Jagannath Rao, Dr. Sardi Verma, and other participants who have come all the way from France, Bangalore, Delhi, and various parts of the country. And my dear students and my dear faculty members, I am really delighted to be a part today. I am really excited because, as you know, as university, we need to do something really useful for the society. When we established here this university, we have very strongly decided that we should give back something. It is not just giving some UG degree, PG degree, or PhD degrees. It is not just giving degrees. Degrees, lot of colleges are giving, but what is the difference between a good university and a other regular college system? See, we need to do a lot of things for the society. You know, we have embedded in our even our day-to-day activities. We are involving the students, we are involving the faculty in the societal works, and we have made it mandatory. In fact, we have even the accredited courses where the student is getting involved into society and getting societal problems and solving them for the benefit of society and humankind at large. In fact, after Professor Jagannath Rao joining us, Yale University, my thinking went little differently, and then I decided that I should touch the medicine also to help unless we touch the medicine or medical field, mere just engineering or management or other courses, unless we have allied, do something for the humanity, means we need to have something connection with the medicine and all that. Then we started working, because he is a gem and he is one of the top people across the country who is working on brain, particularly brain. So in fact, I encouraged him to go ahead and do what best he can do, and I'm really thankful to him, the way he is going ahead in this direction. In fact, even we are thinking of adding even medicine at Yale University. Otherwise, I was not really inclined, because once I start anything connected to the medicine and medical field, it may take another 10 to 15 years to bring it to the top level, like what is KLU in engineering and other allied fields. But still, I decided without medicine, we cannot do a great, we can do definitely, the technological research is definitely something different, and the research that is connected to the human, when you want to do it, even our computer science, electronics, everywhere, definitely it is required. And now we are thinking of adding the medicine also into our basket. Definitely we will go ahead with that idea, and I am very, very thankful to Dr. Jagannath Rao for inspiring me to take up this kind of activity. And in fact, as you know, when this particular conference on brain, using of AI and machine learning tools for the research in brain, I am really happy, because whatever we know about brain till today, I don't think even we know even 5% of what is brain today. We need to go ahead a lot. We need to do a lot of research to find out what is brain, what is happening, what is what. And none of us know how we get these feelings, why you get angry, how you get these emotions, what is working inside the brain. Definitely we don't know why the depression is coming, why we feel depressed. Lot of brain related activities. Suppose you decide you want to do something, that's what just Professor Jagannath Rao was telling. I feel when I want to do something, or when I'm working, I never feel tired. Even I work for 10 hours, 12 hours, at this age, I never feel tired, because I very strongly feel that my brain is working. It is not chemically, physically, maybe I am aged, maybe I cannot work. If I think I am aged, I cannot work. If I think I can work like an 18 years guy, definitely I can work. That signal I am getting through the brain, how it is able to do that. Even the 99% of the diseases, we ourselves can cure by using our brain and brain capacity. Definitely, it is possible, because brain is such a powerful tool. In fact, whatever food we eat or whatever energy we require, most of it is consumed by the brain only. In fact, even though we have so much of 60 kgs, 70 kgs body, but still, brain consumes a lot of energy. And that energy also, when you have the positive energy, we do wonderful things. When you get negative energy or negative feelings, you can't do anything, you become depressed. What is the difference? What is happening inside the brain? Why it is happening like that? Lot of things, lot of research has to do. Everybody, every department, you take computer science, electronics, biotechnology, biology, you take any department, they have, it is an interdepartmental research we have to do. Definitely, Professor Jagannath Rao told me we already have close to 50 people working at Yale University, something connected to brain, some work or other, in various departments. Now, we have decided to start a center of excellence particularly in brain research using AI and machine learning, all these techniques or whatever it is required. Definitely, we do have a supercomputer which can be used for this research, and I feel that we are already in the line, and we want to encourage, I want all the students also to take up a kind of projects in this area, in small things what you can do, because it is required. If we can achieve or if we can do some good research and find out what is happening, why it is happening and all these things, definitely we can go forward much. As you know, I get a lot of times, a lot of questions like, see, when you have animals like dog or small animals like things, see, they can predict when you are getting earthquake or cyclones and all that. But why we are not able to do that? I'm surprised. We think that human brain is something great. But why we are not able to predict? What is the problem? Why animals are able to do that? See, this is, when you think, you get a lot of questions. When you question yourself, then you get the points for your research and points for innovation. Definitely, I want you to think in those lines. Even the plants and trees, I strongly feel they do have the emotions. Maybe we are not able to capture, but they do have the emotions. How they are getting emotion? How the animals, they do get emotions. We do get emotions. Where we are getting it? What is responsible in our brain? Like this. Even if you take diseases like the Parkinson, all these things, we don't have cure, or even we don't know. It may be, what I understand is that we have certain medicines. If we can diagnose early, it'll enhance your life to a little more time. Otherwise, we don't have real cure and all for many diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and all these kind of diseases, because we don't know like how the brain works, what is happening inside the brain. Even though a lot of neurologists, a lot of neuroscience is there, neurosurgeons are there, a lot of psychologists are there. Even I do get a lot of surprise sometimes. Even the good psychologist, even in our university, we have close to 15, 16 psychologists who are working and trying to help the students. When they give the counseling, we find a lot of difference. 80 to 90% of students, they're becoming all right. Why? Just with counseling. What is happening in the brain? All these things have to be, we have to do research. So even, in fact, last time we conducted a big program with Professor Jagannath Rao on the autism. And Madam, I am very, very happy and thankful to her. She already visited that time, and now she has come for the second time, and all the way from Bangalore. I am really thankful to the Madam, and even we are going to start a full-fledged center in autism. Even the psychology problems in India, 90% are not known because people take it for granted and they do work. When you go to the advanced countries, even for small things, they don't feel shy. They go to the psychiatrist, they take help, and they become all right. Our people, they think that if they go to the psychologist, they feel they get insulted, or they may be seen differently and all. They have a wrong perception in the society. They don't go to the psychologist. They don't get treated well. So I want everybody, even all the students, even you have any small issues, if you discuss with your close friend, that will be solved. Or otherwise, if it is a little bigger one, you discuss, take help of your professors or take help of your psychologists. We have about 15, 16 psychologists available. You just take their help, and definitely it will solve your problem. And in a big way, I am going to support this particular center on brain research, and autism center also, full-fledged autism center we are going to do. So definitely this is the good step. We got a very good, this is a good progress conducting this particular conference. A lot of people are coming, a lot of doctors, scientists, and teachers, a lot of people are coming who are doing research in this area. And definitely I wish this grand success, and I once again congratulate Professor Jagannath Rao and also Professor, our VC, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sarthi Verma, who is always in the forefront for doing good research. And he is encouraging all the research in the KL University, and we are doing a lot of extremely good research, and we are getting very high impact factor publications in SCI journals and all that. Definitely, I am very proud And I congratulate all my researchers at KL University once again. And I am here to support you. Whatever facilities you want, I will definitely provide all the, feel free to ask us. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now request for a brief speech by Dr. Alexander, Head Biomedical Research, Sorbonne University, France.
So thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank the president of KL University for welcoming us so well today in the upcoming days. I would also like to thank Rao and Daniel for organizing this very great, I would say, conference, workshop, with a lot of very important speakers, like Professor Chaudhuri and Murthy. So that's, and also all the speakers and all the audience, which is very broad, I have to say. So that's very impressive. I would also like, so personally, I'm not working in brain science. I'm mostly working on cancer biology, but actually, so as it was mentioned before, the interdisciplinarity is very important for both brain science and cancer biology. And more recently, actually, I also bring in the story, the social sciences, because obviously better knowing culture, behaviors, plays a very important role now in mental health, but also in well-being for populations. And that's, I think, very important when we think about healthy population. I will be very brief, and I just would like to to finish my speech by thanking the CEFIPRA, the French Ministry for Foreign Affairs and the DST, because that's very important, because that's a fantastic tool to bring together Indian and French researchers, Indian and French students. And I would like to underline this fantastic tool just because, again, that's very important to better know each other, to better know what is done in each country, and what could be the, I would say, the valuable collaboration that we can set up. Again, that's important to set up networks and to, I would say, engage scientific collaboration. And that's very important, I would say, for our populations, but also, I would say, for the general knowledge. So thank you very much, and hopefully we will have a very fruitful discussion in the next days.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. G.P. Pardasarathi Verma Garu, Vice Chancellor, KL University, for a brief speech.
So very good morning to all of you, and I strongly welcome the chief guest of today's event, Subhash Chaudhuri Garu, the Director IIT, Pratima Murthy Garu, Director NIMANS, our founder and the man behind this campus to establish at this level, Kunir Sachinand Garu, the President of the University and the Chancellor of the University, and the Daniel Alexander from France, and the man behind the show of this event, and worked with all of you from several months and making this event to happen at this place, none other than Jagannath Rao Garu. And my dear colleagues and student friends and the delegates from all over the world, a warm welcome to all of you at this place, and KL University is welcoming you, and we expect a lot of good takeaways from this workshop at this place. India, France definitely will lead to a lot of fruitful discussions in this meeting. And in this connect, KL University is established in 1980, a 43 years of journey, and brought almost 60,000 alma mater, and they are placed every nook and corner and taking the workforce of the world and proven to the best of its kind, and that brought the brand to the university and the alma mater is the brand ambassadors of this campus, and they brought the 28th rank in India, and QS ranking, Young Universities rank were there in 200, top 200, and the world rankings were there in 800 to 900, and this brought a lot of atmosphere at this place. In this connect, the campus is more connected with the research environment. There are a lot of research groups, 32 research groups in the campus, and working out almost 32 excellency centers in the campus, and proven to the best of its research. And there are a lot of research is going on, interdisciplinary research is going on in the campus. And our H indexes, our publications, our citations proves that actually in the best of its kind, and made that to happen at this place. And all our faculty was, we started with the researchers with something like 20 numbers. Now we have almost in the campus, we have 250 research groups, research members at this place. And we work in different clusters. One is skilling, one is actually the research, one is outreach programs, and one is academic groups. In that, when you start the programs at this place in the division, researchers was moved from different levels. Now you have almost 250 members is having the different researchers in this campus. And skilling, we started with 80 numbers, that was moved towards almost 489 numbers at this place year by year. It's growing on in this place. So finally, I'd like to tell you that actually this is the need of the hour. The brain and human and the machinery connectivity is important. The engineering and medicine connectivity is important. Now, Elon Musk and the international teams are working out actually how we can control our brain and how we can read the brain signals into the place, and that's already happening at this place. And now, implants into the brain is connecting the engineering technologies, bringing the signals to this actually to what brain is thinking about. Brain is a complicated one actually, and when you connect, it is connected with the neurons, and in engineering it is connected with neural networks. Neural networks is connected with that. And when you're correlating both medical and the engineering technologies out here, right now things are going in a right direction, and definitely we'll see the fruitful outcomes in the next coming years. And the SpaceX programs were started, and they reached a good level at this place. Similarly, the brain and connectivity, the human and artificial intelligence, and how the intelligence going on in the animals, and also the human beings is right now the research is in the topic, and inner engineering is happening here. We are very strong in inner engineering actually in the areas. Definitely, this research will definitely come out with a good outcomes in the next coming 2 to 3 years. For that, this we hope this platform will be a contributor to that process, and definitely I expect a lot of takeaways from this activity at this place. I thank everyone for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for boosting up the conference and giving us a captivative enthusiasm. We are privileged to honor the eminent personalities of their wonderful contributions in science and technology, student community, faculty, and also for building leading institutions in the world. They all are key players in making India and world a center for excellence and education for multidisciplinary way of innovation. Moving forward for the most awaited session, our French partners will honor our beloved President Sir Koneru Satyanarayana Garu with a honor. Now we request sirs to present a token of gratitude to Honorable President and Srimati Mrs. Kanchana Garu for a gratitude presentation. We best owe our respectable honor on Madam Dr. Pratima Murthy, Director NIMHANS, Bangalore. An energetic woman scientist, visionary in mental health research and scholarly in addictive psychology. Moving forward, our most respectable and delightable honor to our beloved Dr. Subhashish Chowdhury, Director, IIT Mumbai, very instrumental in building up top institutions like IIT Mumbai as a global leader. Moving forward, it is a distinct pleasure to invite the distinguished personalities way far from different countries like France. We take a great pleasure in extending our heartfelt honor and gratitude to our partner, Dr. Daniel, Paris Brain Institute, France. And now, we feel delightful to honor our Dr. Alexander, Head Biomedical Research, Sorbonne University, France. I thank each and every chief guest and Pro-Chancellor Sir, Vice-Chancellor Sir, and President Sir for accepting the token of gratitude. Now we are eagerly waiting to listen to the keynote speeches from our chief guest. just have something.
Oh, you want to say something? Okay.
It is with great pleasure and honor that I introduce our distinguished keynote speaker for today, Dr. Subhashis Chowdhury, Director of the esteemed Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. Dr. Chowdhury is a luminary in the field of image processing, computer vision, machine learning, and computational haptics, and his leadership at IIT Mumbai has been instrumental in driving academic excellence and research innovation. His keynote promises to provide us with profound insights and set the tone for a conference filled with knowledge, inspiration, and collaborative learning.
Thank you. Good morning. Professor Satyanarayan Garu, Professor Pratima Murthy Garu, Professor Jagannath Rao Garu, Professor Varma Garu, Professor Alexandra Garu, and Professor Daniel Garu. And it's a great feeling for me here today, this morning, to be here under the auspices of SAFIPRA, which has organized a kind of handshaking between two countries through certain research on an area that is probably more important than anything else on the brain research, and that connects to AI. I may be knowing a little bit of AI, but I know very little about brain. Okay? As a matter of fact, I know as a teacher, all through our life, in our classrooms, we try to enrich the brains, young brains. Okay? But towards the end, it's always sad, we as teachers or anybody who grows, that we have neurodegenerative diseases that affects us all. Brain is something that, as has been pointed out, that we know very little. Okay, we know it knows a lot of things. Our brain knows a lot of things. It does a lot of interesting things. But we ourselves know very little about the brain. Okay. And if you look at AI, okay, it does a lot of interesting things. It has solved many problems. You get tremendous accuracy compared to what other technology or whatever other things that they give you. But we know very little about AI because how it works, the functioning. And if you see here that one of the topics for discussion here is also on the issue of explainability. Okay? As we said that sometimes we don't know how the brain functions. Okay, we may have some of the most sophisticated equipment that can map our brain functionalities, but at the same time, not everything is known. Okay, and some of the things which are deeper inside the brains, it's very difficult to probe them. Similarly, if you look at AI, sometime, in the brain we have billions and billions of neurons. Okay, in AI also, sometimes we have a very, very large number of neurons. These are called neurons, not the, what we have in the brain. But in this particular case also, when collectively they give wonderful results, but we do not know what individually these cells or these neurons do for the AI decision process. So there is a good match in terms of using AI, because the black box that we have, in both cases, are not known purely, okay, but maybe in future, with the help of all these active researchers, we may be able to get a kind of window to how the brain functions. Now, if you look at on the AI side, if you look at how the entire science has moved, it's called the fourth paradigm of science, if you are following. In earlier days, it used to be always observational. Okay, you observe. Okay, whether Aryabhatta or Galileo and others, there used to be a lot of these observations, and from there you derive certain science out of it. Subsequently, it became more empirical. when you have like Faraday or somewhere else, they can actually come up with certain mathematical exposition in terms of how the relationship work. Okay? So it becomes more relational. And as we say that the equations and others, they're more handleable as if, as a mathematician or a scientist, because we know whether it's right or wrong. Okay? But how it fits into the actual, working is sometimes is not known. Subsequently, when you have a computer, coming up, so that's the third paradigm, then it's more like simulation and model fitting. And we can increase the model size and try to see that whatever we try to predict, it matches, whether it's a chemical process engineering or any other big event, whether we can actually simulate. And the fourth paradigm is, of course, the data-driven. So, right, which could be statistical and others, where data is the king. We are given data, but we have to derive certain things. Now, you go back to the first paradigm, where it was observational. Here is the observation is your starting point again, because there is a data. So it may not be always observation. Somebody is telling you this is what is the correct thing, and we try to learn something. But again, over the last few years, this got a massive boost when the size of your AI system got a big boost in terms of LLM and others you might have turned, like in OpenAI, ChatGPT, and others. Now you're talking about huge systems. Okay. Now that's open up a lot, a lot of interesting things in terms of how we can use AI to our advantage. But there are, of course, people are also saying that this is how you can do cheating, how you can do others, plagiarism, all those things. So let's not get into that. Let's look at the good aspects of what it is. Okay. So as I said, that when you actually have an empirical relationship, the equations don't lie. But when you talk about the data, sometimes the data can hide a lot of things, data can lie, because it depends who gave you the data. And many times, particularly in medical and many other cases, the data points that are given to us sometimes are not necessarily curated. And what I mean by that is that the correctness of the data is not always guaranteed. It also may involve that we are mixing different types of, let's say, we have Indo-French. Certain kind of physical traits of the Indians may be very different from that of the French people, okay, the Caucasian. And when you mix it, sometimes without really, exploring how it happens, sometimes we may be actually going wrong, okay? So the data points, the paradigm, you have to always ensure the correctness of the data. And of course, then comes the fact is that how you use the data to come to some kind of an analysis. Now, when you look at the AI from that perspective, I would say there are three verticals that you could look at. Some of them is a new theory, okay? When you come up with what are the foundational theories in terms of, how it is to be done, what are new, whether it's a transformer, whether it's different types of, kind of embedding, some different type of optimization schemes, right? So those are definitely, there are a lot of new theory has happened. And then the second thing is also the application. Because what we want is that AI is finally to be applied. And if you see in various industry today, they are trying to look at that particular application for the ease of whatever they have been doing, whether it's some kind of pathological image analysis, or it could be surveillance, it could be whatever the application you have in mind. People have been looking at that. Okay. Now, the third aspect, which is very relevant for this audience, because we have a large number of students and young researchers, okay, is the scaling. Okay. And when I talk about the scaling means that most of us, they would be users of the technology. They need not be going into R&D, or developing a new application, but they will use it for certain applications, okay? Because it has become a plug and play in many cases, so there is a benefit of doing it. But it's a kind of scaling that we need our young people. And I'll come to that a little later, and I'll explain why it is so important. Okay? But before I go into that, let me tell you that why there is sudden massive boost in AI or machine learning, whatever you call it, is that, because once you have one technology taking over so quickly and, it's becoming all pervading now, it also affects many other, relevant science, and you were talking about using it for brain research, right? Now, one of them, in my opinion, is that probably, finally, if you look at it's a learning process, there is in the core of that, there is something called optimization. Okay? So you need to give some input, you have some, whatever the output tag, and you want to do some model fitting. And so this is an optimization problem, it's a huge order, okay? And you have to find out what are the model parameters by looking at the observation. This is what typically you may not know if you are, not the developer of an algorithm, okay? But you are more, let's say, you are somebody who is applying. So there has been a great development over the last 10, 15 years in terms of how we can actually optimize a lot of difficult mathematical expressions, and that has really given a big boost to this area. The second is, of course, the computation is always required and storage, because you also have large amount of data. So you have now access to faster some of the computers, you have like GPUs and others, and also with a lot of memory. So in that case, it becomes possible to use something which, because a neural network, which was earlier it used to be called, okay, is not very new. It's been there from 56, 70, like till that time. Even when we were graduate students, we had a course on that. Okay? Why it didn't pick up at that time? Because we did not have the resources to make sure that it works at a level, at a time frame where you want it to, to give me some good results. So nowadays, thankfully, because of that, it has happened. So that's a good marriage that's paying off. Then other thing that has happened in the community is also sharing of resource in terms of data and code. Many of you use GitHub, or if you are using some paper somewhere, they will put up the code bank or the data set on which to train so that you can compare the things. So that sharing has made sure that we can learn from each other. Okay? And it's a good thing which the community earlier did not have it. Okay? So that's it's a good thing. But there is also a danger. Okay? The danger is when your requirements are very large in terms of resources. Okay? So what is happening earlier at any university, whether you talk about, your KLU or IIT Bombay or any other places, we have limited resources. And when you want to run this kind of thing, we simply don't have the resources to run at that level. So what is happening is that gradually such kind of research is moving from academia to industry. See, what you will find that now certain things are coming from Google, Microsoft, OpenAI is like a billion, several $billion industry. They set it up just for that. Okay. Now, if that is true, I'm told in many places now, the professors in US and others, they say, oh, let's connect to whether it's a Facebook or Amazon or Google so that my student can run on their system. Okay. But that actually could be a little bit of danger for the academia, because very soon we realize we don't have the resources to do the research. Earlier what happens many times, like in the earlier days it was a pen and paper to some laboratories. Now what happens, apart from that, you need a huge amount of resources. Okay? Even the data centers, some of them, they consume so much of power. Okay? Simply it's not possible for us. Right? So that creates problem. So we have to be careful. We have to actually work with the industry, because finally tomorrow's workforce will come from the universities only. Right? So if the universities are out of this loop, then we can collectively lose. That's what we'll have to see that it doesn't happen. Okay. Now, coming back to the skilling now, because we are talking about university, and we said that the skilling is very important. And sometimes we don't understand the need for it. But since we are professors, we always go back to ab initio. Okay, so let's look at something that has happened in the past and see how it actually affects us. So we can go back to industrial revolution. I think our French counterparts are here. So if you look at, I think James Watt doing it about 200 years ago, a little over that, coming out and see what has changed the world, the way the industrial revolution. Now, at that point, if you look at, there was also this point was raised. Today we talk about skilling. And I happened to come across with some kind of a paper in sociology that says the first time that somebody talked about a skill gap was actually none other than Adam Smith. And Adam Smith was probably one of the sharpest mind in UK those days. And it was, he said that, look, whenever this thing happens, we need to have, okay, that new kind of training for our people. There will be a skill gap, and this may give rise to the societal problems, okay. But then interestingly, after about, so that is the early part of this, okay, of the industrial revolution, when it was happening. So he was very, very early. Then later on, it was none other than another very well-known gentleman, Karl Marx, okay. He said that, this is about another 50, 70 years later, okay, that look, what you are doing by doing the industrial revolution, you are actually simplifying a job. And those who are actually, highly skilled in terms of whatever the profession you are doing, in India those days, like muslin was something like, cotton weaving was very, very, talented kind of a thing that was required. But finally we got wiped out because of all these things coming from Manchester, right? If you go back to history, okay, because they were producing in masses. Now, so he said that, look, you are actually, you don't need the skill. So what would happen is that those who are skilled, they will be out of business. So now it's completely, in an opposite direction. But thankfully, at the same time, there was another person, okay, Charles Babbage. Okay, I don't know how many of you heard his name. Okay, he's considered as the father of the computers. So, I think computing, if I may call it, right? Not computer science, but computing. So around the same time, he said, look, whenever we have something like a new, we need to have more skilling. And unless your people who are less skilled get trained for that, they would be out of business. It will be like a complete disaster because it's from the economy, from the society. So as if you need to do this. Now, so this is, I'm talking about 200 years ago, so roughly maybe, later on, maybe, 150 years ago. Now, come back to something like 1990 to 200. This is the 2000. This is the time where there was this lot of revolution in terms of computerization, large-scale computerization, as well as communication, right, in India and many other places. Okay. And immediately, you see that people realize that we need to skill. So you are all young students here. So we needed skilling in the computing. But thankfully, those days, the skilling was not needed at a level which has to be always at the university. So you had a lot of street-side shops which opened up in terms of running computer labs and others, whether it's Microsoft Office, whether you do something different, okay, how to do even word processing, how to connect. And that created a lot of opportunities for people to train. And if I give you some number, so around the year 2000, I think around 1990, somewhere around that time, let's look at a company like, let's take example of two very well-known companies in India, Tata Group. Okay, so Tata Steel. Okay, Around 1990, they had 1 lakh as their workforce. 1 lakh is about 100,000. Okay. Now, what has happened during this time? There was a lot of automation, and based on that, okay, after now, if you look at it, 2020, 2022, they are producing more steel, okay, and the number of workforce has come down to something like 1/4 of that, right? So there is a displacement of these people who are skilled in that in somewhere else, okay. Now, is it bad? You may say, like, you're nodding your head, that means it's bad, but let me give you another example. Let's take the second example, something like TCS, okay. Now, at the same time, okay, TCS had a total number of workforce was 2,500, okay. And what is their workforce size? Over 600,000 today. So that means as the one door closes, it opens up other doors. And similarly, you will find many other companies. Those days, Google was not there. Okay, Microsoft was there. Okay, but wherever your Apple, other things were not there. So it requires the kind of redoing the skill set in a completely different way, because our people of tomorrow. So your generation of people who are here, okay, they would be the actual people who would be running the country, running the universe, whatever it is, okay, and they need to be trained. So they should have the proper perspective that what it is required, so that finally we are not going out. And it's very interesting. Few days ago, okay, we realized that somewhere in the paper that over the years, the people who became extremely rich over the last 5 or 10 years, almost all of them majority of them were actually in this AI industry, okay? So, which may be, it's a good thing, okay, but then, but I think it's probably, since there are a lot of young people, I think it's worth telling, something, interestingly, that when you look at, let's say there are many people are doing PhD here. I'm told like around 2,000 students, right? So you have PhD. Now tell me, what fraction of the billionaires today have a PhD? Can anybody want to take a guess? Okay. So what fraction of the billionaires in the world have a PhD degree? The Google says it's about 10%. Okay. So that means it's a good thing to do PhD. It's a good thing to study. But notice, I have not asked the question in a different way, that what fraction of the PhDs are billionaires? So that is much lower. Okay. So he said, so there is a good opportunity for us to learn, so that you can see from a top level where would be your future, so that you can decide this is the way to go. Now, when we are in the university, when we teach, see, I've been teaching for over 33 years, and I've, many of them are here are image processing. So I used to teach image processing, computer vision, for many years. And now we find that there is a difficulty in teaching, okay? Because, see, now if I go into the classical way of teaching image analysis or computer vision by I mean more of 3D, and image processing I would say is a 2D. Let's just take a definition. There is no hard and fixed rule, but let's put it that way. So, now, earlier days, what happened is that when we teach, we are telling the theory, okay, if you do this, this is what you will get. Thank you. Okay. So this is what you will get. Now, on the other hand, today, the AI is turning out to be more plug and play. There is an advantage and there is a disadvantage. The advantage is that you don't have to be an expert to use AI, which is good, okay? Because without being a domain expert, you can use it. Earlier in image processing, you have to know what is there. Sometimes they give you a software, But in order to understand what it is doing, you needed to know a little bit on that. Okay? Now you don't need it. Okay? But then there is a danger also, that sometimes the fundamentals are overlooked. Okay? And the students come back, for example, I can give you an example. They take some video of certain things moving or, human others, and come back and said, sir, we have actually from this we can find the entire 3D structure, okay, of the building or something by just moving the camera. It's called ego motion, okay, the term we use. Then I said, oh, what, did you say that you get the exact 3D information? He said, yes, we got all this thing and it matches very well, okay, with, whatever the ground truth. I said, I taught you in the course that when you have like a single camera, when you're moving, you cannot, mathematically, you cannot find the 3D. You can always find 2.5D, what you call. That means everything is scaled. Because if you move everything, like when I see a coin in this one, you don't know what is the size of that. So then they say, oh, that's something we never thought about. I said, this is what, because you are doing blindly. So there is a danger of doing it. Okay? Now, let's take another example. See, it's very common in AI and others because you have data which is specific to certain kind of, domain. And there is a term called domain adaptation in AI, where you say that, I work on a specific data. Let's say you want to do the Indian side, and now you want to use the same data for the Caucasians, right? Maybe there is a difference. So there is a data statistics will change. So in earlier times, we could also use something called EM algorithm, expectation maximization algorithm. And we could tell that under certain cases, when you can actually do this automatically, it latches onto the correct set of information so that you can train the find out the parameter. On the other hand, now when you do this, okay, we simply try to show the data and it does move. Most cases it does well. But we do not know that if I move from, let's say, from Caucasian to somewhere else, let's say in the African continent, whether that will match or whether this will be able to actually do that. So this kind of things becomes difficult for us to actually tell the student that, okay, this is how to actually solve such kind of problems. Okay. Another thing which is very common, let's say, and this may be relevant to the brain research, is that there is something called zero-shot learning. Okay. Now, what does it say? You have trained your network for certain class of objects, and suddenly you find there is an object from completely different area. Okay, something different which you have not seen. Okay. And what could be an example? Let's say we have trained our system for many different animals, but in India we don't have zebra, let's say. Okay. So I have not trained my system for zebra. Okay. And you want to now, you find zebra, you want to classify zebra. So of course, we human being, if I read somewhere in a book that, oh, it looks like a horse, okay, but it will have stripes and things like this. And that's good enough for me. If you drop me in a zoo or somewhere in the, one of those places where you have a lot of zebra, I can immediately identify. My brain knows very well. Okay. But now the claim is that your AI can actually also do zero-shot learning for many different types of seeing. You probably see it. Now the question is that how do you do that? Okay. So if we actually, it's always a training. Okay. And I am not able to say, somehow the way we encode, we are not able to say that, okay, look for stripes and others. So there has to be some way, because, that kind of metadata level knowledge transmission doesn't happen. So this becomes difficult. If somebody can always ask you, where are the data points so that actually you can do this? Okay. Let's take another example. Similarly, incremental learning. Okay, there is nowadays a lot of people, they do that because you train your system for maybe 20 classes or 30 classes, 100 classes, and the new classes come in and you try to retrain the network. Now, nobody wants to retrain with all the 100 plus another 10, okay, let's say classes. That becomes very difficult because you basically you throw away all your past knowledge, because if you are retraining everything from scratch. So what they do is that you want to do incremental. So that means I always remain whatever I learned, and then marginally you move your network to also find this. Turns out, the moment you try to learn something new in your network, you sometimes have massive forgetting. Sometimes they call it catastrophic forgetting, okay? Because what you have learned before, okay, you forget. Now look at this in human brain. We have the experts here. I don't think when we learn something, we forget this one. With aging, maybe neurodegenerative, we may forget, but normally we don't forget so easily, okay? But of course, sometimes they say forgetting is good, okay, for when you are fighting, but normally, knowledge-wise, we don't forget so easily. So why does it happen? So these are some of the fundamental questions we are looking at it. So this is how it's very different, our neural networks compared to the way the brain functions, okay? Another thing, okay, see when long time ago, I think around 1965 or so, okay, we had, you might have heard name of Hubel and Wiesel. They got Nobel Prize, okay? And for them, they said that when you see things, okay, then it's always in the visual cortex, your arrangement of the cells are in such a way so that they look for directional pattern, okay? And what they did, of course, with a lot of experiment with primates and others, okay, and they proved that the way they do it. So the corresponding filter banks in our brain, if I may call it in the signal processing jargon, that is a filter. So the filters in your brain are actually oriented filters, okay? And a filter, most cases, if you look at the filtering, is typically some kind of a convolution. So you basically convolve one function with the other, and you get the output, and then you get what you call the zero crossing. Zero crossing means when the function changes, if the second derivative becomes 0 of the function. Now in that particular case, so they say that this is how we perceive in our brain, okay? Now look at the way the neural network today, if you look at CNN, which is so popular everywhere, they are nothing but actually some kind of convolutional kernels, okay? And when you look at these convolutional kernels, and you pass it through, then of course there are some nonlinearities and others, it's there into the system. What happens is that there is a fundamental rule, okay, that the zero crossings, that means where the second derivative is 0, gets little shifted, okay, and that depends on the kernel that you use. Now this is fundamental in signal processing area, okay, when we learned this, so this is something there. Now, if you look at that, when you have this CNN, massive set of CNN structure, and they pass your signal, whatever image and others, pass it through that, there would be some shifting of those marker points, okay, if I may call it. Now if you shift, and if you look at the recognition point of view, whether it's a cat or a dog, it doesn't matter, because finally it's little shifted. But supposing I am inferring from some 3D perspective or something where actually where it happens, if I am looking at, let's say, some kind of even data which is coming from, let's say, your stock exchange data, and if it is shifted a little bit, then instead of making profit, I may end up losing, okay? So this particular one is not explainable, even though people have been trying to do it and say that, okay, what happens? So recognition is probably agnostic to that kind of thing because it's a shift, it doesn't matter. But when I derive certain things that, let's say, for example, which angle I'm looking at it, how is the 3D structure of the building, then it depends on that, because there is something called 3D homography we have to match. Okay? It doesn't work there. So there is a lot of error, okay, that happens. Then comes the question of explainability. Okay? So when you look at explainability, this is what we always try to say in the brain, why it has happened, something like this. So why it is taking a decision that it is, from the network point of view, it's always not very well understood. Okay. So these are the difficult things. There have been some cases the people able to get, this is the region of dominance. These are the where we have like a heat map. So from there, this is what is important, because whether it's a zebra, then it should probably pick up the corresponding your stripes. Now also second, and probably I would say the last thing about this is on the robustness issues, because sometimes many times results are too good. I think in the classical domain, whatever we did, I don't think we can really match with the power of data. Okay, we get very, very good results, and always much better than your classical methods give it. But what is happening is sometimes when it breaks down, some results, it could be quite catastrophic, and we do not know. So let's say if you want to use this in medical field, probably they will never approve that, because if you have to take a decision process on that. Okay. So the cases where probably, because that could be catastrophic for the patient. But on the other hand, if you are looking at certain cases where certain, you give some wrong diagnosis, but still maybe the predominantly, you are okay, you are putting up some kind of an alarm that in the visual surveillance somebody else has come, please look at it, whether it's some kind of a thief or is a cat. It doesn't matter probably too much. Okay, in one case you just look at it and forget about it. Okay. So these issues are, very important, and as teachers, we always feel that these are the one which we find as teacher difficult to pass on the knowledge to the students. Okay. So I'm sure in coming days we will probably learn a lot more, and business doing AI is remarkable. Okay. So if you look at, I can give you some example. Okay. That's something earlier it used to be called image-based rendering, okay? Or when you want to see something and suddenly, how is, I have a camera taking the view of this and I want to move the camera from here in a different angle. The picture would of course look little different because I am seeing from different points, okay? It works very well, okay? It can be trained very well and it does this thing. Whereas in earlier case, physics, so we had to use actually physics, and there it needed something called BRDF, bidirectional reflect. So basically it's a reflectance map of the surface, okay, with all the light sources and others, right? So that is required to be able to actually explain how it'll look if I change the, my camera position or the light source, okay, either way. So it's made our life simpler. So definitely it's good, but remember that there are deepfakes, okay? So it's also very easy to create deepfakes also, right? And sometimes it puts us a lot of difficult problems in terms of these deepfakes. Then there is also nowadays many of this physics and chemistry and other cases we find, okay, but that it's becoming little difficult for people to get the real data, but they can actually, generate the physics-based data because you have a understanding of the model, okay, and then you can perturb, you can generate the data. So it's a physics-based model and use that to learn something. So that's also, turning out to be a good, I think, point for, where we are seeing a lot of benefits. Other thing is end-to-end learning. See, one of the strongest thing in AI today, in my opinion, is that you can do end-to-end learning. You just give the data, okay, and you get some output. But in earlier case, okay, what we had to do was actually we had to, because image has, 1,000, so many pixels and others, we used to take out some kind of a, features and feed it. So it depends on what you select the features. And remember, everybody has a different feature. And I always give this example that if you look at in Mahabharata, okay, when Dronacharya asked all the disciples, what are you seeing? Like you remember the test of the archery, okay, in the tree. Everybody said something different, okay. Somebody says, oh, I see probably the next house close to that. Somebody says, oh, I see the entire tree. Only there is Arjuna who said, I only see the eyes of the bird, right? Which you have to actually do that. So how did he pick up actually that features which actually got him to it, right? So if I know what is the action, then you can do the aim, and you can probably, if you are good, you can shoot it, okay? But that's now with an end-to-end learning, it's making our life easier because it's independent of how I, as an inventor of that particular, let's say, model or a package, okay, is independent of that, because if you change, you are using basically again retraining everything, or with your, it's independent of what I consider as a good feature to work with, okay? And finally, I would say there's another thing is the business. So in India and many other places, if you look at the kind of business analytics that can be done with this, okay, it's amazing, okay. If you look at today, when you actually search anything, whether it's in your somewhere in Google, whether you want to travel and others, and immediately see what ads they give it, okay. So they are so customized, okay. You try to find somewhere and they say, oh, this is where they, it's a very directed kind of thing. And that becomes then more people are clicking into that because that may be more relevant, and that, advertiser is paying more and the corresponding platform is getting more money and they become richer, okay. So the business side, I think it's going to be there, and there will be a lot of interest in this. But again, the issue is that when we are there into the system, and everybody's data, we say that Google knows everything about us, okay? Now the question is, what kind of, like in Europe, they have some GDPR and others, right? India also has started, this kind of data privacy. Now that would also have to be looked at. So when we actually do this data anonymization and others, is very important. And that brings in that the bias, there is an advantage of that, because then what you are saying, you are debiasing everything because there is no bias whether the person is here. But then sometimes the bias is good because you are actually, if it is a drug treatment, we are looking for a very specific class of patient, which may have certain area, others, like they have like certain areas are more, let's say, diabetic compared to other areas, like Indians are supposed to be more diabetic, prone. So we would lose it in that sense. So these are the compromise, but as an engineer, for me, life is always an optimization problem. You have to, somehow, you have to give up something to gain something, and finally what you get at the end of it is basically what is good for the overall, this ecosystem, be it the society, be it for the students. And I think with that, I would like to thank FIPRA, the entire team of the university here for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be here. So thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for making us to delve into the world of artificial intelligence. Moving forward, it is both an honor and privilege to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Pratima Murthy, the Distinguished Director of National Institute of Mental Health and Neuroscience, NIMHANS, in Bangalore. Dr. Murthy stands at the forefront of mental health research and clinical care, with a career dedicated to enhancing our understanding for neurological disorders and promoting well-being. Dr. Pratima brings about 30 years of extensive experience and exceptional accomplishments in the field of mental health. Today, we have the privilege of gaining insights from Dr. Murthy's wealth of knowledge and experience. Her dedication to transforming the landscape of mental health makes her a beacon in the medical community.
Thank you very much, and very good morning to all of you. In Andriku ma namaskaram, since I'm here in Vijayawada, and of course, to all the guests we have from France, bonjour, je vous souhaite la bienvenue. I hope you have a wonderful time in Vijayawada and in the rest of the country. So while I'm waiting for the slides to load, I wanted to tell you that, to give you a statutory warning, I'm not an expert like Dr. Subhashish is in AI. I'm a clinician. I also, apart from being a psychiatrist, head an institution which has a lot of deep learning of the neurosciences, particularly from the clinical point of view. So what I'm going to do in my presentation is not only talk about what are the exciting frontiers in the brain and mind, but also perhaps talk of the applications of AI in understanding better the brain and the mind, but also leave you with some of the cautions that was mentioned by the previous speaker in terms of how much you can take away from this, how much do you as a human being need to contribute to this, and of course the famous GIGO, which is when you have garbage in, you have garbage out, and unless you feed in properly to these systems, that the understanding from it might be limited. Before I start my presentation, I just wanted to tell you what NIMHANS is going to look like in the next 1 week. All the Tababuya rosias are going to be in bloom. And just like your campus is so beautiful and green, at NIMHANS too, we have a wonderfully beautiful campus spread over about 130 acres. NIMHANS is an institute of national importance, recognized by an act of parliament from the government of India. We celebrate this year the 70th year of the first postgraduate institute in psychiatry, the All India Institute of Mental Health. That's why you see the 70 on top. You have the 50 years of the Neurocenter. And the Neurocenter is dedicated to the care of people with neurological disorders. I'm aware that Dr. Vengama, who is here, as an alumnus of NIMHANS, has worked in the Neurocenter. Dr. Rose Dawn, who's going to be talking about imaging, is working in the Neurocenter, as is Dr. Ravi Yadav, who's speaking tomorrow. So it's a matter of great pride to us, that we have this Neurocenter, which actually provides care across a variety of neurological and neurosurgical disorders to patients. And of course, this year also, in the next few months to come, represents 50 years of the formation of the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, which combined the mental hospital as well as the All India Institute of Mental Health to form NIMHANS, which is obviously at the cutting edge, both of high levels of clinical services, postgraduate training. You said, earlier one of the dignitaries mentioned that you have 80% undergraduate and 20% postgraduates. We are probably the reverse. We have a majority of postgraduates, but we also have some undergraduate training. So it's very interesting to see how different institutions focus on different training. But today, my idea is to really address the undergraduates that we have here so that you get an interest in looking at the functioning of the brain and mind in both health and in disease. We also, just a couple of weeks ago, got the Nelson Mandela Award from the World Health Organization, Geneva, for the work in health promotion. So in some ways, my being here today is an indication that we need to make people understand and to demystify the brain and mind to be able to go forward and to get more and more people engaged in not only looking at the treatment of these disorders, but also looking at the prevention of these disorders and the promotion of both brain and mind health. So before I delve into the actual topic, I'll just tell you that we have a wing of basic sciences, we have the wing of behavioral sciences, and the wing of neurosciences. And earlier, one of the speakers alluded to the fact that we should have not just multidisciplinary research, but also interdisciplinary research. I think we now need to move into transdisciplinary research, which some of the countries in the world are doing very well, so that really we can learn from each other. And that's why for the speech given by Dr. Chowdhury was so inspiring, because I think it's important to get engineers connected to doctors so that we can understand and apply many of the new knowledge in the area of engineering and computational systems to understanding better the brain and the mind. And my colleague from pathology is also going to talk to you day after tomorrow, Dr. Shilpa Rao. So I think what I wanted to say is that the length and breadth of the brain and the mind is actually represented in the disciplines that we have at NIMHANS. So we also have, as I mentioned to you, more than 90 courses in mostly postgraduate as well as undergraduate, starting off with MCH neurosurgery, DM in a variety of neurological, neurosurgical disciplines, neurological disciplines as well as psychiatric disciplines, postdoctoral fellowship in a variety of areas, MD psychiatry and postdoctoral fellowship in psychiatry, and of course we have MPhils in clinical psychology, neurophysiology, several other basic science disciplines. We also have an undergraduate course in nursing, anesthesia and radiology, and of course our nurses are also trained in both neurological and psychiatric nursing. So you really have a wide variety of training that we do at NIMHANS. So I know that there are a lot of students here. So although Dr. Chowdhury went into the depths of deep learning, I'm going to tell you the superficial aspects. It's also learning for me as I learn with you. So the fact that AI computer systems are designed to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. So whatever a human being would do, if the machine can do it for you, that represents artificial intelligence. And of course, machine learning is learning from data sets without being specifically programmed. And you have two kinds of machine learning, which is supervised learning, where you use the characteristics of the program uses the characteristics of training data sets to predict a specific outcome. And deep learning, where computers learn the various features and learn to optimally represent the data for the problems at hand. And of course, these are very powerful tools for analyzing biological data, for understanding patterns which kind of go together. We say that neurons which fire together, wire together, but it's also important to go beyond the neurons to the cell systems and uncover patterns which predict certain outcomes. And of course, therefore, you make the predictions about what might happen if you have a certain number of patterns. And for this, clearly, you need very, very big data, properly collected data to be able to predict those patterns. And that's one of the very important requirements for artificial intelligence. So when you go to brain imaging and brain mapping, I'm stepping on the area of Rose Dawn. And I wanted to also say that these are not entirely coming out of my brain. I've also made sure that I tickle the brains of some of my colleagues. So I wanted to say that several other colleagues have also had a discussion with me and lent me some of the slides. That includes Dr. Arvind, who's the head of the Department of Neuroradiology, Dr. Bharat Holla, who's a psychiatrist working in the Department of Integrative Medicine, Dr. Venkat Subramaniam, who is a professor of psychiatry, and a few others. But the most important thing is that whether it's through magnetic resonance imaging, the MRI that we're also familiar with, functional MRI, older investigations of imaging like the CT, now the PET that we use in several institutions, electrophysiological approaches like the EEG and the MEG or the magnetic encephalography, which we also have at NIMHANS, and of course through infrared spectroscopy as well as other kinds of spectroscopy, we're able to understand a lot more about brain tumors, both adult and pediatric brain tumors, about epilepsy, and of course about neuropsychiatric disorders. And I think understanding all this will actually help us to converge the brain and mind, which over time have become very, very compartmentalized. We know that several disorders of the brain also have disorders of the mind. For example, in Parkinson's disease, where depression is very common, post epilepsy, where psychosis is very common, strokes, where again depression is very common. So really understanding what connections get impaired, what neurochemical changes cause different kinds of manifestations, either the motor symptoms, the cognitive symptoms, or the emotional symptoms, it's going to be very important to bring all of these together. So when you look at the impact of imaging technologies, you'll see that the brain MRI can be used, of course, for individual diagnosis, which we tend to do as clinicians on a day-to-day basis. And of course, it also means that we can do a little bit more in terms of hospital-based research, maybe of small numbers through, retrospective case reviews and so on. But the moment you collect big data, the approach and the implication of it becomes enormous. You have huge amounts, which again, as I mentioned, can be very, very important either for hospital-based data, for community-based research, and more important, possibly even to influence policy if you have a good idea about what represents, what can, for example, prognosticate or anticipate a person who is at risk to develop a disorder. There are huge implications because even governments spend very, very large amounts of money to deal with conditions like dementia, which can be extremely difficult. So, in terms of the application of artificial intelligence in neuroimaging, you'll see that the importance that it can do is it can actually, even with lower resolution, can give you huge amount of information, and therefore it also helps to detect conditions like multiple sclerosis, like stroke, as well as evaluating a variety of spinal cord conditions in acute settings. AI can also read CT, MRI, and PET with reduced amount of contrast. So studies suggest that with as little as 10 to 20% of contrast, with low, the prediction of these images and the localization can occur without significant loss in the sensitivity of identifying the lesions. The advantages of deep learning methods is that it can determine if the image can be clinically usable, and therefore it's a very good screening tool, which tells you if the image is of bad quality, there's no point in going further with the image. For MRIs, as I mentioned, contrast can be reduced, and even with the low contrast, it can make out, it can exclude artifacts and look at, interpreting the image. And for PET, it means less use of the radioactive tracer. And what is very exciting about that is that you may be able to more frequently image patients with, Parkinson's disease, with brain tumors, with dementia like Alzheimer's disease, with a lower amount of radiation exposure, but with a very high resolution. So these are the attractive applications of AI and deep learning methods. So it may also aid in better diagnosis. For example, with the CT, you may be able to better differentiate a ischemic stroke from a hemorrhage. In terms of the MRI, it may be useful in segmentation of the lesions like tumors or multiple sclerosis. It may assist in picking up early diagnosis, which again is very, very critical to decide on what intervention needs to be given. It can fact conclusions on angios and alert the stroke teams, which again may have very predictive importance. It may predict prognosis in conditions like multiple sclerosis. It may assist us in treating various kinds of paralytic conditions, particularly from spinal cord injury. It may help us to determine seizure type by localizing the place where the seizure has actually started. And that may help in neurosurgical procedures later on. It may help in detecting early atrophy in patients who are likely to develop dementia several years hence. And of course, the treatment response, in addition to the diagnosis, in neurodegenerative disorders, whether it's Parkinson's or Alzheimer's. My colleagues will later be talking about their specific research in some of these areas, which I'm sure will kind of further enlighten you on these applications across a variety of disorders. People talk about MRI fingerprinting, which is basically using several quantitative measures of multiple tissue properties in a single time-efficient acquisition. Unique data acquisition is accompanied by processing, visualization, and interpretation steps in this, in preparing this picture or fingerprinting. And of course, you can simultaneously have multiple high-level resolution And these clinical applications may be very important in characterizing brain tumors as well as in epilepsy. So huge applications there. So this is just an example of when you see a particular image, you want to know whether it's infiltration, edema, or whether it's a normal variant. The AI methods may help you, and the deep learning methods may help you in making these differences, which may not be very evident to an untrained eye. And especially when you're taking out, let's say, neurosurgery to more peripheral areas where you may not have that kind of clinical expertise, this may be helpful. And of course, with telemedicine, one can always share these images with experts and come to the right diagnosis, which also is very, very critical to get the right kind of treatment going. So the various other applications would be, if this is done, maybe we can do CTs faster. I'm using the word maybe and probably very, very carefully, because one is not sure of certain other complications that might be there. But certainly waiting times for CT, MRI, ultrasound, and X-ray imaging may actually reduce, particularly in places where there is a very high patient load, and sometimes it takes months for people to get any of these imagings. So patient scheduling will be much quicker. Patient processes that also may be changed, and it leads to perhaps better patient satisfaction and outcomes for time-sensitive neurological conditions. Because if you pick up a focal epilepsy, you may be able to do surgery much quicker than in other situations. And of course, it may help in avoiding repeated imaging, which is again very attractive, because then you're reducing radiation exposure for these patients. The limitation, of course, there are several limitations. Clinicians may tend to use a machine-generated decision, ignoring contrary data. And of course, there may be conflicting decisions based on the output that you get. The opaqueness of some of the imaging AIs means that the specific process by which the AI arrives at its conclusion is unknown. And that's possibly something that Dr. Chowdhury was also mentioning, that you need to know how these decision algorithms actually work. Therefore, you can potentially have errors, and therefore, few countries have enacted laws which require healthcare artificial intelligence to tell people how they arrived at their particular conclusions, rather than simply give the conclusions, which has some possibility of being erroneous. So these are some of the limitations that are there with imaging. When you move to personalized diagnosis as well as personalized medicine, AI offers a huge opportunity. For example, we know that, I'm talking now from neuropathological point of view, a patient who may have a neuromuscular disorder undergoes a skin biopsy, then these are used for culture, a myofibroblast or a myotube culture, and then through various reprogrammings, you develop cell lines, and then you can actually grow motor neuron myotubes and study the molecular mechanisms. And based on these, you may actually have drugs which are newly discovered or indeed repurposed, which is useful for that particular individual with the neuromuscular condition. So really understanding this entire flow can be very helpful. And again, there are huge potential applications of deep learning methods in these areas. This is a favorite slide of mine, and I'm talking now about neuromodulation. All of you might be aware that as early as in the 47 AD, Roman emperors used to get little shocks through electric eels, and it made them feel better. So that's when you understood that any form of current might be helpful, so much so that in the 20s, in one of the Southeast Asian countries, people are lying on the electric track to get little current, because these are all run on electricity, and it cures people, they say, of a variety of somatic conditions, headaches, depression, anxiety, and so on. However, whatever is the origin of these have also translated into modern neuromodulatory devices for both mental as well as for conditions like Parkinson's disease, because these, For example, in the treatment of depression, the treatment of anxiety, these are possibly much more acceptable to people than our treatments like electroconvulsive therapy, which again is very effective, but a lot of people are very apprehensive about electroshock therapy. And therefore, these devices can possibly provide smaller, more controlled amounts of electromagnetic currents, which might be very helpful for people. So, in Parkinson's disease, dystonia, and tremors also, there have been various applications of neuromodulation, like what is called the repetitive transmagnetic stimulation, direct stimulation, and so on. And these are very helpful for conditions like symptoms like depression. And of course, they are still experimental for motor symptoms. You also have deep brain functional neurosurgery, which is also possible for Parkinson's disease, dystonia, and tremors. And here again, there may be applications for deep learning to understand what works for whom. So you'll see the TDCS, where a weak direct current can actually cause neuroplasticity, and this neuroplasticity in turn can help in recovery from certain symptoms. And the advantages of something like direct therapy, direct electrical therapies, is that it's non-invasive, it's safe, and low intensity current is given using bioconducting electrodes, and this leads to the adaptive neuroplasticity changes. Colleagues at NIMHANS have worked quite a bit on these neuromodulatory mechanisms. Of course, the findings are not completely consistent. There are differences in what large-scale studies find, but these are certainly, the use of various kinds of neuromodulatory techniques have certainly been in both the management of psychiatric as well as neurological conditions for many, many decades, and will continue to play an important part in treating people with these disorders. The other very exciting thing is about translational psychiatry, and therefore we have labs which look at cognitive neurobiology, computational neurobiology, evolutionary neurobiology, and translational neurobiology. All of them help us to understand finally how clinical symptoms manifest and how cognitions, for example, are regulated. Although these are in the initial stages, these will be very exciting to answer some of the questions that the president posed right in the beginning. What happens when I get angry? What happens when my thinking goes awry? What are the changes that occur in different parts of the brain? And computational neurobiology will go a long way in helping us to determine that, but not only in terms of determining that, but look at the excitement if you could modulate that. How much potential there would be if we were able to control our mood states by doing something, if we could control our anger, if we could control our responses to external stimuli. I think there would be a huge application in this particular area. Can I go to the next slide, please? Yeah, all right. So, okay. In schizophrenia, again, one is looking at the application of artificial intelligence by predicting various kinds of learning that occurs in people with schizophrenia. And there's a study that some of my colleagues have been involved in, which talks about ensembling algorithms with multiple parcellations for schizophrenia prediction. It's a very complex title, perhaps very difficult to understand, but the important thing is that this particular algorithm yielded a classification accuracy of 87% in schizophrenia. And therefore, that's why it's very exciting to look at these models for severe mental illness like schizophrenia and bipolar mood disorder. We know that, for example, in schizophrenia, there are areas of hypoconnectivity as compared to normal, let us say in the frontoparietal network, as well as hyperconnectivity in the auditory network. This might suggest as to why people with schizophrenia develop auditory hallucinations, which normal people don't have. And the hypofrontality might explain the lack of motivation, the anhedonia, or the feelings of sadness, lack of initiative that people with schizophrenia. So understanding these brain networks and the connectivity of this can go a long way in understanding some of the symptoms of schizophrenia. And of course, that would be a predecessor to seeing what can be done for patients with schizophrenia. Okay, this is something that my colleagues have again developed called the spatial pattern of abnormality for recognition in early Alzheimer's disease. My colleagues now are working on this. This has been developed in other centers. And basically, you will see that the areas which kind of get affected in Alzheimer's disease and developing some kind of an index where you recognize early Alzheimer's disease becomes very important. Dr. Savarna Alladi at NIMHANS is trying to work with a large team trying to predict some of these things. And we hope that there will be research from NIMHANS in these. It also is very interesting to see how many people with a multi-infarct state can actually do convert, or mild cognitive impairment actually convert to Alzheimer's disease based on this. What are the characteristics of converters to Alzheimer's disease vis-a-vis non-converters to Alzheimer's disease? That would be very exciting, because then everybody who has mild cognitive impairment need not worry that they're going to develop Alzheimer's dementia, but they may be much more reassured and more amenable to ways to improve their cognition. And therefore, following up, the survival probability also can be predicted by doing these kind of analysis. And that again has been researched. So that's something called a deep multimodal predictome for studying mental disorders, where you combine the imaging from fMRI scans, both functional as well as structural scans, look at the genetic coding through Jiva studies, and then finally have all of these fused into a fully connected prediction layers for studying mental disorders, both in terms of risks to schizophrenia as compared to healthy controls, and see which of these combine. The problem with conditions like schizophrenia and indeed many of the neurological disorders is that they are not single gene disorders. Okay? And that's why you need to see how different risk factors combine to produce the phenotype of a schizophrenia or indeed any other disorder. And that's why it's important to have deep learning tools to be able to understand this relationship. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So therefore, and this, remember, had a 92% accuracy in schizophrenia prediction, which is again very encouraging. Next slide. Yeah. And this particular approach actually outperformed many of the other state-of-the-art models that were available and uncovered critical neural features and pathways associated with schizophrenia. Next slide, please. So similarly, when you look at the predictome, there have been more than 650 studies that have been published to look at subject-level prediction, focusing on psychiatric disorders, and hopefully this will lead into something that is translatable into clinical prediction, and perhaps telling people who are at risk what they need to do to prevent the onset of an episode of schizophrenia. So, of course, these are all mostly in the proof of stage concept, and they need to be worked on much more to look beyond just the categorical diagnosis of schizophrenia, for which you need large and well-characterized data sets. At NIMHANS, we now have a very large project which is called the Center for Brain and Mind. This is funded by the Rohini Nilekani Foundations, and this helps us to look at common risk factors across schizophrenia, bipolar mood disorders, addiction, dementia, and obsessive compulsive disorder to study the common risk factors and the manifestations in these disorders. So there is an exponential increase in AI-related mental health research, as you'll see just in the last 20 years, how much this has grown in terms of the number of publications. We also know that even for therapy, there is a possibility that there might be a robot-assisted therapist, and this embodies artificial intelligence in psychiatry, psychology, and psychotherapy. What makes it trustworthy? Maybe it is going to be reliable, maybe it's going to be resilient, maybe it's going to be responsible. And in fact, there are some studies which even suggest that these robotic psychotherapies may actually show more empathy than actual human beings who are providing psychotherapy. So I think all of us who are in this space need to be very careful that we are not outdone by robots. I don't think it will happen, but I think it's a good learning to us to be more empathetic and compassionate when we treat our patients. So, again, in terms of the databases on mental health index and navigation database, you'll find that there's a huge increase in various kinds of database providing psychotherapy. They would they would overcome the problems of accessibility, but of course there are problems in terms of privacy and security. In terms of the clinical foundations, a lot of psychotherapy is based on certain theoretical paradigms, so you need to know which one, you're not very clear which one it is. The engagement style as well as the therapeutic goal, all of these become very important in determining what kind is provided. But as we mentioned, AIs can be agnostic and take from many of these theoretical backgrounds and come up with a style that is useful for patients. Okay, so finally I'll talk about the unimagined potentials for transformed care. There are a whole lot of omics that we know about, and this might be helpful in getting more and more deeper diagnostic tools for the diagnosis of disease, like for example looking at disease-specific molecules, etc. We may have smart gene cards which give us our idea what kind of genetic risks we have to reduce the burden of transmissibility. We may be able to identify drug targets and encourage faster drug development for conditions employing a system biology approach, and of course population level monitoring for certain genetic and infectious diseases. If we had these during COVID, we might have done a better job of the way we managed COVID, but that has taught us to be prepared for further pandemics and resurgent infections based on identified biosignatures. In summary, what are the potentials of artificial intelligence, machine learning and deep learning? Certainly you'll see that brain analysis has improved. So you see Dr. Chaudhary talked about convolutional neural networks, and therefore you might be able to detect abnormalities, segment brain structures, and of course predict disease progression. Genomic analysis. AI can be useful for analyzing very complex genetic data and to gain insights, and we are particularly interested. Again, your institution has an interest in looking at autism spectrum disorders, epilepsy, bipolar mood disorders, as well as other disorders as well. It might facilitate drug discovery and development through predicting drug target interactions, simulating drug effects, and enabling the identification of potential drug targets, as well as to repurpose existing drugs for newer conditions. We know that during COVID, drugs that were used to treat depression were actually repurposed for COVID, and there were some exciting findings in that. And therefore, all conditions which have an inflammatory underlying pathogenesis might benefit from the repurposing of drugs. Next slide, please. Can you just change it? Yeah. So the fourth is neuroinformatics, where you integrate and analyze large-scale data sets from diverse sources, where you can combine clinical data, neurobiological data, imaging data, genetic data, as well as EHR or electronic records. You can use natural language processing to understand the association of network analysis as well as brain disorders. You can look at brain-computer interfaces to communicate between the brain and external devices, so you can only imagine what you can do, especially, let's say, for people who have a severe motor disability, who are quadriplegic, if they can, with their eyes, actually make, give orders and make sure that the environment changes. Huge application there. And of course, other assistive technologies for disabilities, for neurological rehabilitation, and for cognitive enhancement. Next slide, please. Sorry, can you just go back? Yeah. So in understanding brain function, it can be very helpful. And of course, as I mentioned, in personalized medicine, it can also be very helpful. Lastly, I'm going to present a SWOT analysis of what are the strengths that we have, what are the weaknesses of artificial intelligence, what are the opportunities, and what are the threats. When you look at the strengths, especially in pattern recognition, recovery from illness, and access to care, AI can be very, very useful in helping us in this area. The weaknesses would be that data privacy and security, the complexity of understanding human data, and its integration into clinical practice is far from, it has not reached anywhere. As you see that even though there are 650 publications, it hasn't translated into clinical applications. The opportunities are to look at novel therapeutic agents, to look at global mental health and indeed global brain health, and of course, AI as a conversational agent in engaging patients is a huge opportunity. We all know that AI can be misused, from surveillance to unclear regulatory landscapes, and of course, AI doesn't come cheap. And there are also human elements of care in that finally, human beings, it's about their connectiveness and their empathy. Loneliness has become the latest epidemic, and I don't think machines are going to take away the problem of loneliness. This can only be done by interconnectedness and human engagement. So we only need to use these to make that better and to make patient outcomes better. This is a nice quotation from 2022, which suggests that integration of adaptive network neuromodulation with predictive artificial intelligence, automatically adjusted by the brain as well as by external sensors and controlled via cloud-based applications, that's what we will probably see in maybe 50 years from now. So it's a very exciting time to be in AI, machine learning and deep learning. I do hope that all of you will engage into it to take out the advantages from it, to improve diagnosis, to improve patient care and patient outcomes, as also to predict risk so that we can do enough things to make sure that we don't develop these diseases. And believe you me, these overcoming risks are simple. A lot of it is about proper diet, proper exercise, developing proper resilience, because we know that 60% of non-communicable diseases can be prevented. So if we could predict our risk and change our behaviors, we'd go a very, very long way in looking at disease patterns. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
It was an enlightening session. I want to express our deepest gratitude to our incredible keynote speakers. Today, we have been privileged to hear from individuals who notably possess vast knowledge and expertise, but who have also generously shared their insights and wisdom with us. Thank you, ma'am and sir. We appreciate your time, expertise, and the invaluable perspectives you have been shared. Now, I would like to request Dr. K.S. Jagannath Rao, sir, Pro-Chancellor, KL University, to give a small speech.
Let me at the set profoundly thank Dr. Pratima Murthy Garu for a wonderful speech, because she has opened up all the available complexes, challenges, opportunities in understanding brain research, followed by Dr. Subhasis Chaturvedi, where lot of information has come in understanding this through mathematical model. But I would like to highlight only 2 points. See, currently we have almost like 7 million to 10 million people, having issues with the mental health issues, and this number is going to be tripled actually. By 2050, lot of mental health challenges are going to be there in the world. That's why Madam has rightly pointed out that people need to look for alternatives, look for early diagnosis of the disease, and look for empathy. Empathy is not just by doctors, please mind it. Every one of us have a role to play. Our president has rightly pointed out, which was translated, Madam, into loneliness. See, the mission, your mobile phones is not going to help you. You need to communicate. You need to talk. That's one part, I always practice in my life. Whenever some emails comes, I am the first one to respond. Because let people feel that they have someone to answer them. There's someone they can go and express. That's a very, very crucial point in the current situations, So the challenges are going to be heavy. That's why we want to understand more into brain, which is very complex. I should congratulate, Madam, because NIMHANS is the first one to start a human brain bank. Because by understanding rat or brain, other thing, you only understand part. But if you really want to understand complex disease like Alzheimer's, Parkinson, there's no animal model which mimics perfectly. That's why we built, a human brain bank, and now we can utilize the facilities in NIMHANS. A lot of our biotech students, pharmacy students went to NIMHANS to expose themselves. And we also built one in Mysore Depression Brain Bank, where there's very complex phenomena to understand why we get depressed, why we become angry, why you become anxiety. So many complex issues are there. So the next coming 2 days, you are going to listen directly from the clinicians, also from the computer scientists, some of the fascinating things which you never listen in any meetings. One of them is the deep brain stimulation, full session on that. If somebody cannot move their hand, they cannot walk, because of stroke or Parkinson disease or whatnot, now they have devices to keep into brain. It's called deep brain stimulation, they do. So we have the doctors coming and explaining, and also they are going to tell you challenges. This is very crucial. I request all the students and faculty belonging to different disciplines to keep, next 2 days continuously, because you will understand, you also find a solution. You find a partners, you find, maybe you have an answer through AI or ML or DL or even pattern recognition models. So that's a great idea we have. So lot of these activities are going. Please come and learn. This is a time to learn and identify new ideas and new opportunities. And I would like to close with one session saying that International Brain Research Organization, International Society for Neurochemistry, all these top organizations in the world, they fund heavily. They fund heavily for the student, they fund the faculty to move around the world so that you go and present your work. You go and work with the people 3 months, 2 months, everything is funded. But you have to take an opportunity, you have to have your problems to be precise and very accurate. Your research question should be very strong. So all those things, opportunities are available. We are very happy to support anybody come with the idea to send you out under these programs. Okay? Take the advantage. Please enjoy your lunch and come back. 1:30 we are meeting back here to start the first session on how to predict early, how to know whether we have any problem. So we would like to do that. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As it is about brain, I suppose you all have already received a call from brain complaining about your stomach releasing ghrelin hormone, hunger hormone. So let's hope we do not count on calories about our meals, and let's break for lunch. It is for half an hour, and we'll get back to the same place by 1:30. Thank you. Check, check, check. Check, check. Welcome back, each and everyone. Hope you all had a delightful lunch filled with good food and even better conversations. Now, as we reconvene for the afternoon session, let's energize ourselves for the insightful discussions and presentations that lie ahead. Session 1 is going to be about understanding the disease through biomarkers like MRI, blood-based, and genomics. So basically, to understand diseases, biomarkers illuminate our path. For early detection of disease, it is very important to understand the disease and clinical management, especially to understand the unknown percentage of brain. Do you ever question how diseases are being identified? Did you really ever question? Okay, let me just give you a glance. As we have cameras to capture pictures, and we do have biomarkers for capturing the specific diseases in biological lives. It is very common when you speak about brain with other individuals of same species like mammals, and I find more common when I speak about brain with animals, as already our president sir have mentioned that dogs and animals will know what is the future. If there is any earthquake, if there is any cyclone, and etc., they'll be getting about it early. So, because it is only one-way pathway and the opposite species is only there to listen our words. Here, brain is common from man to ant, but size is variable. Function network is very complex. Now we have 4 extraordinary speakers highlighting the significance of biomarkers in brain diseases. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker for this session, Dr. Roche, PhD Neuroscience and Hamilton in Psychology, Associate Professor in Developmental Psychobiology, University de Caen, Normandy, Processing Attention and Cognitive Development in Premature Newborns, Infants and Children. Her research majorly focuses on developmental psychology, neuroscience, biological psychology, cognitive science. Dr. Roche's contributions extend beyond the confines of academia as she actively engages with projects. Her multidisciplinary approach reflects a commitment of holistic understanding and innovative problem solving. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Roche. We are truly honored to have her with us, and we eagerly anticipate the knowledge and wisdom she will share during the session.
Yeah, it's working. No. I'm good. Okay. Can I use this for us also?
No problem.
Yeah, okay.
Just when you're moving in between, you can use the remote.
Okay, thank you. Namaskaram. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. I'm really honored. I want to thank everyone who was involved in the organization of this conference. It's a great pleasure to be here. So I will be starting this session, and I must say that I am not working in artificial intelligence, so this will be a recreational talk, but hopefully some of you will find interest in my research. So I am an associate professor at the University of Caen in Normandy. This is north of France. It's a very old university. We have a phoenix as a symbol because it was entirely destroyed during the war, and it was entirely rebuilt. but it is a very old institution, and I have been working there for about 12 years now. I specialize in the study of the brain of premature neonates. These are newborns who were born too early. So a typical gestation lasts for about 37 to 42 weeks in the womb of the mother, but about 11% of babies in metropolitan France are born too early. But that can go up to 15% of babies in different countries. These preterm births are due to multiple related risk factors, such as air pollution or mother stress or toxics. And for this reason, premature births are actually increasing throughout the world. So this is a very important public health problem. So what is exactly the effect of premature birth on the baby's brain? Well, the problem is that birth occurs during cortical folding, and during the third trimester of pregnancy, the formation of the gray and white matter is ongoing very quickly, and an interruption and physiological disorganization at this stage can have long-lasting consequences on the baby's brain. What is happening in the brain at that time? So I have made here a rectangle in red. So I'm sorry, it's probably a bit small for you up there, but essentially we have at that time the branching of axons and dendrites. We also have axon projection, and we have the formation and pruning of synapses. So all these processes in the brain are dependent on experience. By that, I mean sensory experience. So a baby who's supposed to have in utero experience during the process of network formation will have the sensory experience of being in the neonatal intensive care unit. And I will show you that is a very different environment that has long-lasting consequences as well. On this disorganized branching and synapse formation, we must add neural injuries such as vascular damage that can happen as a consequence of premature birth. I will not be talking about that, but this is something that can add a burden to brain development in neonates. On top of neurological impairments that can happen due to premature birth at a time when the brain is not ready, we must add an irrelevant, at best, but mostly aversive sensory environment. I mean by that for several weeks and sometimes several months, the baby will experience sensory events that have no meaning, that are not socially relevant, that have a very chaotic structure in time, and also they will undergo multiple painful procedures such as blood draws, repeatedly, sometimes multiple times a day. So this will exert a very strong constraint on brain development. We have, throughout the world, seen in the recent years, I would say maybe last 15 years, the development of special procedures for taking care of these early born children, such as skin-to-skin that we call kangaroo care. This is practiced in most NICUs now, but it can only partially compensate for the aversive environment. And so we still have a very different brain development in these children. The problem is that as a consequence, these children will have permanent disabilities, and these disabilities can be very severe. So this is actually a follow-up study from French cohorts of preterm babies. And as you can see, the earliest they were born, so actually the youngest we place them in intensive care is usually 22, 23 weeks of gestation. When they were born that early, the survival rate is actually low, but this is only survival, meaning they have bad outcomes. If we go to survival without severe disability, it's a little worse. And then if we just graph the children who will survive without any neurodevelopmental disability is actually very low, so it's 20% or less of the children for the extreme premature one, and then it can go up to 60% of these children surviving without any neurodevelopmental disability at best if they are born about 2 to 3 weeks before term. So that's still a very poor outcome in general. Now, if we look closer to the type of disability that these children have, we can, for example, take this English cohort of very preterm neonates. Most of them will have a 4 to 5-fold increase in hyperactive and attention deficits. They also have a 3 to 4-fold increase in emotional disorders or conduct disorder, and they have a strong risk of developing autism spectrum disorder. I was really happy to learn that here you will soon have an autism research center. This is really good news. I think we really need these centers to take better care of these children. So more specifically, what is it that I look at? So I'm looking at the early markers of neurodevelopmental disorders in preterm children. When we look at these children and we follow them up, we see many types of issues, one of them being attention deficits, another being motor deficits, and another one being atypical sensory profiles. Interestingly, these types of issues are exactly the same that we observe in children who would later on develop neurodevelopmental disorders. It is on purpose that I do not discriminate between attention deficit hyperactivity or autism, because at the age I'm interested in, we cannot discriminate these children. We know they are going to have some neurodevelopmental disorder, but the core deficits when they are very young do not allow us to say which syndrome it will be. That appears later. And what I want to do is be able to distinguish the problem before it becomes a full-blown syndrome. So I'm only interested in a cross-syndromic approach. More specifically, I am interested in sensory profiles, because this is the type of phenomenon we can observe in very, very young children. So I want to be able to look at neonates and see if a specific neonate has an increased risk of developing a syndrome. So I'm looking at sensory profiles in these children, trying to figure out if there could be a common pathological process between children who are born preterm and children who later on develop neurodevelopmental disorders, even though they are not born preterm. If we closely observe sensory profiles in these populations, we can see that they actually have the same types of profiles, with increased impairment in tactile sensitivity, under responsiveness to sensory inputs in general, and then low energy and lack of auditory filtering. So this is an atypical profile for premature neonates, and this is atypical sensory profiles for autistic children who were not born preterm, and you can see the exact same profiles. That's why I think there could be something in common and that we could measure it very early on. So what is my theory? Well, it's not only me, of course, but the theory I work with, as to why there is a link between these two populations. To be short, because I have only 30 minutes, let's say I believe that the fact of being born premature plus having atypical sensory inputs in a very plastic period of development will provide the child with the wrong networks, and these networks form the basis of what we call predictive processing in the brain. By that I mean the fact that our brain can predict future sensory inputs based on experience. This forms the basis of prediction and suppression. Prediction is our ability to know what is going to happen to us. For example, when I touch this table, I know how it's going to feel before I can touch it, and I'm not surprised. So this is a very important skill for developing attention. And suppression is the feeling that when I know what is happening and it's not important to me, I can suppress that information to focus on what's relevant. These two phenomena in the brain can be measured very young, and they form the basis of attention, which will normally evolve to executive function and later on to school and social achievement. But in children who have a typical sensory profile, we believe that attention will be affected very early. And because attention will develop atypically, these children will have difficulty regulating their behavior, will have a difficulty with executive functions, and then later will develop neurodevelopmental disorders that puts them at risk of school failure. About 20 years ago, people in Paris published this paper that I used to cite because it's a paper using electroencephalography measurements. So EEG measures electrical potential of neurons that are active. And as the authors repeated the same stimulus, you can see that brain activity in the temporal area of the child, because it was auditory processing, gradually goes down because as the same input is repeated, it becomes irrelevant because it's known, but it's not interesting. So we can see this suppression that I will talk about during my talk. But if we change the input we propose, you can see that neuronal activity will peak again. So this is a marker that the child was predicting a type of input, and another input was proposed, and that is a reaction to a novelty. So this forms the basis of my work. So I will present to you two studies, one that was published about 2 years ago, and one that is currently ongoing and should be published this year for the first part, and then 2 other parts will be published later. These are the people who work with me. So on the left, you can see my 3 PhD students. So most of the data I will be presenting were performed by these students. And on the right, you can see the 2 head of the NICU at the Caen University Hospital, who have been of tremendous help for us to allow our research in their unit. And of course, the babies and the parents I want to thank, because nothing would be possible without their consent. So I'm not doing MRI. I will be doing MRI in part 2 of my research, but I will not be presenting MRI today. I use EEG, so this is the direct measure of neuronal activity through electric potentials. And I also use neurovascular coupling. So I'm assuming you are all familiar with FNIRS. This is now a very common measure of brain activity in neonates and infants, but I did not want to use that technique for the first experiment I'm going to present because it is slow. So I will be presenting results that were obtained with diffuse correlation spectroscopy, which is the measure of blood flow increase that follows very quickly neuronal activity increase. This first study was performed with my student Victoria Dumont and the help of the Institute for Photonics in Barcelona, Spain. The aim of this first study was to show the ability to predict sensory input and to suppress irrelevant inputs in the somatosensory cortex of preterm neonates. And the second aim was to determine if the predictability of the stimulus was an important feature of what they perceive, and if they use this information to regulate processing, meaning if they know that something is going to happen, do they suppress it? And if they are sure it's going to happen, do they suppress it better than when they are unsure? This is what we do as adults. We use the somatosensory modality because it is the fundamental sense at that age. So it was very important for me to go to a modality that is very basic and fundamental during development. And also because, as I told you, it is very often atypical in neurodevelopmental disorders such as autism. So it was interesting for us to see what happens in this modality. So for that first study, we had 40 premature neonates that were sampled and then were randomized between 2 groups. all of them were born at 31 to 32, and we tested them at 33 of corrected gestational age. The first condition was a condition when there is a 3 seconds vibration on the palm of the hand, and there's a 5-second interval when nothing happens. This is fixed. So normally when you feel that sequence, you know something is going to happen every 5 seconds. And sometimes a stimulus was omitted, meaning that it should happen, but it did not. And in the second condition, we have the same vibrations, but we have jittered intervals. So the baby knows something is going to happen, but it cannot know exactly when. Omissions, like I said, are essentially times during the sequence where something should have happened and it was not presented. So our hypothesis is that there will be an activation in the contralateral somatosensory cortex during omissions, and that we will see a decreased activation to stimuli along the sequence. What is diffuse correlation spectroscopy? So very quickly, it is a technique where we measure cerebral blood flow by shining a long coherence length laser through the tissues, and this laser will be scattered by moving scatterers, and the only moving scatterers in the brain, are red blood cells. So that will create a speckled pattern that we can detect using a photon counting photodiode, and we just calculate the autocorrelation function between what we measure and what we send. And this function will vary in its inflection point depending on the speed of the red blood cells. So if it moves left, it means there's more flow coming in, and if it moves right, the flow is slowing down. So this is a more direct measure of neurovascular coupling than FNIRS. But it has the same advantage as being silent and portable and easily put on the child's head in the NICU, meaning it's not like MRI where you have to take the baby out of the incubator and put in the scanner. This can be performed at the bedside with the parents attending the measurements, which is very reassuring. So we measure brain activity in the cortex as we are presenting these stimuli. What we observed is that indeed there is suppression of activity. So when the stimulus is actively presented, there is suppression, and this suppression is very high when the interval was fixed, but it is not present when the intervals were jittered, meaning the stimulus, well, the processing is only suppressed when the stimulus is entirely predictable. Now, this is what we observed during omission. So the baby was expecting a sensory input, but nothing was presented. And here you can see that there is a decrease in brain baseline activity. So there's an active suppression of whatever's supposed to come in when the stimulus is deterministic. It is not the case, so this is an anticipatory processing response when the stimulus is not actually predicted. So we show here for the first time the predictive activity in the brain before the age of term, and also we show that there is an active top-down regulation of sensory processing. This is very interesting because now we want to know if this is related to outcome. Is this dependent on how the baby's faring from a neurodevelopmental standpoint? So the second study I'm going to present is an ongoing study. We are aiming to describe neuronal activity. I'm also measuring optical activity, but I will only be presenting EEG today. This time, we are measuring babies that were born at any gestational age so we can investigate the effect of the severity of preterm birth and also the number of painful procedures they undergo before we measure them. We want to assess the effect of both variables on sensory processing. So we are aiming at 90 subjects. We have 3 groups. extremely preterm babies that have undergone about 100 painful procedures before we measure them. We have mid-preterm group and we have a late preterm group. At this point, we have about 20 children included, so this is only preliminary data. Oops, I'm sorry. This is the distribution of the gestational ages we have included so far, and we measure them all at the same equivalent age. So this is really the effect of how long they spend in the NICU and how early they were born that we are looking at. So we still measure them in the somatosensory cortex with a high-density EEG system, and we propose a vibration on the forearm that goes up and down. This is how it looks like in the NICU. This is my student, Victoria. And we have this protocol. On this protocol, we have the beginning where it's only the same vibration for them to habituate, and the end, it's again the same 40 vibrations to compare if there was a suppression. And in between, we propose, when you see those nice animations, you can tell that my students made this diet, because I never do this. This is my students doing. So we propose the same types of vibration, but some of them go up instead of going down. So these are deviants. They're unexpected. And we also have omissions. Something should have happened, and it didn't. And so we want to see what the child does when it happens again. Thanks. So this is the direct measurement of EEG activity. In the very preterm group, we can see a nice suppression. So the suppressed curve is purple, and the initial curve is green. So you can clearly see that it's been suppressed, and this is what we wanted to see. But what is interesting is the suppression is still very visible in the mid-premature range, but in the late preterm children, we do not see it anymore. There is no difference between the beginning and the end of the sequence, and that's unexpected, because our hypothesis was that the late preterm children are faring better, and if they are faring better, then they should be better at any cognitive test that we propose, and instead it's the reverse. The suppression is better for the children who were born the youngest and have undergone many painful procedures. So it could be the effect of exposure to the outside world that make them better at suppressing sensory information. And actually, that's what we see when we graph the correlation of the amplitude of the suppression, so how much they suppress versus gestational age at birth. Interestingly, when we correlate with the number of painful procedures each patient has undergone during the stay, we can also see a correlation. So the more they have painful procedures happening, the more they suppress any type of sensory input, even a non-painful vibration. So this is interesting to us. Now, what happens when we compare the deviant stimulation, that is new, to the familiar one? Well, the more premature neonates, there is no difference. They do not perceive the difference. The mid-premature babies, they kind of perceive the difference between the two, and then the late preterm babies, they have this nice mismatch response. So babies who have less experience, they suppress everything. Sorry. The babies who have less experience do not suppress everything, and they keep the ability to discriminate between the new and the familiar stimulus. The babies who were born the more preterm, they suppress every type of input, but they have no discrimination when something new happens. And this is the same type of correlation that we observe when we look at the amplitude of the mismatch response versus gestational age at birth or versus painful procedures. I am not showing any significance measure or significance calculation on purpose because, as I said, this is preliminary and I do not want to convey any wrong conclusion today. But on preliminary data, the linear regression that we performed shows that there is a clear difference between the groups, and as we use gestational age as a regressor, we can see that experience of the neonatal intensive care unit environment make them suppress information that could be relevant to learning. So we believe this is an important information. These babies, they just suffer for too much aversive sensory input. So as I say, this may compromise sensory development later on. It could impair attention development long term. And this is why we are just starting part 2 of this project. Part 2 is actually starting Monday. So when I come back on Monday, we will be having the follow-up at 2 years old of the first 2 children we measured when they were newborns. And what we want to see in these children when they come back to the lab at age 2 is whether we can still see a difference between tactile processing and is that correlated to how they were processing when they were newborns. We want to also evaluate motor development, executive development. We have autism screening tests, attention deficit measurements, and we also have a sleep and physiological regulation measurement that's on 7 days. The baby's wearing a small activity measure so we can see how well they are sleeping and how well they're regulating their behavior. And hopefully we will see them again when they are 4 to see if some of them have neurodevelopmental disorder. So this is part 2. I can talk to you about this part 2 maybe in a couple of years. And there is also part 3 that I did not have the time to talk to you about, but at the same age, we are measuring EEG in the neonatal ICU. We are taking MRI images for only the very preterm sample, and we will be performing volumes, measurements, and tractography analysis on this age group. We have so far included 11 subjects, so this is too early for me to tell you what's going on, but the idea is to compare the development of attention networks to sensory processing measurements to outcomes at age 2 and 4. Why am I doing this? How many minutes do I have left? 5 minutes? Yes, 5 minutes, that's great. So why am I doing all this? Some of you might think that it would be helpful to have a very early diagnosis tool. So far, this is the most frequent feedback I got on this study, but I do not believe this is the most important thing, because for the moment, we simply do not know what type of intervention we should be proposing to these kids. Meaning, if I am able to tell a baby that has a strong neurodevelopmental risk, I do not know what to do about it. So I don't think it's a good idea to be able to tell the parents, your child is at risk. Not now. What I want to do is to use these measurements to evaluate not the babies, but the intervention programs. I'm not sure about India, but in France we have many different types of people, such as speech therapists, that propose interventions, very early interventions for autism spectrum disorder, for attention deficits, but there is no scientific validation of these interventions. It costs a lot of money, and we don't know if it works. So what I want to do is first evaluate, is NICU intervention making a difference to sensory processing? Is infant massage making a difference? And once I'm able to say this intervention is promising or it is not, then maybe I will consider telling the parents about my results. Just before I leave, I want to let you know that if you are interested in neonatal brain imaging, please come to our conference. I am co-chairing the scientific program of the Fetal Neonatal Toddler Neuroimaging Group. It's going to happen in Baltimore in September. We want to have as many people from around the globe coming to this conference. So if you're into neonatal brain, you can check out the website. We'll be putting the program during the next month on the website. And if you want to talk to me about research or anything, you can contact me by email at any time, and of course, join on social networks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roche. Your ideas and research work of neurodevelopmental disorders have drove our thoughts into the world of neurobiology in infants. Of course, it's going to be the future research work for all of us in neurodevelopment disorders in infants too. As a token of honor, I request Professor Jagannath Rao sir to grace onto the dais to give a honor to Dr. Roche. Please, ma'am. If you have any questions and any more discussions about the sessions, you can feel free to ask it during roundtable discussions. Thank you. Moving forward, it is my honor to introduce our esteemed speaker for this session, Professor Senthil Kumaran from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi, India. Professor Kumaran is a distinguished figure in nuclear magnetic resonance, functional MRI, brain spectroscopy, and his work has significantly contributed to advancements. Today, we are privileged to have Professor Senthil Kumaran with us, sharing his insights, and please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed speaker.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Namaste, namaskaram. I would like to thank Professor Jagannath Rao and the President, all the organizers of this meeting, Indo-French or SAFIPRA meeting that is there. And as Dr. Alex mentioned, it is not just a conference, it's a workshop or an interactual meeting, basically. So that's that. I'm trying to present some of our experiences in understanding the neurobiology of Parkinson's disease. And I do not have any financial disclosures. Yes, of course, I am the president of International Society of Magnetic Resonance in Medicine India chapter, and also vice president of National Magnetic Resonance Society, two of the main societies which represent MRI. So I may talk a little globally rather than only about my institute. My perception of this talk may be, or our understanding is trying to go from molecules to humans. And as I said, there are a number of MRI units per million population is just 0.21 in India, much, much lower as compared to many of the countries above. And the left side is the statistics from the government. Basically, if you know that MRI also comes under PCPNDT Act over the last couple of years. Earlier it was not, but last 5 or 6 years we have to register MRI also. And so the number of scanners as per the official documents is 5,000. But then I think there are 2 states which has not made this mandatory, so the MRIs are not registered yet. So according to the information from various vendors, there are 8,000 1.5 Tesla MRIs in the country, around 600 to 700 3 Tesla MR scanners, and then 0.3 Tesla to 1 Tesla, there are around 50 scanners. And the distribution of MRIs across the country, especially for the research, I have tried to depict. It is localized, or it is just packets which are there. And of course, today we are represented with various people from various institutes over here. Coming to the main topic, this is one of the old slides that I tried to still use, that Parkinson's disease has both motor and non-motor symptoms, and many of the non-motor symptoms are very, very less explored. And the prevalence of PD was around 4.1 in 2005, and 2016 it's around 6.1 million, and the geographical distribution is also alarming. One reason may be the aging population, but others, it is because of the usage of various factors, environmental factors that are associated with that. And along with Parkinson's, there are, the very first time when I went to a neurologist working on that and was saying, I want to collaborate with you, Professor Madhuri Behari said, can you distinguish Parkinson's from multiple system atrophy, which has similar tremor, and then progressive supranuclear palsy, which also has some of the overlapping symptoms. So she said, can you differentiate this? That was the first task given to me. She had put a DM student on that, and subsequently a PhD. And then our research started on multiple aspects. So we started exploring using metabolic information in vitro and in vivo, and then functional information using motor task, cognitive task, resting state, and then structural MRI looking at the volumetrics, and then the diffusion tensor imaging based data. And for the talk that I'm going to present today, we collected serum, saliva, and urine from the subjects, and this is how the sample is prepared for NMR. And we did a simple 1D experiment, and of course we did 2D experiment whenever we are not able to isolate any particular peak or assign a particular peak. And we have followed various publicly available as well as paid software for the analysis of the data, and we also estimated the concentration of the metabolites and did a detailed analysis. I'll be presenting around the work of 7 PhD theses and 1 DM thesis in this work. So as you see, we got this NMR spectrum from urine samples, and you can see the black one is in the healthy and the red one is in the PD subject. So it is, as I said, hydrogen, and so 0 to 10 ppm, the graph is there. And then we were able to distinguish PD from healthy based upon the urine metabolites. And of course, what are the metabolites that are very significant, starting from ornithine, acetate, leucine to tryptophan. So these are very significant metabolites that were in PD as compared to healthy controls. And of course, you see the heat map which says which is high. The red one is high and the green one is low. So the trend changes for a couple of metabolites over here, like valine, all those things. And then among them, the most significant ones with your p-value over here. So you see that ornithine, phenylalanine, isoleucine, beta-hydroxybutyrate. This is one of the metabolites that we could narrow down, because later we found that the gut microbiome can be actually investigated if you try to correlate this. And then tyrosine, and then succinate. And of course, we also tried post hoc whether we can differentiate early PD, advanced PD, using any of the metabolites that we could. And these two provided that it could still be, like ornithine and beta-hydroxy, we could distinguish early PD and advanced PD from the healthy controls. Of course, among themselves, we could not. So the results from urine, how it is affecting various pathways, basically, and we see that glutamine and D-glutamate metabolism is downregulated, and the tryptophan, basically this biosynthesis is upregulated, and there are various other which are modified in the patient. And this same plot in a different way, we had to do a little rigorous study. This second one which we started, and collecting saliva sample I thought was the simplest. And when I asked the student, she said it is the most toughest. So we managed to collect, especially from a Parkinson's patient, where the salivating itself was a task in them. And we had collected saliva samples from 76 patients, and it was in 50 controls that we did. And interestingly, the student, after a couple of years abroad and elsewhere, has joined back as a woman scientist, and she is continuing the work. So, because when we asked her to do this work, she was very hesitant, and now this is most highly cited paper that was there. So this was, I mean, already it has crossed 60 or 65 citations. So here, except a small overlap, this was much better, and if you go to a 3D representation, we could as well see many of the metabolites very distinct from healthy. That is something marvelous, and so we found that the metabolites, the histidine, tyrosine, phenylalanine, acetate, propionate, isoleucine, valine, these were very much different, and the p-values were very significant. And along with that, we also found TMAO to be affected. I mean, it was actually a little higher than that in healthy, and we thought that TMAO concentration is higher because of the assimilation or the secretion, and later we found out during the analysis that it is because of the malabsorption that TMAO is higher in the saliva samples. So these are the summary of the whole thing, and the same in representation, and of course here, we could have some more metabolites which were able to differentiate early PD and advanced PD with respect to healthy, and as I had mentioned, so between early and advanced we could not still differentiate. That is one area that we are still working on. And we collected serum from the subjects, and again, TMAO was one of the most important marker over here, and then the glutamine, glycine were also significantly altered. And when we did the AUC cutoff analysis, again, these metabolites were very significant, and TMAO was the only metabolite that could differentiate early and advanced PD with respect to the control in the serum. But of course, as I said, between the EPD and advanced PD, we could not differentiate. So what we also parallelly had done is, we created a Parkinson's disease model using 6 OHTA. This was a unilateral model where the injection was given in the striatal area, and like basically 2 injections were given, and we also had a saline injected sham group and non-injected control group. So 3 groups were there, and we followed up the work at baseline, 3 weeks and 7 weeks post-surgery. And the serum was collected from the optic vein, and we also had carried out MRI in this, and we also carried out relaxometry studies at these 3 time points over here. And we have a 7 Tesla small animal imaging facility, so we did this using that. And yes, there is a partial overlap in the 2D spectrum, but in a 3D, yes, we could differentiate the metabolites very well. So what we tried to do was basically, as you see, the between 3rd and 7th week was our main interest, but basically how the disease progresses, that's what we wanted to know. And but then interestingly, we could not get any significant signature between that. But then yes, baseline with versus 3rd week and baseline versus 7th week, we got significance. And so the glutamine, alanine, choline. So these two metabolites were significant between 3rd and 7th week. So only lactate and choline were different between the 2 time points. Another student worked on the Parkinson's with normal cognition, Parkinson's with mild cognitive impairment and healthy controls. And of course, because of the consistency, we tried to focus on only 4 metabolites: N-acetyl aspartate, total N-acetyl aspartate, total creatine, total choline. And this was acquired using 2D chemical shift imaging in the brain. And the left hemispheric frontal lobe NAA and creatine were very much different between healthy and PD. However, this just had a trend and not actually significant in the right. So that means even the metabolic, the frontal neurodegeneration pattern is a little different in the left and right hemispheres. Now, summarizing this part of the work. So when we tried to combine human biofluids, urine, saliva and serum, and then the serum from the rat, this is the combined metabolic information, and we found that the metabolites derived from gut microbiome basically were elevated in PD as compared to the healthy controls. So the metabolic pathway that are affected basically, so we are trying to see like whether it is TCA cycle or urea cycle. So we are able to do a detailed study, and yes, the next step would actually be gut microbiome that we are trying to see. So here the conclusion that I am trying to do is basically the malnutrition in patients with PD. That is something that we are trying to see how we can understand that particular part. Now, just switching gear, the second one is the functional MRI and the MRI that I would be talking about. And in functional MRI, I thought I'll just introduce the concept of BOLD, the blood oxygen level dependent that happens. And typically when there is a task, you have the activated, basically the deoxyhemoglobin decreases and oxyhemoglobin increases. I would differentiate in this way. So when there are some processes which require some neurons firing, so you have increased oxyhemoglobin and deoxyhemoglobin. Basically, the susceptibility difference is very less. And we are trying to map this very small value. Of course, as you go on higher fields, the signal strength varies, and it is also dependent on the task. A motor task would give more than 10% variation. Motor task or occipital, any visual task will give you more than 10% at 3 Tesla, but it will be reduced to a little less than half at 1.5. The cognitive processes, it varies from 3 to 11%, depending upon the intensity of the cognitive process that are going to fire the neurons. Now, functional MRI, you know, I mean, I have heard many students and everybody talking. It's an indirect process of depicting the blood, the activation in the brain. It is not a direct process. So that is one caution that you have to always have. It is a combination. The change in signal intensity is going to be difference in the cerebral blood flow, cerebral blood oxygenation, and cerebral blood volume. So it is all the three that is going to play a role, and not just cerebral blood oxygenation. And this signal basically gets transformed to T2, or I would say T2 star, because gradient echo images depict a better representation of the BOLD signal. So we use a sequence called echoplanar imaging to map that. And the first fMRI report was in 1990 by C.G. Ogawa. And then, so we did a couple of work over here. So we started with young onset Parkinson's, and the subjects were from 18 years. And we gave a Sackert's task actually. So a reflexive overlap and reflexive gap, and similarly voluntary overlap and voluntary gap task. So this is how the tasks are presented in the whole thing. And the patient versus controls and patient was, basically between the overlap condition, how the task was different. So the frontal lobe activation in patients in reflexive saccades task actually. And of course, this is trying to interpret the whole data. And we saw these areas basically during the saccades. This is in patients with respect to controls. That means it is a hyperactivation in patients. Mainly cerebellar areas were dominant, along with motor area, angular gyrus, cingulate gyrus, and middle frontal gyrus of the right hemisphere. And this is again the second, the overlap conditions that we tried to look at. And here the cortical activity was more in patients basically, and the voluntary saccades had more as compared to reflexive saccades. And the frontal and parietal were significantly more in patients in reflexive and voluntary as compared to controls. And another thing was the saccades is a reflection of the motor delay. The subject, basically everything boils down to the motor. That's how, not just this study, once we combined with a couple of more studies, we could say that it is due to the motor that the saccades are also impacted. So this is another study that we had done. So we had recorded spectrograms, and the spectrograms along with the functional data basically and dynamic MRI. So we combined the three. We made the patients speak or vocalize during the functional MRI task, like the consonants, different types of consonants, whether it is velars, palatals, retroflex, dentals, bilabials, and nasals. So different types of sound, and all these were done. And we also recorded this dynamic MRI. So one slice cutting through, and then it was 40 milliseconds with the scanner that we had around that time. So every 40 milliseconds we were mapping, and we tried to see how during the vocalization, how is the tongue movement, or how is the acoustic cavity that is going to be there. And in many of the PD subjects, you would have seen that they are not able to speak initially. But once that plosion happens, once they are able to open that bilabials, they were able to speak without any problem, which was proven over here. The voice onset time, and it was directly correlated with dentals, bilabials, and nasals. And interestingly, I could answer the question of the neurologist whether I could differentiate between Parkinson's, MSA, and PSP using this combined approach. So we could differentiate between MSA and PSP, and also we followed up the study, and the 1 year follow-up was entirely different in MSA and PSP as compared to the Parkinson's disease. So this is the one. We also tried to estimate the acoustic cavity by measuring various parameters from these images. And basically, this we tried to associate with motor disorder, and the M1 probably controls the velum palatini to produce the nasality, and the pitch was reduced in patients. As I said, only 3 category of the consonants were affected significantly, not the other 3. Now, we also tried, because one of the questions we had during that time was, is memory affected or impacted in Parkinson's? And we did a lot of studies. The study was very controlled, the paradigms were very controlled, and we could prove that there is no difference in the memory response. This was in off state. Off state is when they are off the drug for at least 12 hours. And on state is when the peak response of the drug after they take the medicine. So we had done the study in both the conditions, and so there was no change in the memory with respect to the healthy controls, and later it was proven by others also. They followed ours, and of course the corticospinal tracts and motor cortex, and we also tried to do volumetrics, and from volumetrics machine learning algorithms were used basically, and then we could show that substantia nigra plus thalamus could have good specificity and sensitivity, accuracy in differentiating PD from healthy controls. And we are now trying to do the same thing in differentiating the 3, now that our sample size is much, much higher. This another volumetric study which we did in mild cognitive impairment and cognitively normal Parkinson's. What are the areas that are affected? So, in mild cognitive impairment, inferior parietal angular gyrus, middle temporal gyrus and middle occipital gyrus are much exhibiting atrophy as compared to cognitively normal subjects. So, we also did domain specific studies, and this is another thing that we attempted. And when the students or we sit with neurologists, we always encounter what are the possible things. And during one of that conversation, we found that some patients are having difficulty in differentiating the colors. So we actually did a detailed study where we used, of course, the resolution and all those things of the computing, the millions colors in the phone. So we tried to use some of them, and we differentiated. So the color perception task and task-based functional connective in PD basically exhibited alterations in left anterior temporal fusiform, right superior and middle frontal gyrus. So basically these 4 networks were affected in PD, and so we could show that there is an impaired color perception in PD, and that could be because of the altered intratemporal connectivity. And again, we are not sure whether it is related to motor or not, because we didn't go into that direction, but then yes, definitely the color perception is impacted in them. And we also carried out olfaction. This was in the pre-COVID era. So we had a olfactometer imported from Europe, and but then it had a delay of 14 seconds. So we had used that, and we also used some indigenous method to study the effect of smell. We had used a sniffing kit, which is a very standard one from Germany. But some of the smells, like fish smell and all those things, were not acceptable to some of the patients. So we had to have our Indian smells. So we had taken 10 smells from India, and we normalized over that 4 smells. And we found that rose, orange, banana and coffee were, they could distinguish that in the OPD. So this had the high probable values, and so we used it inside the fMRI, inside the MRI setup to study the functional effect. And you still see that the effect of smell in PD is much more limited as compared to the healthy. And of course, it is very significant in coffee. So coffee had the best activation in PD as compared to other smells. And so here again, between the functional connectivity study between right thalamus and left thalamus, there were significant alterations in PD as compared to healthy subjects. So we also did a ERP study, event-related potential study, presenting the smell, and we show that, it has a possibility that it can distinguish PD, MSA and PSP. So that is one possibility that it is giving. And interestingly, the subthalamic nuclei and cortical motor areas were affected with early motor symptoms. That is one more. So we also attempted neuromodulation, whether we can give TMS, and at that time, the study was initiated in 2014. So the TMS was attempted at 3 locations: motor area, and then the secondary, and then sensory motor cortex. And we found that, of course, we used functional MRI as one of the tools to evaluate, along with other clinical parameters. And so in motor area, we had the same subjects had underwent sham session and followed by real session after a delay. So we found that marked improvements in motor performance was seen after TMS in M1 and SMA, and sensory motor cortex did not have any such significance. Now, combining all the results that we had, somebody actually had used some of the conclusion that we had given, and they had supplementation of the amino acid, targeted amino acid, and they had shown improvement in the symptoms of Parkinson's. So that shows that we are going in the right direction. And it's a very big team, and without the collaboration of various faculty like from neurology, neurosurgery, psychiatry, and ophthalmology, it would not have been possible. And yes, it would not have been possible without the students who are the main contributors to the study. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the insightful speech, sir. As a token of honor, I request Dr. Babji and Dr. Daniel, sir, to honor Dr. Senthil Kumaran. Please grace on the dais, sir. I'm so sorry, Dr. Alexander. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, it is my pleasure to invite Esther from Paris Brain Institute, France, who is a PhD student under the guidance of Dr. Daniel. Madam, please grace us on the dais. Sorry for the inconvenience. Due to some technical issue, there is some change in the event. So it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker for this session, Dr. Rose Dhawan from the National Institute of Health and Neurosciences in Bangalore, NIMHANS. Dhawan is not just a name, but a beacon of expertise in the field of functional imaging using perfusion in neuroinfection and neuro-oncology. And her contributions at NIMHANS have been nothing short of remarkable. With a commitment to understanding and addressing the complexities within cognitive neurosciences, consciousness, epilepsy, research, movement disorders, neuroinfectious and neuro-oncology. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Rose Dhawan. We eagerly anticipate the knowledge she will share with us today.
This is a pointer. This is a pointless pointer.
Why it's not open? Why it's not selected?
Not get you?
I'm not able to select it.
Huh?
It's not getting selected.
This is not a problem, but one step.
Yeah.
Make it a full screen. Click on continue. Takes time.
Good evening, Nandini. It's nice show to tell that it's a technical fault. It's not a technical fault. I'll miss my flight if I'm late. Thank you, Esther, for accommodating. So now, good evening, everyone. So Dr. Senthil has put a nice background to what I'm going to speak. I'm a neuroradiologist by profession, and Dr. Senthil is an MR physicist by profession. And then when you listen to us, you will know that we merge. Our talks merge, and that is what the beauty of this field is. So coming to today's presentation, I have kept it simple to talk to the students of this university, because the entire work which I am going to present has been done by my students who are doing PhD in neuroimaging and interventional radiology. They are the ones who have taught me about AI, and I always tell that I have the RI, which is the real intelligence, and they taught me artificial intelligence, but the field is more than interesting. So to get you in line, I thought I will do my talk in the same language that you speak, divide them into methods where I have used supervised learning, methods where I have used unsupervised learning, and deep learning in various diseases. So from this talk, you will come to know what the challenges that we face when we interpret diseases, and what we wish that where we can see a patient beyond the boundaries of clinical radiology. So essentially what we do is that when we when we get an image, we have to process the image, because the raw image cannot be used, because we don't require so much of soft tissue, skull, face. We don't require that for getting information from the brain. So we remove out noise. That is what pre-processing. We use pipelines to extract features and then put it in the machine learning pipelines, or without extracting features, use it directly into deep learning and get the output. And that is what typically all pipelines do. So now the first, our first adventure into this field was probably somewhere in 2018, where we wanted to see networks in epilepsy. So now what is epilepsy, especially temporal lobe epilepsy? It's a network disorder with refractory epilepsy. That means patients get repeated seizures, and patients require lifelong medications. That means they cannot be off medicine, and even with complete medicines, they still get seizures. Some of them, when they have an MRI abnormality like hippocampus which is shrunken, they can get benefited from surgery. But what we are doing while removing that temporal lobe is not actually removing the disease. We are actually removing the hub in the network. So it's always our wish to see networks in epilepsy, so that if we can target the smallest hub and then cure the patient, then we don't have to do an extensive surgery to remove the entire temporal lobe, because removing a part of the brain is definitely going to cause problems in memory, problems in attention, problems in behavior, and we cannot have patients with like that. So we did this, and we used a support vector machine pipeline in 42 patients of temporal lobe epilepsy and 90 controls. And what we used was resting state functional MRI as a method. So now Dr. Senthil was telling you about task-based functional MRI, where we can look at bold response. Even when you are at rest, there is bold response which is happening in the brain. There is a differential pattern of blood supply to the brain, and this can be mapped, and this can be mapped mathematically using platforms like independent component analysis, where we get different networks mapped out separate. And then we can look at what has happened to these networks. This is one of the prototype networks that we see, called the default mode network, where you have anterior cingulate, medial frontal, posterior cingulate, parieto-temporal, lateral temporal areas being connected and working as one unit. So they work as single unit, and that is called a default mode network. Like that, we have like 10 to 20 networks in the brain, which we can identify using this technique, and which work together and sometimes independently also to do the tasks, especially cognitive tasks. So this was our pipeline, where after processing pre-processing the images, we did the group ICs, took the time courses, correlation matrix, put in the black box, which is actually the elastic net, and then did an SVM and got the output. We took the feature ranking, and then did a correlation with the clinical findings, because we were not sure whether, because we wanted to know what is the clinical meaning of what we are finding. So what we found, really interested us. Why? Because from day one, we knew that we are dealing with networks which is abnormal, especially in the temporal lobe, in the thalamus, the occipital lobe, in the frontal lobe. We knew that these are the networks which are abnormal in patients with epilepsy, because several research has found. What we also found in addition was that there are other networks in the parietal lobe, in the salient network, and in the cerebellum, which are also involved in making the disease refractory. And then we knew that, okay, fine, we have to believe this, because the strength of these networks were positively correlating with the duration of epilepsy and negatively correlating with the age of seizure onset. That means, younger the child gets a disease, the networks are stronger. So that this data actually made me personally believe in the, fine, there is some science, there is something which is going on inside this black box. So let us explore this further. So then we did the same thing in EEG microstates. Microstates are also large-scale networks where we are not looking at ERP responses. We did using Fisher's linear discriminant analysis. I will not go into percentages, because I know that this may be overfitting or underfitting, but I want you to appreciate the modalities that can be used and the pipelines that can be used to understand various diseases. So we had around 70% accuracy looking at EEG microstates in patients with epilepsy. Another disease is spinocerebellar ataxia. They inherit the family. They get it from their family, and it affects the movement, as Dr. Senthil was telling. Ultimately, a person who is able to walk and talk can survive, and that is what all of us are looking at. So when it affects your movement, when they are not able to move, that's a basic thing what human being can do freely. It is a very distressing condition. So what we wanted to look at was, there is no cure for this disease. And we want to look at what is the network correlate of this disease, so that we could look at which are the networks which are failing faster. So what we used is, again, we used resting state functional MRI, but we added graph theory measures where you can look at networks into this pipeline. So the processing up to the getting the matrix was the same. But graph, we looked at graph measures like global efficiency, clustering coefficient, small wellness, path length, and all these features. Then run into various pipelines, because we don't know which one will do well. So we did AdaBoost, and AdaBoost had somewhere around 94% accuracy, XGBoost with 98% accuracy, and the support vector with 92. Overall, all classifiers were doing the same thing. So it says that the networks in spinocerebellar ataxia can be detected, because network is not something that we see by doing an MRI. Network is something which we derive from the bold by deriving the matrix out of it and looking at the mathematical connections. So we were again very motivated after seeing this. Then we looked at gliomas. Now you know that the diagnosing glioma is saying that there's a tumor in the brain is easy. We can say that, okay, fine, there's a tumor in the brain. But what is required now is whether we can predict what genetic mutation is associated with that glioma. This is very difficult for us to say based on radiology features as to imaging features as to what genetic mutation could be there. So what we did was we did little radiomics, and we used bread and butter. T2 weighted is our bread and butter sequence, and then we looked at 55 patients with H3K27 wild type and 67 patients who were mutant in midline gliomas. That means gliomas which are there in the brainstem. Very usually affects small children, and very difficult disease to treat. But if you have a mutation, that means you are benefited, you live longer, the disease is little better. So this is a pipeline that we did. We used radiomics, and intensity and histogram based features were taken in as features for this classification, random forest. No, I think it is XGBoost that we did. And then we had an accuracy of around 90%, which is better than the eyes of a radiologist. We can't say that this could be an H3K27 mutant or wild. Even if we say using some features, it could be, accuracy could be 70 to 80%. So this histogram radiomics has better than us in classifying. So there's another disease called essential tremor, which is again a neurodegenerative disorder like PD. It's where we used XGBoost and got a 92% accuracy. Now coming to dementia, dementia is again a disease which is very disabling because it declines the memory. Just imagine what will happen to you if you lose your memory. You lose memory of who your father is, what your what happened yesterday, what you ate in the morning. It's a very disabling condition. So, and we do not know the etiology of what causes dementia. There's enormous research which is there, especially in pharmacy, to find drugs which could delay or stop the memory decline because it affects the prime age. So, imaging biomarkers, if we have a role in assessing the treatment response, is what we are is looking at. So we had 3 groups of patients with dementia: Alzheimer's dementia, which is a prototype of dementias, the frontotemporal dementia, which is the second most common type of dementia, and patients with mild cognitive impairment. And we used a NAIF-based classifier using combination of 2 modalities. This was all this while I was telling about one imaging modality. Now we have used combination of 2 modalities, cortical thickness and FDG PET. So what we have done here is that we have combined, we have extracted the features using pre-processing, we have parcellated it, and we have combined the PET and the CTH into one matrix. So what we have done is that we have weighted this PET and then we have derived the CTH, and then we use that in the classifier, and then the classifier accuracy was somewhere around 80%. The best classification between MCI and PPA, which are PPA is the mildest form of the disease. So, so that is, but this is, we could not get any features to correlate with the scores, but it is feasible that we can fuse techniques, fuse modalities, and derive data out of it. Autism spectrum, again we use XGBoost, 81% in a DTI. DTI is diffusion tensor imaging, where we look at white matter integral, white matter structure. All these other, what I told you regarding resting state is cortical blood flow. This is regarding the white matter that we have looked at, and we found that there was somewhere around 81% accuracy, but most interesting was that we could derive which was that feature, because when once you give a rank to a feature, we can find out how related it is, how correlated that is with this clinical output. So we found that the connection between the anterior limb of internal capsule on the left and the interhemispheric connection to the right superior corona radiata was significantly contribute to the classification of models. This is very, very important because it is the interhemispheric connectivity which is abnormal in autistic spectrum disorders is what is well known. So this is when we see something, when the machine tells us something which we already know, we feel happy. We're like, okay, fine, this fellow is thinking like us. So this was that. And then we looked at radiomics and looking at peritumoral radiomics, texture and tumor heterogeneity, shape of the tumor, and looking at implementing that into pediatric posterior fossa gliomas. You can see 3 tumors. This is ependymoma, round and white, medulloblastoma, round and white, pilocytic astrocytoma, round and white. All 3 are different tumors. Medulloblastoma has a worse prognosis if a child has medulloblastoma. Unless you resect it completely, that child will die within 6 to 7 months. But a pilocytic astrocytoma, even if you leave little bit, it's okay. So, but imaging wise, no, though we can make a fairly good diagnosis, discrimination between them, we are not as good as the computer. We had 87 patients, medullo 32, pylo 25, 30 ependymoma, used a random forest classifier. Using bread and butter T2 weighted image, single modality, had an 85% overall accuracy in discriminating between these 3 types of gliomas. Again, these are radiomics that we have used. Another one called the Duchenne's muscular dystrophy, where this is again an inherited disorder. It affects the muscles. And children are not able to walk, they're hypotonic, they're not able to walk because the muscles are very flabby. So, and hypertrophy in DMD, you have hypertrophy of the muscles, but weak muscles. So, when we looked at the polymorphism, genetic polymorphism in DTI and finding out the network measures of the DTI, as input features, we found that there was around with around 90% accuracy we could differentiate those with 140 dystrophin isoform mutation compared to those without. So we can from the brain we can say what type of muscular dystrophy, what type of genetic variation this patient could have, which is not possible with our conventional MR reporting. So now we became confident, so we started looking at deep learning approaches, PD and atypical Parkinson's diseases. It is easy to compare to find out difference between PD and healthy control, but a disease matched control becomes very difficult, and that is what we do on a daily basis. No, we don't find out what is the difference between a patient and a control. We find out diagnosis based on different types of diseases. So this is real life, where we had to differentiate between PD and atypical Parkinsonian disorders. We used convolutional neural network with inputs as contrast ratios, machine learning, radiomics machine learning, and neuromelanin sensitive MRI as three different modalities we put in. And then we found that between the PD and APS, the neuromelanin sensitive MRI had the CNN had a higher sensitivity using the neuromelanin as intake in differentiating between the PD and the APD. We used T1 weighted neuromelanin random forest classifier, 87% accuracy, and only T1 without neuromelanin had 92% accuracy in with RF classifier. So patient versus control is relatively easier, but patient versus patient is relatively difficult, and that is what we do. And coming to tumors, look at these. You have 3 types of tumors. One is a supratentorial ependymoma, ring enhancing necrotic, high grade glioma grade 4 ring enhancing necrotic, high grade glioma grade 3 ring enhancing. All of them look similar. This is a T1 weighted image, the FLAIR image, T2 weighted ADC, and this is the segmented map. They look similar on conventional MR. It becomes very difficult to tell what is what. So then we used all 5 modalities, that is T1 actually, T1, FLAIR, T2 and ADC into the pipeline. We did the radiomics of all 3. And then we used 3 classifiers: support vector, random forest, and ANN, and had an accuracy of around 80%. Overall, accuracy of around 80% using cross validation, which is fairly good. Which is fairly good that they'll be able to differentiate similar looking radiology, similar looking image wise, similar looking tumors, all are high grade tumors, but could differentiate ependymoma from high grade glioma, which is very good. So now using 80%, the ANN had the highest classification accuracy. Now coming to the bread and butter problem, we have tuberculosis in our country, which looks exactly the same as high grade gliomas, but the one high grade glioma, the treatment is deathbed. Tuberculoma, the treatment is ATT medicines. So this makes a lot of difference. Most of the time we are able to diagnose it in our brain using real intelligence, but sometimes we fail. And then it is catastrophic for the patient, because a patient who requires just medicine has to undergo an unnecessary biopsy. So now we use this explainability SHAP pipeline to look at what is a feature which could actually help us differentiate between them. We had 185 subjects, 51 tuberculoma, 50 metastasis, and 84 high-grade glioma patients. And then again use radiomics, and then looked at several different classifiers, and we found that AdaBoost and Dexter-3 classifier had the highest accuracy. What is significant is that we could find out that these are the features. I'm sorry, this slide is a little busy. The features which were actually driving the classification. The wavelet transformation was the feature which was driving the classification, differentiating between high-grade glioma and tuberculosis, high-grade glioma and metastasis. So I wish AI will help us see beyond the boundaries of clinical radiology, probably in some time. But we have to face some problems. In imaging, we have a problem of plenty. We have various sequences, various acquisition methods, and lack of replicability. What I do is not what my colleague will do. We have image analysis problems with ICA components which are not fixed, and then we have group results. And we ourselves do not know the biological correlate of what we actually find sometimes in the MR. AI platform, the problems are, it is a black box. So is our brain. Our brain is also a black box. You can't understand what is processing. I'm processing in my brain when I'm talking. So I have no problem with being a black box. But the problem is that trial and error, several methods. Each time I learn a new technique, new pipeline, a new method comes. And then I have to try that to find out maybe they'll better. More layers are not equal to better results. Sometimes SVM just performs the best. Pipelines are closed systems and not replicable, and then people do not share pipelines. But the most important factor, I think Dr. The director of IIT Mumbai was telling that we should get clean data, but the data is dirty. Variability and dynamics of human behavior is what is the norm. You can't get static, everyone to behave same for AI to work. It will not happen. So I think people should have pipelines which will deal with variability and dynamics of human behavior if you have to understand brain. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful speech. It was really an enlightening session. As a token of gratitude, now I request Dr. B. Vengamma, Vice Chancellor, SDUAHER, and Dr. Daniel Paris Brain Institute to honor Dr. Rose Dawn. Thank you, ma'am and sir. Now it is my pleasure to invite Esther from Paris Brain Institute, France, who is a PhD student under the guidance of Dr. Daniel.
I think I won't use the just the slides here and that's it.
If you want to use, this is a pointer and you can move the slides from here.
Okay, I might just use it.
No problem. See you.
Thank you. Okay, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, you can start.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you very much for welcoming me and for this opportunity. So I'm a first year PhD student at the Paris Brain Institute and at Sorbonne University. And my PhD is about investigating the progression of Parkinson's disease using explainable artificial intelligence. So a little bit of background. Parkinson's disease is a progressive degenerative disorder of the nervous system. It is the second cause of motor disability of neurological origin in the elderly. It involves a generalized slowing of movement and at least one other symptom of resting tremor or rigidity. It can be evaluated clinically, usually with tests such as MDS-UPDRS 2 to 4 for motor functions, and also using MRI and dopamine transporter scans. It has non-motor symptoms that can precede motor dysfunction by more than 10 years. And it has two main chemical abnormalities. The first one is the degeneration of dopaminergic neurons in the basal ganglia. So the substantia pars compacta neurons send long axonal projection to the striatum, and the neurodegeneration deprives the striatum of crucial dopaminergic inputs and interrupts important motor feedback pathways. And the other biochemical abnormality is aggregates of cytoplasmic protein, also called Lewy bodies and Lewy neurites, which are composed of alpha-synuclein protein mainly and ubiquitin. It still remains unknown from where the initial alpha-synuclein aggregates originates. Parkinson's has variable disease progression pathways that has been proposed. It has a very variable phenotypic presentation and can present motor and non-motor symptoms such as rapid eye movement or REM sleep behavior disorder, RBD, and cognitive decline. Isolated RBD is a prodromal form of Parkinsonism, allowing to study changes before the start of the disease and the symptoms. There's several progressions pathways that has been proposed in the literature. For instance, the body-first phenotype or bottom-up trajectory would start from the peripheral nervous system and the enteric nervous system going up to the central nervous system, so the brain. And this has been associated with RBD as a prodromal phenotype for the disease. There's also the brain-first phenotype, which would start in the central nervous system or the olfactory bulb and go down to the peripheral system or the enteric nervous system. And for example, this type of progressions do not fully account for the heterogeneity of Parkinson's disease. This is why better understanding the disease heterogeneity and mechanisms of progressions of lesions in the brain is crucial. To do so, we use MRI to study changes in Parkinson's lesions and IRBD brains. Diffusion-weighted MRI allows a quantitative analysis of the magnitude and directionality of water molecules. So it provides biomarkers of tissue microstructure. Image quality transfer, or IQT, is a machine learning technique which uses random forests. It allows better segmentation on diffusion maps and a more accurate measurements of diffusion biomarkers, and therefore improves the delineation of small nuclei. We also use neuromelanin-weighted MRI, or sensitive MRI, which provides markers of dopaminergic inaugural neuron degeneration. For instance, for nuclei rich in neuromelanin, such as the substantia nigra or the locus coeruleus. Quantitative susceptibility mapping, or QSM, allows to study the iron deposition in the brain, and which can usually correlate with neuromelanin and can help us have a better segmentation of nuclei and small brain structures. My main objective is to model the spatiotemporal brain changes in Parkinson's based on MRI, for now specifically diffusion-weighted MRI biomarkers, according to patient-specific clinical phenotypes using AI. For this, we want to identify and compare the pathological progression of Parkinsonian patients, IRBD patients, which is isolated RBD patients, and healthy controls. We want to classify and understand the regions of interest. It's approximately 10 regions from small structures and nuclei from the brainstem and basal forebrain. We have two main data sets that we're using right now called ICEBERG and Parkinson's Progression Markers Initiative, or PPMI. ICEBERG is from takes place at the Paris Brain Institute. These two studies are longitudinal. They last for at least 5 or 6 years minimum. And they both have used multimodal imaging. So ICEBERG is monocentric, and PPMI is in the United States and is, I think, 5 centers. They both use the same tests for RBD, so RBD questionnaire and Epworth Sleepiness Scale, but the ICEBERG one at the Paris Brain Institute also use video polysomnography. For the methods, the first one is the image processing pipeline. It started with pre-processing, so we did denoising, the correction of distortions in the diffusion-weighted MRIs and ID currents. And then the first method was the image quality transfer, IQT. So this gave us high-resolution diffusion maps, and it was twice as much upsampling, and it went under 1 millimeter isotropic. Then we used it to concatenate dozens of different brains to form templates. Basically, it's the same way as you do atlases. For each condition, Parkinson's, IRBD, and healthy controls. Then to do a better segmentation later, we are using co-registration. So this with QSM, T1 weighted, so anatomical MRI, and neuromelanin sensitive MRI. These are all overlaid with the diffusion images. And this showed us, improved the spatial localization and will ensure a better delineation of the 10 brainstem and basal forebrain nuclei affected in PD, in literature. And then we want to retrieve the metrics for each diffusion-weighted MRI biomarkers for each region of interest. This is an example of IQT, so image quality transfer. From the ICEBERG cohort, this is a patient who has Parkinson's, but you cannot tell yet. Even though he's diagnosed, we can't see any lesion. But this is on the A part is the originally processed image, and then you can see the super resolved image, how much more defined it is. We use those images to form templates. This is a super resolved template of healthy volunteers' brain, 14 brains concatenated in, this is several slices, but this is one and only brain, super resolved. Then what we want to do is model these metrics that we're going to extract from this, these templates. So, as you can see, there are preliminary results from DeFalco and colleagues, very recent article. They trained this model on the PPMI cohorts. This shows the progressive onset of clinical endpoints from pre-symptomatic to post-diagnosis stages, and it shows the progression from the most normal to the maximum pathological changes according to Parkinsonian age. And inspired by this article, we want to reproduce it with only diffusion MRI biomarkers according to Parkinsonian age. So they've done it with clinical and DAT scan data. So we want to reproduce the same technique with all the diffusion-weighted biomarkers, so the apparent diffusion coefficient, fractional anisotropy, mean radial and axial diffusivity and free water for each region of interest and for each condition, Parkinson's, IRBD, and healthy controls. And for the next steps, we want to add variables. Anosmia, or severe hyposmia, is highly correlated with RBD and therefore with Parkinsonism. Cognitive decline as well, we could add it as a new variable with rapid or slower cognitive decline. Another technique that we could implement is tractography. So bundles between two specific region of interest along the direction of the water molecules in the white matter fiber. This could help us explore 3 circuits related to, first, more olfactory structures, cognitive structures, or structures related to sleep disorders. And any change in the bundle, so the beams in the tractography, would indicate lesions. We also want to use a bigger data set. The UK Biobank, this has more than 153,000 study population. Another technique for the next steps would be graph neural networks. So this is Bayesian modeling. Bayesian is basically the probability of multiple theories given observed events. And this would help us model the relationship between the different neural tracks or the regions of interest. And this shows the structural but the functional relationship as well, graphically, and includes the longitudinal aspects of the cohorts. If you're interested in this subject, here are the references, which I highly recommend. And yes, thank you very much for your attention, and feel free to ask any question at the following address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable information. As a token of gratitude, now I request Dr. Gaurav Rahul and Dr. Roche to honor our beloved Esther. Please grace the dais. Thank you. Moving forward, as we all know that caffeine has great ideas to go together like Wi-Fi and laptop. So enjoy your break and let's come back with a buzz. Happy sipping.
Available in the first
Check.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good snack. Moving forward, it is with great pleasure that I introduce our esteemed speaker for this session, Dr. Rahul Gaurav, who comes to us from the renowned Paris Brain Institute. Dr. Rahul is a distinguished researcher and a key figure in the field of neuroscience. He works with the Movement, Investigations and Therapeutics team at the Center of Neuroimaging Research, CENIR, at the Paris Brain Institute, Sorbonne University, professional speaker, and has given more than 20 invited talks and lectures at national and international levels. Dr. Rahul commitment to understanding the complexities of the brain and his dedication have earned him recognition and respect, both within the scientific community and beyond. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our distinguished speaker. We eagerly anticipate the wealth of knowledge and expertise he'll be sharing with us today.
Hello. All right. Very good evening, and so thank you very much for the kind invitation. Today we had a lot of discussion on the technology side of MRI, how AI could help us figure out and go deeper into the brain. But there is another side of the puzzle, which is a quite crucial side of the puzzle. That is, who gets Parkinson's? Who are those people who are at risk of developing Parkinson's disease? So today in my talk, we'll try to focus on people who are at risk of developing Parkinsonism and how we can enter the brain of these people to understand what kind of changes they go through, that they develop Parkinson's disease at some stage, particularly with respect to clinically defined Parkinson's disease. And not a surprise, I'm an MRI researcher, so most of my tools are focused on AI in MRI. So let's do a bit of a background, particularly from the clinical side, like to give you a brief overview of Parkinsonism, particularly the idiopathic Parkinson's disease. So idiopathic Parkinson's disease at the level of brain, what happens, what you can see in the animations, there is this region in the midbrain, substantia nigra, which degenerates, and there is a loss of dopaminergic neurons, along with an increase of iron content that is particularly focused on basal ganglia, the basal ganglion regions, augmentation of iron. So the challenge side is we do not know very clearly which part of the basal ganglia contains more iron and how are these changes varying with respect to the clinical defined Parkinson's disease and with respect to those people who might develop Parkinson's, what I mentioned, like the participants at risk of developing Parkinson's disease. So the factors associated with Parkinson's disease, which we often talk about, either it is those classical motor syndromes we talk about, or the non-classical non-motor symptoms as well. So it's considered quite sporadic disease, but there are other factors also which are influencing Parkinson's disease, such as age. So there is a big role of age. The aging factor is like in other neurodegenerative disorder. Then there is a big role of genetic, which kind of genetic mutations leads to developing clinically defined Parkinson's disease. Then there are other environmental factors as well. So people at risk, let's see, so what kind of people are at risk of developing Parkinson's disease and what is happening inside the brain of such people. So firstly, these are these kind of people who are non-manifesting Parkinson's disease genetic mutation carrier, particularly like what we focus on is the LRRK2 gene carrier. And what is interesting side in these type of gene is they vary somehow with respect to the ethnicity. So it's not quite clear. So along with our collaborators, we are trying to understand using neuroimaging techniques the changes inside the brain of these carriers, because these are asymptomatic carriers. And a few years ago, there was this study which I have mentioned here in East Asian populations, where particularly focused on these people. They found that there is a sort of twofold increase in developing Parkinson's disease if they have LRRK2 genetic mutations. And recently, there was a very interesting article coming out from India by Asha Kishore and group, where we could see also that how they would find 4 novel variants inside the LRRK2, which is really focused on the ethnic South Asian population. However, that's not quite clear, that's not quite well known. It's something to dwell into to understand how LRRK2 brain develops with respect to clinical Parkinson's. Second is another very interesting one that is called REM sleep behavior disorder, and these are in isolated stage of REM sleep behavior disorder. So what happens in these? These are characterized by nocturnal violence. So these are normally normal people with respect to the movement side, like they have no movement disorder, no daytime neurological disorders, but when they sleep, they tend to replicate what they dream, and most likely they have violent dreams. So it's quite common in patients with synucleinopathy as well. So what I'm talking about is prodromal state. These are asymptomatic. They have no Parkinson's disease symptom. However, Parkinson's disease patients might also show such symptoms. So these are also a very crucial population group who develop Parkinson's disease at some stage. So there is mild substantia nigra damage here as well, and tiny RN augmentation as well. So here we are working closely with our sleep center of Professor Isabel Arnulf to understand these populations. So the crucial part here, how it is coming out, like how these people are developing neurodegenerative disorder. So recently there was a big report coming out from United Nations that how from 0.5 billion in 1990s, we tend to get older and older, the overall pool of people getting older. So that leads to a larger population of people who might catch neurodegenerative disorders such as Parkinson's and Alzheimer at some stage. So that makes us think that there is an urgent need to develop reliable biomarkers, particularly what we do, like sort of neuroimaging markers to solve, which could help us in like understanding the disease progression or analyzing the effect of disease modifying treatments as well, and particularly to monitor how the disease progresses, how it spreads. So just a quick overview on biomarkers. So biomarkers are sort of objective measures that captures what is happening inside a cell or organism at a given moment. So that becomes a very useful tool for such a population as risk, particularly to understand using some strong marker. So it can serve as an early warning sign for the health. So what neuroimaging biomarkers could do, they could help us in the diagnosis accuracy at an early stage. Disease progression can be monitored using that, and the disease modifying treatments could be analyzed as well. So further, let's now try to see which regions are implied in this population at risk and the clinically defined Parkinson's disease. So first is always the substantia nigra. It's very crucial. Particularly, there is a pigmentation in substantia nigra that is called neuromelanin pigmentation. So you can see in these images, a normal healthy person has substantia nigra somewhere here, and in Parkinson's, the substantia nigra starts to disappear over the years. So this is quite developed Parkinson's disease patient, which I'm showing. So they have sort of loss of substantia nigra neuromelanin. Also interestingly, as I have mentioned, it's not only in the dopaminergic neurons of substantia nigra, but also in the noradrenergic neurons of locus coeruleus. So that's quite interesting region, and quite less is known about this region as well. So coming back to this neuromelanin is quite mysterious, neuroscientifically speaking. So not clearly is understood about neuromelanin, that what is the role of this pigmentation in understanding the spread, how it varies. So there was some interesting work in the past, like you can see in the plot, that from 5 years of age, like from the neonatal times, they start to have neuromelanin pigmentation, and around 60 or so, even if they are healthy, they start to lose the pigmentation. And at some point, something happens. There is a threshold where they start to develop Parkinsonism. So this mystery is still not clear. We are also trying to work with the models of preclinicals to understand how it is varying for the Parkinson's disease. Second part is the iron, as I mentioned. The iron-sensitive MRI approaches can help us to understand the iron augmentation, particularly in the same substantia nigra and the related basal ganglia regions. Third was locus coeruleus, to just show you how it looks like. It's a very difficult and very tiny region when you see in using MRI techniques. So you can see here in the healthy volunteer, the 2 spots. It's also famously called in postmortem studies as the blue spot. So it looks blue in reality, and in MRIs, you see it looks like a tiny white spot here to left and right locus. What happens with these people who have REM sleep disorder? They start to lose locus, and you can see that clearly in MRI. So that becomes a very interesting marker for us. So this reduction. So somehow there is this implication of the sleep disorder and locus coeruleus, and they also contain this neuromelanin pigmentation. But given it's quite tiny, what kind of technologies we can use to segment, to really quantify the signal inside that? That's a bigger question. So now coming to the tools, what kind of tools we use? You already heard about MRI. So we are very closely associated with the MRI platform of our institute at the Paris Brain Institute. So to give you a brief picture about that, I'm sure most of you know. However, it's a non-invasive medical imaging technique that records changing medical feeds. So it gives you kind of different kinds of images based on pulse sequence. With the animation here, you could see how it looks like you have an expert sitting, person gets scanned, and a type of question you are dealing with, you can see here and play around with the protocol here. So with one of our MRIs, I was being a part of an experimentation. So this is what I'm showing. And so talking about the platform, what we have other also active system inside the Center for Neuroimaging Research, where we are running our experiments. So we have largely these 2-3 Tesla Siemens machines, and now we are having the 7 Tesla Siemens machines. But apart from that, there are this huge small animal facility, and also about MEG and EEG. So this is the time also to introduce about what the research is focused on in movement disorder. So the team is headed by Professor Vidaye and Professor Luherisi. So here what we are having largely all sorts of questions of abnormal and normal movements. So I'm involved with the sub-theme of movement, that is the Parkinson's and sleep disorder using MRI in the MOVE-IT team. So recap of what kind of methods using the MRIs could be used to quantify what sort of things. So largely you could also enter and quantify cortex, brain connectivity, all the basal ganglia and diffusers, as Esther showed it very precisely. So what my focus is largely on substantia nigra and locus coeruleus. So giving you a brief picture about how the sequences look like. So this you can see here, you have T1, you have T2, you have resting state fMRI as well. And apart from that, there are these iron sensitive markers and neuromelanin images, which I'm mostly interested in. So neuromelanin sensitive images is a sort of technique which we use to quantify as a proxy of dopaminergic neurons. So how we enter now in these regions, what technologies we use to quantify it precisely, these regions. So now we enter into the artificial intelligence aspects of our studies. So we are largely using the convolutional neural networks to quantify. So how it's in a very simple way, it looks like you just feed in the model, you throw in your input images, and it should reflect you back the regions you are looking for. So what happens is it's a type of feed-forward artificial neural network, and the connectivity patterns, as many already mentioned, is inspired from the human and animal visual cortex. So what happens here is mostly has 4 types of mathematical operators: convolutional operator, ReLU, pooling, and fully connected layer. So if one convolutional layer is present, mathematically speaking, is considered convolutional neural network. So basically with this animation, I'm trying to show that what we are trying to make this very complex mathematical AI model into a simple software that you're just throwing in your images, and you're getting similarly like this results out of that, like the region which you are looking for. So in order to solve the bigger puzzle of the data set, because often in MRI studies you do not have huge data set, you have like 100 subjects considered quite huge, but for AI model is considered very less. So what we do in these cases, we use data augmentation techniques, like you will have your subjects and you will multiply them by many subjects. That is by throwing in some elastic deformation, which you could see in this image, or putting in some more artificial noise into the images to augment those images to make it a huge data set. That's quite common. That's called data augmentation, which we use. So for the model, they are not seeing it as 100 subjects. Rather, they would see it like million of images which you are feeding the model. So let's see what model we developed. So the model which we have been working for years is called NiagaraNet 2.0. So it's like, first we did the first part of NiagaraNet that was focusing just on the substantia nigra. So in the second part, what we are trying to do is we are trying to take in several regions together. It's like a one solution for all the regions, something in that side we are developing. So it's like a work under progress. So what happens in this? Something like this animation. You have your MRI image, you throw into your model, it passes through all the layers, and it tries to identify, like is here, identifying the tumor in a similar way to make you understand. So one of the examples I could show you is Parkinson's and healthy control. So this we develop with our students, this Ellis, who is in Cardiff Universities now, and this Alexei is still with us. He's also working on the model, and then it's Akriti from Stanford. She's also working with us on this model. So you can see in this model what happens is Parkinson's and healthy, you clearly see the healthy controls have a larger substantia nigra neuromelanin compared to the Parkinson's. And yellow is your AI model, and red is the human segmentation. So you could see how the similarity is. It's almost 85% similar. And what happens in reality, like you have image, you acquired the image, you threw into the model, now you see what is happening. This is the like a day-to-day AI result. You just capture this image, the subject is being scanned, and it is identifying automatically the substantia nigra. So this is a typical example of how substantia nigra is done. However, there is a bigger difficult question here, that is locus arealis. So how to do with the locus arealis? So what we started doing in that, we tried to have more radiologists involved, and we tried to have manually segmented locus arealis. Then we had an old model using template which could find like a box around the locus arealis and get you the 10 voxels in locus arealis. So again, a brief picture of locus arealis, how it looks like. So as you can see here, it's two tiny spots of locus here in the corner here. This is the left locus arealis, and this is the right locus arealis. So it would solve a very big picture if AI could enter in locus as well, because it is really pertaining to the implication in the REM sleep behavior disorder, which is the group which are at risk of developing Parkinson's disease. So let's see how the radiologist would do. So very difficult regions. So this is how radiologists would segment this region, you could see. So without and with, without and with. And now here AI comes into the picture. So this, you can see AI does like this. So similarly, it takes microseconds. And now NiagaraNet 2, it could go like this. Magenta is by radiologists, and this is by AI. So this is a healthy volunteer. Needless to say, healthy volunteer shows you larger locus arealis. So you see the difficulty is higher when you have Parkinson's disease, or you have isolated REM sleep behavior disorder, because locus is implied directly in the IRBD. So this is a subject which has the REM sleep behavior disorder, as you could see here. So you could see the locus starts to get lesser and lesser. The spot is lesser. So now we ask the experts to annotate it. So you see something, it looks like this. And now we ask our AI to do this. Not bad, not bad. So it's around 85% of, like what we use is a dice similarity index. So you could see here, So we use dissimilarity index to do it. So for the first part of the model, the team published like a year ago or so in Neuroimage Clinic. And the other was we were trying to use the model applied into IRBD questions to understand. So this is very interesting to see. You use the model in the questions of IRBD, and you could see clearly that IRBD stays between the healthy and Parkinson's disease, somehow implying how these people are on the way to develop Parkinson's disease. So that is very interesting part. And from the method side, you could also see how similar the segmentations are done manually and for AI. So bigger questions are about the neuroscientific side. Can we use these methods as progression, how the disease progresses? So then we went into that side, how it's progressing over the years. So we had studies of having Parkinson's disease in 1.5 years, and one cohort and another cohort of around 9.5 years or so. So you can see here what we found in this cohort. So first is the healthy volunteer with a green substantia nigra, and then you have early Parkinson's disease. So early is around 1.5 years of Parkinson's disease. So they lose substantia nigra, needless to say, but it's not like how progressing Parkinson's disease lose. So these are around 9.5 years of Parkinson's disease. And you can see the segmentations are quite similar. So this was the work we did in movement disorder a few years ago. Further, now we were interested to enter inside the substantia nigra to know what is happening at the regions, which region is implied inside, because I was always doing entire substantia nigra. So in the second part of the study, we started to enter inside the nigra to see where is the change happening. So we broke it into three parts, upper and lower. And what we found here, that with respect to healthy, as always, we saw IRBD would decrease the substantia nigra, and then the early PD more, and progressing like 9.5 years of Parkinson's disease would lose more and more. And we saw, interestingly, that particularly the posterior region of the nigra would show more loss of nigra. We went on further to go inside the associative region, sensory motor region, and the limbic region of substantia nigra, because we wanted to understand, like at deep level, where is the change happening, what is happening. Whole substantia nigra, like in neuroimaging terms, is around 200 to 400 cubic millimeters from imaging terms. So it's quite huge if you see. So interesting part is to know what is happening inside. So here also in this study, what we found is the sensory motor loses more neuromelanin apparently. Further, we went out with the group of Professor John Marie Bonney. We have the honor of having him here as well. So what we wanted to explore now, so what so far have been talking about are the Paris Brain Institute studies. So are these studies also showing similar signs when it's multi-site? Like how are the patterns longitudinally? That's a very interesting question. So what they have in this Clermont-Ferrand study called MPI R2 star, it's very interesting. They have 13 sites involved in this study. So in this, what we found here, we did the subregions for the study, and we found that similarly the sensory motor would show more changes, and the pattern stays same as you can see. Healthy control loses some nigral neurons, and Parkinson's loses more and more. So as a pre-symptomatic marker, so coming back to the same point, who are the people at risk? So there we worked with some other students of mine. It was Pia and Lillian, where we were trying to understand what happens with the people who have genetic mutations, but they do not have Parkinson's disease. So interestingly, what we found with the LRRK2 mutation carriers who are not having Parkinson's disease, interestingly, you see them, they stay in between the healthy volunteers and the Parkinson's disease. It means that somehow they are on the way of losing more and more neurons to arrive at that point, the threshold, where they might develop Parkinson's disease. So you can see here the pattern, and CNR is the contrast to noise ratio, which is lowest for Parkinson's. With respect to healthy, it's quite known. But you see LRRK2 stays in between somehow. Now is the part of locus coeruleus, where the locus coeruleus can be a marker of progression for Parkinson's as well as Parkinsonisms. For example, multiple system atrophy, progressive supranuclear palsy, and all those diseases, because these are the diseases IRBD could convert into. So what we found with another student of mine, Alexi, was locus coeruleus was lowest in the multiple system atrophy with respect to healthy controls. And when they have REM sleep behavior disorder, they lose more. So you could see here, Parkinson's disease would lose more if they have RBD, REM sleep behavior disorder. So that shows a sort of implication of locus coeruleus directly with the sleep disorder. Further, we went out to understand after the baseline why these subjects keep on losing the noradrenergic neurons in the locus coeruleus. So now was the moment to understand how the disease is progressing, whether there is a role of locus as well, just like substantia nigra. So what we recently did, we found that locus coeruleus also keeps losing the neurons inside, particularly for the Parkinson's disease without REM sleep behavior disorder. So the baseline, what it would show is when they have REM sleep behavior disorder, they would lose locus coeruleus, and they will keep losing over the years and years. Now is the question of iron. What happens with iron in the brain? Locus coeruleus, we are losing. Substantia nigra, we are losing. But what is happening with iron? There is this iron role as well in Parkinson's disease and the people who are about to get Parkinson's. So this is how it looks like for the quantitative MRI. This is a QSM image, and you could see here substantia nigra region-wise segmented. So here what we do, we try to quantify the substantia nigra iron values in substantia nigra as a whole and in region-wise using these two techniques. So here I'm collaborating with a colleague, François. So it's a very statistical based progression model where we are trying to understand how iron progresses, particularly for people at the prodromal stage, and our partner in the team, Roma, as well. So how it looks like, let's see. So what we did for region-wise, we prepared the dorsal side and we also prepared the ventral side, like sort of, you could think like upper and lower in the substantia nigra. And what we found that the largest decrease is in the lower side, like in the lower of the substantia nigra, like in the ventral nigral territory of the substantia nigra. Further, it makes it a very interesting question, just like the neuromelanin one, which is quite known. Iron is quite less known. So what we started to do with my team, we started developing more into the AI model of iron as well. So how it looks like, let's see the preliminary results for AI in QSM as well. So you could see that it also quantifies with quite a good accuracy, and all the time the model it stays around 85% or so. So to recap about the iron results, as I mentioned, you could see that in baseline, the Parkinson's has the highest concentration of iron and healthy has the lowest, and the REM sleep disorder stays in between, and longitudinally, it keeps increasing. And the last part of the puzzle, it stays in correlation with the loss in neuromelanin and augmentation of iron. So this brings us to our final words. So the final remarks are the value of multimodal MRI, particularly coupled with AI techniques, could answer all the bigger part of the puzzle, like what kind of people can develop Parkinson's disease, can have Parkinsonism at some stage, and that can perhaps lead to a pre-symptomatic diagnosis in clinical practice. Although I have many names to do shout out, but I cannot enter all the names. So thank you very much to all my team, and thank you for organizing this. Thank you. And hello from my team with the picture. So the upper part is the group of ICM's communication with whom I work a lot with. Second is our team, Move It, Movement Disorder. And the third is the Senior Center for Neuroimaging platform. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing an unknown facts about brain functioning and systems. As a token of gratitude, now I request Dr. K.S. Jagannath Rao, sir, Pro-Chancellor, Yale University, and Dr. Daniel, Paris Brain Institute, France, to honor Dr. Rahul Gaurav. Please grace us onto the dais. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, now I'm delighted to introduce our distinguished speaker for the session, Dr. Ramesh Kestur from the International Institute of Information Technology, IIIT Bangalore, specializing in artificial intelligence and imaging. Dr. Kestor is recognized expert in the dynamic intersection of artificial intelligence and imaging technologies. His work at IIIT Bangalore has been instrumental in pushing the boundaries of innovation in these fields. With a commitment of advancing both theory and application, Dr. Ramesh Kestor stands as a thought leader in the realm of AI and imaging. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Ramesh Kestor. We look forward to the enriching discourse that he is sure to bring to our session.
need to change one certain slide.
Yeah.
Okay, it's good.
Very good afternoon to all. Sorry about the technical glitch. Hope my timer starts now and not already started. I'd like to thank the KL University President Satyanarayana Rao Garu and our Jagannatha Rao Garu sir for having me here. Today I'm going to talk about computational pathology at EHRC. EHRC is our Electronic Health Research Center at IIITB. I'm with the data science group at IIITB. We are proud to have a collaboration with NIMHANS, where we work with the Department of Neuropathology, and we have a short team now. I'm going to talk about the work that we are trying to do here in neuropathology. So these are the topics I'm trying to cover. We'll talk about the background. We'll also talk about the workflow for computational histopathology, and we'll talk about what we call whole slide images, and we'll talk about how to do tile generation and how to curate a data set, and we'll also talk about the AI models that we use, and we'll talk the future work and the emerging trends in computational pathology research. If you see, all that we have seen now is a lot of radionomics work. Fundamentally, they are images and they augur well for processing by image processing and computational methods. Here we are talking about computational pathology here. It is an interdisciplinary science that augments development of computational approaches to analyze and model medical histopathological images. Histopathology, as we know, is having biopsy slides and watching under a microscope. Now, if that can be digitized, it brings a lot of data for analysis, and we can also do multimodal development. So there are typically there are these tasks that can happen in computational pathology. One is the detection, typically binary detection, malignancy yes or no, and other one is tissue subclassification, and the third one is diagnosis. We have WHO grading of grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, etc. We can do that. And we have segmentation and prognosis. So these are the typical diagnosis tasks that can be accomplished in computational pathology. And the work that we are doing is about detection. So there's so many areas that there is work that is going to happen, and we are focusing only on the detection part. If you look at the background on computational histopathology, we have the research articles by organs. If you see there about, there's a research survey paper which surveyed 400 papers. Out of that, by brain, if you see, there are hardly 7 to 8 papers going by the classification, and breast cancers are very widely researched. This also shows an opportunity and a challenge. Histopathology in brain is at a, I would say, an embryonic stage where there's a lot of scope for research and ability for us to bring in good patient outcomes. So this is the data science flow for histopathology. So I don't know if it's visible. Yeah. So this is the data science flow. First, initially, the problem statement is done, and then there is scanning. I will talk about whole slide image scanning, where the slides are scanned, and then it is annotated by expert pathologists, the malignant areas, and the subtyping is done, and then we build AI models around that. After that, evaluation, this is the most critical part. If it's about 90% or 95% accuracy, doesn't mean anything until it is evaluated by expert pathologists. After this, we want to build models. This is a deployment, basically building products out of it. So we have, in this workflow, we have done work, basically one thread in this whole workflow. We have done work on detection of necrosis in meningioma, a type of malignancy of the human brain. So this we are trying to get a thread out of this whole process. So we have done scanning and tile and region level annotation of necrosis by expert pathologists. After this, we have created a curated data set. Data sets, open source data sets do not mean anything until it is validated by experts. That's what we mean by curated data sets. That is where all the interdisciplinary work happens. The data set that we have created is validated by expert neuropathologists from NIMHANS, and that is the value addition that we are creating in terms of having a interdisciplinary research. After this, we have worked on building triple ITB. From the data science group, we have built models for detection of meningioma using ML and deep nuclear net. We will talk about it. And after this, it is evaluated by the NIMHANS team, Dr. Anita and Dr. Shilpa Rao, whom we work closely with. They evaluate this. So we have taken a complete thread out of this pipeline, and I'll show the results out of that. So whole slide imaging. When compared to radio imaging, the primary source is images itself. In the case of pathology, we have slides, and there are scanners which have come up now. We will be able to scan the whole slide and create images out of it. Basically, we are bringing slides onto the digital world, which will enable us to do image processing and apply all our AI ML techniques. There are issues with this, in a sense, challenges. So whole slide images are digital slides when created when tissue slides are scanned by a microscope. The issue is it's not just one image, it has to be acquired at different scales, which means that these images are gigapixel images. Each image is going to be around 2 to 2.5 gigapixel, and we know that in deep learning we need several hundreds and thousands of samples. Just imagine 2 gigapixel into 1000 samples. We do not have enough computing power yet, so that poses a big challenge for us. In order to address that challenge, what we do is basically break the beast into monster into pieces and conquer it. So these images are acquired at different scales, and each image is broken into a tile or a patch, what we call a tile or a patch, typically 256 cross 256 pixels. So we break up, there are 2 dimensions to it. One is the scale at which it is acquired, and the other one, the number of tiles. Basically, if you see, you have a stack of tiles at this level of scale. Basically, this is 8x, 10x, and 40x magnification. At this level, we have this many slides, and as the magnification increases, number of tiles increases. So this is a constraint that we have to work with. We will have to work with tiles. We work with tiles, and this is an example of a whole slide image at magnification. So this is at 1 magnification. As you can see, if we keep on going at different level of scales, we can get to the level of cells here. This is at a very high level. As we go down deeper and deeper, this is an example where we go to the level of cells here. And this is an example of an annotation marked by an expert pathologist. This is a necrotic region. In those images, expert pathologists will mark the necrotic regions. So these are ground truths or a reference for us in building AI models. This is what we are going to learn. So this is an example of annotation by expert pathologists. If you compare the challenges of pathology here, computational pathology, it is easy to mark. If you do face detection and vehicle detection, anybody can do it. The challenge this brings in here is it has to be done by expert pathologists here. And these are typical ATPA features, fascicle voles, necrosis, different type. So we focus only on one part of it. We focus only on the necrosis part. And as you understand, clinically, necrosis is relatively easier to detect. But they gave us, as part of machine learning, they said try to do this first. We'll look at other features later on. So we first started with necrosis. So we have some characteristics of WSI image processing. It's not the characteristic typical image processing that happens. 1 centimeter size of a tissue, biopsy tissue can produce a 4.8 GB image, which is 50,000 cross 50,000 pixels. And slides are scanned at various magnification. As I said, it can be scanned at different level of magnification based on what is to be detected. For example, if there are regions, its magnification is taken at 8 or 20x. For example, necrosis region. But if it is at a cell level, when you say, for example, if it is mitosis detection, it will be scaled at the region of 40x. So, and since we cannot load all of those images in one go, we'll do patch and tile level processing. Another issue that we have is vendor specific formats. There are multiple providers of the scanners. Each one have got their own extension. There's .scn files, and even the type of staining. If you have HND staining, the HND stain, the same slide when scanned in different scanners will have different backgrounds, and then their file extensions are also different. Basically, I cannot load. There's one .scn file and .png files. It's not common across. And then, as I said, domain adaptation for slides. Each one will have, each scanner will have a different background. These are challenges that we have. And one good thing is there are open tools that are coming up. Some tools like UUPath and OpenSlide, where it helps us load images from multiple vendors. And the data sets we have, there are a few data sets in TCGA. I don't know, it's a very popular one. The TCGA has it's a cancer archive where images and patient level, case level information is available for different organs. We use that extensively. So this is an example of patch generation. Now that we get a whole slide image which is scanned, this is a bigger one. But yeah, so what we have to do is when we generate tiles, we have to ensure that these artifacts are not covered. It's not that we just take a whole slide image and just generate the patch. We use image geometry to generate the patches. We start at offset 0, 0, and then keep on shifting by 256 or 256 non-intersecting patches. In the case of generating patches, we have to ensure that these artifacts, the empty spaces are not included. If we include those, they will skew the data sets. So as part of the tile generation itself, we will ensure that the empty spaces are removed and the tiles are generated. In this case, we have a curated meningioma data set. The good part is that this is the only data set is available for meningioma at this level, and the bad part is that this is the only data set available. So it means that there is lot of scope. There's a paucity of data. There is so much of scope for us to build data sets here and work on this domain. So we worked on 9 samples, and then we also have a label type. There are 2 types of annotation that is done. The region is given. Out of those region, we generate the tiles. The other part is we generate the tiles for the whole image, and we present it to the pathologist, and they say whether it is necrosis or not. So basically, annotation after tile and extracting tiles based on the region annotation. So we have, this is the data set that we have created. It's a curated one, expert validated. And there are clinical requirements of ML predictions. This is one point that we found from the interactions with the clinicians. It's not about accuracy at all. If you have a slide, if it is necrotic anywhere, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that I have to cover 95% of the necrotic area in a slide. It is about how small a necrotic area that you can pick up. Is there something which a pathologist can because they keep staring at the slide so many times. Is there a small set of piece of area of necrotic you can determine? That is what is important. So based on that, we worked on metrics for that. In the sense, it is a needle and a haystack class imbalance problem. If you can, your objective is to detect the needle, not say that how much of hay is present, you detect it. So it's a needle in the haystack problem. So we defined metrics saying that how many regions are there in a whole slide image, and within that region, can you pick up at least one tile? So which means it's sort of seeding for them. They can go zoom into it and work on it. Is there something that human error which can happen due to human error, can that be detected using this model? And it's not about accuracy only. We define metrics based on what is the clinical requirement. So we are going to present 2 works here. One is necrosis detection in meningioma using ML. This is done by one of our MS by research student. Here, as we know, machine learning, the difference between machine learning and deep learning is machine learning is handcrafted features. As a professor from IIT Mumbai very nicely said, when you look at it, whether you're looking at the eye or whether you're looking at the tree, so that work has to be done by us. in machine learning, which means we call handcrafted features. So in machine learning, we have these are the feature, we do the tile generation, we have positive and negative labels, malignant, necrotic or non-necrotic, and we do feature extraction. This feature extraction is again based on what, so it can be color histograms, it can be whatever, the GLCM metrics, the texture metrics, it can be the histograms and other things. So after this we use ML classification algorithms, and we, as we said, we try to, as usual, we tried a variety of algorithms, and we picked the best ones. And this is a visualization of prediction using machine learning algorithms. So this is a necrotic area, and these are the true positives, and true negatives are the benign area. So there are false positives and false negatives. One issue that we observed is, so if it doesn't perform well on the border tiles. If you say border tiles, which means it's a partially necrotic and partially non-necrotic. There are not enough features for it to perform well. So we found that all our false positives and false negatives was happening more on the border tiles. This is the issue we try to address in the subsequent work. And this is the recall performance on detection. If you see, I have not plotted accuracy at all. Accuracy we do, but the primary metric is recall. Recall, as we know, is a measure of false negatives. How good are you? It's TP by TP plus Fn. Fn is in denominator. How good are you in terms of not missing out a necrotic region? So we have, and then we have also tried to find area, percentage area, since the metric was to say how small an area you predict. So we found, we tried to categorize the tiles based on the percentage area in each of the tiles, and we have seen that if you see even the area of necrotic area within the tiles is less, the recall is less, and as the area increases, the recall increases. So here we can say that, you can say a threshold, you say the 50 to 60%, we can say if there is at least 50% necrotic area, we can say that our confidence of predicting a necrotic region is high. And if you see, we are trying to bring out the metrics based on the clinical requirements. So next one is, as we saw, we try to move to deep learning here for detection of meningioma, and we also moved to glioblastoma here. The key difference, as we saw here, we try to extract different features, and then we try to iteratively very cumbersome work and find different features, different algorithms. So we try to do end-to-end learning here. So this is the method that we have used. One is, we call it deep nuclei net. This again work by an MS by research student. So we have tried to do domain adaptation. So this is an end-to-end learning. This is the standard exception net. What we did was, if you see, necrotic region is a function of the number of cells, number of dead cells. We found that for domain adaptation, what we did, we created one more model here, where we created, there is a technique called StarDist. We extracted the nuclei only. It's just like this, there were some issues with this, we'll talk about it. Based on this, we moved from ML to this deep learning method, and we found that the areas were still not good. So we tried to extract the nuclei and augment that. Basically, we tried to have a combination of these two models, and of course, we gave it to a SVM classifier later. And if you see the separation, this is T-SNEEZY feature visualization. If you see the separation with the other normal one, and this is the one which is proposed by our model, deep nuclei net, we see a clear separation which is happening. And the domain knowledge extraction, nuclei detection, as we saw, we tried to, the classical ones of semantic segmentation and object detection, as we all know, these do not work. We tried with this, these do not work. And there is another technique called nuclei segmentation using StarDist, where the other issue with this here is, in case of, in this case, when you try to do object detection, it will not be able to detect overlying objects. In order to address that part, we use what we call StarDist nuclei segmentation. It finds the probability of the centroid of that object, and then you have a sort of star distances from the nuclei center of the part. You join all these edges, you will be able to get that object. With this new technique, we were able to adapt, and then we were able to differentiate overlapping cells as well. So this is detection performance on boundary tiles. Again, as we said, we saw that it was not performing well on boundary tiles. We tried to categorize the data set based on boundary, and we found that one is completely within the the tile completely with all 100% necrosis and partial necrosis. We have seen that. We have seen that when the recall is greater than 50%, when the region increases, that correlates with us. And another thing that we did was we trained on meningioma, and we used TCGA, GBM. Dr. Rose was speaking about glioblastoma on the radionomic side. We are trying to do it on the histopathology side. The TCGA has glioblastoma slides. We trained on meningioma and just try to predict. We want to know if the same models can be used across different brain tissues. We found that accuracy was fairly good in terms of GBM. Again, this was validated. This is an unseen sample prediction that we did. It was validated by doctors from NIMHANS, and this is the results that we have. And I will talk about, I have 5 minutes, talk about explainability and bias. So we spoke a lot about explainability and bias. We have developed some technique, we have used some techniques to identify quickly. If you see, there is a model which detects doctors and nurses. The biased model is looking at just faces and trying to predict whether it is a doctor or a nurse, because it generated bias saying that all males are doctors and all females are nurses, while actually it should have looked at the stet and the coat. We expected the model to be looking at the person is having a stet or a half sleeve, but predictions are right, accuracy is good. But this is what we call is all about explainability. There is a technique called GradCam, visualization. This will help us identify if there is any bias or basically bias in the network. So what we did was we applied that here. So here explainability and bias, the same concept we used here. So this is a necrotic prediction. So this is something which clinicians will be able to explain. We will see that it is predicted necrosis based on these regions. Is it right? This will help us have an interesting conversations with the clinicians. And we said this is a non-necrotic region. And if we see that the prominent cells are picked up here, is it calling it non-necrosis because there are cells here? Is it calling it necrosis because there are no cells here, but these regions? This is something that we will not be able to answer. This is something the clinicians will be able to answer. So this is the type of conversation we'll have in terms of explainability and bias. We adapted those GradCam techniques here for our work. So in future work is we have just 8 or 10 slides. We're going to enhance this for brain tissue types and other brain tissues and other subtyping also. So creating a tool to realize the WISI processing. So because we want to help NIMHANS have something which will be of use to them, we are trying to build a pipeline which they can use. And of course, model development, we'll have to do tissue classification, grading and prognosis. Emerging trends in computational pathology is very interesting. We know that large language models are with us. Professor spoke about zero-shot learning, CLIP. Basically, instead of having large data sets, you have a set of samples which you learn. Basically, it's a few-shot learning or zero-shot learning that can be done. And another important development that's happening is instead of having handcrafted, basically marking the annotation, given that pathologists' time are very critical, can we look at medical records? Now that we have LLMs, we can map text to images. Can we look at the descriptions in the diagnostic reports and we use that to create images to do the annotation is another thing. Of course, in visual transformers, we have patch individually, but that is not how a doctor sees. They look at the region. So there is no spatial relationship between each of the patches. Each one of them are looked independently. So there are techniques for that. Vision transformers, if you see, it does positional encoding. We'll try to see if we can use those techniques. And of course, multimodal large language models, it's opening up a lot of opportunities for us. It's interesting. So yeah, so these are the references. That's all I had to say. Any questions I can take? So we look at a lot of radionomy data. So we have taken a path to go into the pathology side of it. Hopefully it will create interest. It's an area to be explored. You can reach us at IIITV. You can reach out to us if there's any collaborative work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your view on artificial intelligence. It is truly an enlightening session. Now, I request, as a token of gratitude, I request Dr. Senthil Kumaran, AIMS, New Delhi, and Dr. Jean Mary Boni from INRA to honor Dr. Ramesh Kestor. Thank you, sir. As we move forward to the last session, and it is going to be very interactive, a pivotal moment awaits us as we gather here for a roundtable discussion on biomarkers for better understanding brain disorders. Trends, opportunities, and challenges guiding us through this insightful conversation and esteemed leaders in the field, each bringing a wealth of knowledge and experience. All the participants, you are very free to ask all your doubts and questions in this session. I request, without further ado, let us welcome our esteemed chairpersons. Dr. B. Vengamma, Vice Chancellor, Professor J.R.K. Sastry Garu, KL University, Dr. Alex Rebello, AIMS, and panelists to this roundtable discussion. Professor Rocher, University D. Caen, France. Professor Senthil Kumaran, AIMS, New Delhi. Dear Esther, Paris Brain Institute, France. Dr. Rose, okay, she left. Dr. Rahul Gaurav, Paris Brain Institute, France. Dr. Ramesh Kestor, IIIT Bangalore. Onto the dais, please. Please grace us on the dais for the roundtable discussion.
Sí.
He's from Mangalgiri, so he's the other
Sí.
one. Now I request Dr. B. Vengamma, Vice Chancellor, ma'am, to present for 10 minutes. She has a speech. This one. She'll be briefing us about the biomarkers.
Only this is front. Okay. Hello. Sí. I think I was. ఇది అడ్జస్ట్ అయింది అన్న బాబు
One second. My display this.
Good evening to everybody. Today we have come to the last session, that roundtable discussion, after the very nice, excellent lectures on 6 topics, basically trying to understand about the biomarkers for better understanding of brain disorders, trends, opportunities and challenges. I'll just give 5 to 10 minutes of presentation before going for the discussion. I think already mentioned that neurological disorders are leading cause of physical cognitive disability and almost accounts for 15% of worldwide population. Commonest in the elderly is this Alzheimer's, Parkinson's disease and stroke. What is a biomarker? It's a characteristic that is objectively measured and evaluated as an indicator of normal biological processes, pathological processes or pharmacological responses to a therapeutic intervention. Why it is required biomarker? Because most of the diseases, multiple diseases share similar pathology, and what needs is an early detection is very important for the better outcomes and improved morbidities in neurological diseases, and should help monitor the disease progression and measure the patient response to treatment. There are many biomarkers. I think you could have seen from the last 6 lectures. Would be genetic biomarkers, protein biomarkers, imaging biomarkers, metabolic biomarkers, now with the histopathology biomarkers. Depends upon which field you are interested in, the diagnosis or management. Basically, we have a fundamental feature of a neuropathology and be validated in confirmed cases. A biomarker test must have an appropriate sensitivity and specificity such that the cases can be distinguished from healthy individuals and any particular disease can be differentiated from other brain disorders. Importantly, for predictive utility, a very low false positivity rate is required. Otherwise, you'll have a lot of ethical issues. Whereas a biomarker for progression must display a measurable degree of change over a short time frame. Biomarkers for monitoring the efficacy of medicine must capture a beneficial effect of the therapy. But nowadays, in clinical trials, biomarkers can be used to enable the characterization of patient population, quantify the extent to which new drug reach intended targets or indeed alter the proposed mechanisms to achieve the clinical outcome. Basically, biomarkers should have an utility in preclinical drug development where they can be used to monitor efficacy or screen for adverse effects in model systems prior to testing in man. Most important is biomarkers must be reliable, reproducible, inexpensive, as well as non-invasive and simple. Ideal biomarkers should be. There are many challenges in developing the biomarkers in neurology compared to many other fields. The development and identification of biomarker for neurological disorders have several issues. One is the complexity of the brain structure and function, unresolved discrepant data from experimental and clinical studies, poor clinical diagnostics, lack of functional endpoints. Most important is high cost and complexity of the techniques. Yet research in this area of biomarkers is highly deserved. Basically, the multi-purpose application has to be there. The biomarkers could be used in risk assessment and screening, early diagnosis, therapeutic and management, monitoring the disease, reflects the progression of the disease, effect of treatment, identification of target. Basically, progression of disease may play a substantial role in therapeutic management of disease and also important in identifying the novel drug targets. The biomarker types could be based on, could it be prognostic, predicting the possible occurrence of a disease, for example, in A-beta 42 in Alzheimer's disease. It could be prognostic, it could be predictive, it could be pharmacodynamic to see the effect of therapy or drug treatment, or it could be the surrogate markers, that is clinical benefits. There are many prognostic markers which are used in Parkinsonism. Since morning you might have heard, that is starting from CSF, saliva, as well as the urine and the serum. There could be like serum reduced CSF glutathione as a prognostic marker for Parkinsonism, or it could be CSF alpha synuclein or urine 8-hydroxy 2-digit. Urine, CSF or serum or saliva could be used. And there are some surrogate endpoint markers for Parkinsonism, basically the clinical assessment, the risk of fall, muscle rigidity, cardiac and hypoacusia, that is stays bradykinesia. These could be act as a surrogate and endpoint markers for a Parkinsonism. Basically, how biomarker develop pipeline, I think all of you are aware. First it starts and discovery enter the pipeline, following their discovery as a potato candidates. Then there should be an evaluation, which further investigation and additional experiments. After that you go for a qualification. After extensive testing in a large number of clinical samples, the biomarker emerges as a qualified measurement. Basically, it's like a funnel effect, that though there are a lot of more than 1 lakh biological entities, out of which 10 to 50 biomarker candidates, out of which 2 to 8 qualified biomarkers, then finally it will be like a diagnostic test. Basically, to think for a Parkinsonism, which we are discussing today, and since morning lot of lectures have been on this topic. There are many potential biomarkers, but still now the clinically it has not come to name a few, that there could be increased level of osteopontin, decreased level of osteocalcin. The previously we were discussing decreased level of TMAO and decreased salivary caffeine. Lot of things are there for an example. But so far some candidate protein biomarkers for Parkinson's have been definitely proven, that is CSF alpha synuclein, which could be useful for diagnosis and progression, CSF tau, which is total and phospho-tau, A-beta 42, neurofilament light and heavy chain in CSF could be used for a diagnosis, and similarly for plasma uric acid glutathione can be used for a diagnosis. Similarly, in Alzheimer's, many things under trial. I think name some of the things. A-beta precursor protein, presenilin, APO, that is apolipoprotein, E4, synaptogramine, and all these things have been still under research. But some candidate protein markers for Alzheimer's definitely have been proven. CSF A-beta 142, total tau and phospho-tau has been helpful for diagnosis, and for in the plasma, complement factor H, alpha-2 macroglobulin clustering has been helpful for progression of the disease in the Alzheimer's. Similarly, another neurodegenerative disease which is under lot of research undergoing is the motor neuron disease biomarkers. In this also, the CSF, lot of things have been studied, like cystatin C, neurosecretory protein, tau, S100, insulin growth factors in CSF, and similarly in plasma, matrix metalloprotein, ApoE, creatinine kinase, IL-6 have been implicated in diagnosis and progression of the disease. Another important disease is the stroke. The potential marker for stroke diagnosis, that is biomarkers for brain cell, biomarkers for blood vessel injury and inflammation. Here also for brain cell injury, many things have been studied. Neuron specific kinase, S100 protein, myelin basic protein, GFAP, and similarly to study the vascular injury, that is von Willebrand factor and cellular fibronectin, thrombus, it is the D dimer and fibrinogen. For inflammation, C-reactive protein, TNF alpha and IL-6 has been studied. And here I just would like to say, way back 2 decades ago, myself and Professor Rao, we have studied the serum trace element levels in the complexity of inter-element relations in Parkinsonism. And previously in the imaging also we found that the iron levels are high come this one. The trace elements have been postulated to play a role in Parkinsonism. In order to elucidate whether changes in serum levels of trace elements reflects the progression of Parkinson's disease, we assess the levels of 12 elements like sodium, potassium, iron, aluminum, copper, zinc, calcium, magnesium, manganese, and selenium, phosphorus, and sulfur in early Parkinsonism and severe Parkinsonism, and normal controls using inductively coupled plasma atomic emission spectroscopy. The statistical analysis, the results of this study showed both in early and severe Parkinsonism, serum aluminum, selenium concentrations were significantly decreased compared to the controls. However, in iron and zinc concentrations were lower in severe Parkinsonism, while potassium, magnesium, copper, and phosphorus were higher in both early and severe Parkinson's disease compared to the controls. This data revealed that there is a definite imbalance in the inter-element relations in both early and severe Parkinson's disease serum compared to the controls, as shown by the direct and inverse relationship. These results suggest that the disturbance in the element homeostasis during the progression of the disease, and this we studied in 2 decades ago. I think still the role of these trace elements is still to be understood for a clinical use. Just to summarize key points, biomarkers essential for diagnosis, disease tracking, monitoring, treatment effectiveness. Shared features in neurological disease require some multiple markers for accurate differentiation, like typical Parkinsonism and atypical. Integration of data strengthened impact. Genetic mutations, protein changes, metabolite levels, and brain imaging are the key biomarker sources. Mass spectroscopy, spectrometry, and imaging advances like what we heard in the morning session. Imaging advances speed up the evaluation of biomarkers and brain structural changes, expediting the clinical utility. There is a clear need for biomarkers to support the diagnosis of variety of brain disorders and to help detect progression and response to therapy as they are introduced into mainstream clinical practice during coming years. Biomarker studies are likely to involve both new discovery experiments as well as evaluation. Hence, we need analytical tools and methods to rapidly filter out those candidates that are not survive further scrutiny while also enabling most promising biomarker. Importantly, extensive bioinformatics and strict statistical should be undertaken before any molecule first receives the recognition as a potential marker, with a continued collaboration most important between multidisciplinary teams from both clinical, academic centers, excellence, industry-based partnerships. Biomarkers for brain disorders is a realistic ambition. I think this conference with all the academic and clinical people, it's going to be a really good idea, and this is going to reach our ambition. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It was truly an enlightening session. Now I would like to request Dr. Professor J.R.K. Sastry Garu for a 10-minute speech. Actually, you don't have any PPT, kada?
PPT.
Okay. Next PPT మేము రెడీ చేసుకుంటాము దాని గురించి.
Good evening, all of you. I'm actually a AI MLDL practitioner. I have been listening to all the lectures today. I found that any AI expert without the knowledge of medical engineering, medical terminology, it is not possible to get into intricacies of the whole subject. And I also found a gap while all the 6 speakers are speaking, that they are not quite up to the technology that is available in the field of artificial intelligence. Especially, none of the speakers could cover anything about regenerative AI or recurrent AI, which actually aims at predicting accurately the kind of disease or kind of disease or marker in the system, so that we wholeheartedly say that this is what it is. For example, there are so many techniques in image processing, pre-processing of the images so that you will be able to get accurate images based on which you can very easily predict the kind of disease that is existing through either MRI or CT scan or whatever. There are like image whitening, image coloring, image blooming, image zooming. So many concepts are there which can be applied on the various images that we get, and we do the pre-processing so that any kind of model that you use to classify the images into different categories can be done. With that, I think as the very purpose of this particular workshop is to bring in very close the AI practitioner with the medical practitioners, so that we understand each other's subject pretty well and come out with unique solutions which will help the human community. I am working in a different area in Keele University, of course related to brain disorders, but more of pharmaceutical, in the sense, if a doctor, after predicting or after assessing that there is a disease, if he recommends different kinds of drugs, each having different chemical composition, my area is in my research is in the area of data mining, where I try to find whether there are any negative associations among these chemicals which are used to develop the drugs. So that, if in corona area, when remdesivir injection is given, it has led to a lot of heart attacks. And there is a small chemical that gets generated out of remdesivir, dolo, or A to G vitamins, which has created an attack on the heart. As a result, in India, I don't know about the other countries, many people died with heart attack because of corona. So thinking that, we went and investigating different drugs being administered for the purpose of curing the corona area, and we found 18 different negative associations among the drugs prescribed on them. And we have published all these articles. We have a synthetic data on this. If anybody wants it, we are ready to share it. Of course, it is being published. It is going to be put into public domain, and it is going to be indexed as well. So this conference purpose is very well fulfilled, and we need to, all the AI experts will have to go close to the medical experts to understand their terminology and domain, and make them understand the various advancements that have come in the area of artificial intelligence, make them understand, so that jointly we will be able to serve the purpose. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Alex Ribello from AIIMS Mangalgiri to please grace the dais and give a 10 minutes of speech.
A very good evening to everyone. I'm at the outset. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me as a panelist here. I'm sure that you all have been listening to great and excellent, informative talks since this morning. So I will be discussing very briefly about the biomarkers in Parkinson's diseases, its main roles and challenges in clinicians' perspective. So Parkinson's disease is the second most common neurodegenerative disease after Alzheimer's disease. It affects about 1% of the people more than 60 years of age and about 3% of the people more than 80 years of age. So you can understand the magnitude of this disease. This disease is caused due to the basic pathogenic mechanism is the progressive degeneration of the nigrostriatal dopaminergic neurons and accumulation of inclusion bodies known as Lewy bodies, which are aggregation of misfolded proteins known as alpha-synuclein. In this disease, there can be lots of chances for misdiagnosis, even up to 25% in the early stages of this disease. So this represents the most common clinical signs and symptoms of this disease. Usually what happens is when the disease progresses to an advanced stage and when the patient develops rigidity or stiffness, imbalance of posture or movement, decreased or slowed movement, and shaking of or tremors of the body parts, at that stage only most of the time the clinicians will come to know about the diagnosis, and even at that point only the patients also might approach the clinicians or the doctors for treatment. So if we look closely, there are even more symptoms and signs even before these main symptoms occur during the disease progression, like change in voice, change in handwriting, emotionless face, etc. And also there can be sleep disturbances like REM sleep behavior disorders. Then there can be reduced smell perception, mood changes like anxiety, depression, etc., which occurs very early in this disease process. So this graph shows that here in majority of the cases when the patient develops bradykinesia or slowed movements, this rigidity or stiffness, tremors, etc., only they will get diagnosed to be Parkinson's disease. But if you see this, even 20 years prior to this onset of these major symptoms or signs, the disease process has already set in. Like even before 20 years prior to the diagnosis, the patient can have constipation, REM sleep behavior disorders, changes in smell perception, etc. So, and even many years before this symptoms, the neurodegenerative process has started. So this will make it clear why and how an appropriate biomarker can help in early detection and appropriate intervention. So if this disease is detected early, it can facilitate early intervention, relieve the symptoms, and also delay or prevent the progression. And this, apart from early detection, biomarkers also help in monitoring response to the treatment and also monitoring the disease progression. So there are mainly 3 types of biomarkers in Parkinson's disease. One is the biochemical biomarkers, next is the neuroimaging biomarkers, and there are genetic biomarkers as well. Regarding the biomarkers, biochemical biomarkers, it can be related to the various pathogenic processes involved in this disease, like the mitochondrial dysfunction and oxidative stress, in which urate, homocysteine, protein DJ1, coenzyme Q10, etc. can be helpful. There also can be abnormal protein accumulation, as already said, like the alpha-synuclein, neurofilament light chain protein, etc. Also, there are certain markers related to the neuroinflammatory processes related to the Parkinson's, like interleukins, tumor necrosis factor, interferon, etc. Coming to the neuroimaging biomarkers, there are certain sequences in the MRI like direct imaging of the substantia nigra, which the previous speakers have talked about, and functional MRI, etc. Here what you can see is a swallow bird, swallow which has a bifid tail like this. So this is the MRI picture of substantia nigra. Here you can see, I'm not sure whether you can see the cursor. Anyway, the arrow points to the tail-like structure seen in susceptibility weighted images in the MRI, which has a resemblance to the tail of a swallow. That occurs in the normal people, but however in Parkinson's disease there is loss of this tail, or there is loss of this nigrosome 1, which is an area in this substantia nigra rich in the dopaminergic neurons. So in Parkinson's disease, what happens is this dopaminergic neurons are lost, and this tail is not that prominent, or it is lost as compared to normal people. So here also there is a depiction of the same. In the topmost panels you can see the bifid tail, whereas in normal subjects, whereas in the Parkinson's group there is absence or less prominent tail in the bottom panel. We can also use the transcranial sonography, where we can see hyperechoic signals in the substantia nigra due to the dysfunction in the dopaminergic nigrostriatal pathways. Here we can see the PET scan image using the tracer fluorodopa, 18-fluorodopa. Here, this is the PET scan, F-dopa PET scan of the normal person. Here you can see the bright signal due to the uptake of this chemical tracer F-dopa. But whereas in Parkinson's disease there is reduced uptake of this F-dopa, leading to less prominent signal in this substantia nigra and caudate. Next comes the genetic biomarkers. There are lots of genes which are associated with Parkinson's disease. At least 20 genes have been confirmed to be linked to the familial forms of Parkinson's disease. Having said that, there are lots of challenges also in this and prospects also as far as biomarkers are concerned. Currently there are no specific biomarker which accurately determines this disease. When a single biomarker may not be useful, we can use combination of biomarkers to improve the specificity and sensitivity. And there are many studies on identification of newer and newer biomarkers, but we need to pursue with and for further evaluation of such candidates. And we require thorough analytical validation, quality control, standardization of approaches, follow-up work in cohort studies, calibration and cost-effective analysis for identifying appropriate Parkinson's disease biomarkers in clinical scenarios. Also, these biomarkers will help us to identify new drugs, because some of these biomarkers like alpha-synuclein or microRNAs can be used as drug targets to treat this disease as well. With that, I would like to conclude my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was truly an insightful speech about biomarkers. Now, my fellow senior will continue the session with questions.
Good evening, everyone. I take this opportunity to introduce myself. My name is G. Shreya, and I'm studying in KLU, 4th year biotechnology. And I have heard all these speeches from the morning. And there are few questions from the audience as well as from my side. So we would like to make the speeches and the entire conference more exciting with the question round. I would be asking the question, and there is a limit of 8 minutes. We would alert on the 8th minute, and you can extend up to 10 minutes. Okay, so this shall be a small short answer and a question round. So firstly, I would like to ask Wengamas ma'am. So from the 10-minute speech you have given, ma'am, I would like to ask you that if there's any technology already existing or is being developed to introduce the biomarkers from the external environment. I mean, maybe after growing up, some people acquire Parkinson's. So is there any chance that biomarkers can be externally given?
As of now, like biomarkers are helpful for diagnosis. For the diagnosis, you should take the samples or whatever from the either like you have to study the people who are at risk, like what was the imaging studies have shown, or the who people who are studied at risk, the biomarkers has to be either in the form of like imaging or it has to be the serum or saliva, whatever the which is easily available, CSF sometimes, because those are all little invasive. Other than that, externally, I am not aware. Maybe the panelist has to tell any external biomarker which can predict. But I thought unless you do for the individual who, then only we can assess. But any external, I am not aware.
Is there any question from your side?
I could add.
Yeah, sure.
Speaking of, you particularly mentioned Parkinson's disease or Parkinsonism. So just to add, there is a recent development like in last December 2023. So the Food and Drug Association of America, FDA, they approved a neuromelanin technology for psychiatry particularly, for like what we were talking about mostly. It was neurodegenerative disorders, like how in Parkinson's disease, you see drop in dopamine as a marker using neuromelanin. But which I don't study is another world of neuropsychiatry, which is schizophrenia particularly. There also there is a role of neuromelanin augmentation something. So using both the diseases together, there were people who worked very hard to get this biomarker to be implemented in clinical practices, which is often not the case for many of these MRI biomarkers. So neuromelanin with this, for both these diseases, it becomes like an FDA approved properly justified biomarker for clinical practice. Just wanted to add that.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, in this maybe I would add 2 points. There are 2 projects which are going on. One is from the saccades, the eye movements, and another is from the speech. There is a 13-year-old girl who has created an app where you can speak out and the speech is analyzed and then it gives a pattern. I mean, basically it is under development, I would say, though it has been validated over in 1,000 subjects, and she could detect 3 subjects with young onset also. But then we don't know the validity, it will take some time. So these 2 are the external biomarkers that are in research.
I'm requesting please circulate the mic.
Skin biopsy has been, recently as used as a Parkinson disease biomarker, because it is found that a lot of aggregates has been found under the skin of Parkinson's patients. That is a one thing, and tears may be a biomarker, additional biomarker apart from saliva, whatever I have seen. So I think those 2 things can be taken into consideration for biomarker analysis. Anybody can highlight on skin if you know. It's a recent, like a 3-4 months back, skin biopsy I've taken, and that has been, quite a promising biomarker study.
Rightly said. May I ask one more point? May I add one more point that like the clinical characteristics also can be used as biomarkers, like what sir told is like speech analysis can be of help for the detection, and it can be used as a biomarker. In that way, similarly, hyposmia, which is a feature of Parkinson's, which occurs very early in the disease process, and in that there occurs reduced perception of smell in the patients. So this analyzing the smell capacity of the patient, we can that also can give a clue to the diagnosis. Thank you.
Any questions from the participant sides? Yes.
Thank you. I have a question maybe to Professor Kumaran and maybe also to Rahul. I would like to know if there is some evidence of a relationship between the prodromal form of Parkinson's disease and olfactory function default. I have in mind that maybe the brain first version are more prone to develop such default of olfactory function. Do you know that? And maybe another one which is connected, it's maybe, is there any relation between the saliva composition and the olfactory function? Because we know that the composition of the saliva modulates, of course, the transport of the compounds, of the olfactory compounds in the bilateral olfaction simply. Thank you for that.
Yeah, the functional and the olfactory one I had shown that there are four networks which are affected in Parkinson's. But then yes, your insight that whether that and the salivary can be combined, that will be really good. We have to still explore that.
I would like to particularly add from what Esther was presenting, because it was exactly what you said about brain first on that, on the olfaction project.
You mean about the correlation with the other prodromal symptoms? Specifically in the iceberg cohorts, there's a bias because it's they come in at an early stage, even though they are diagnosed. But there was, I think, more than 90% correlation of RBD, so REM sleep behavior disorder, with olfactory disorder. Complete anosmia or very severe hyposmia.
Like the point which you mentioned about brain first or body first, so it goes in the same way. So saliva also we did in iceberg with the BGCA. We didn't find any group-wise differences. We took out and studied. We had this studied and we tried to compare with the neuroimaging markers. So in that we were trying to see with so we didn't find anything so far. Maybe what do you have there?
Basically from the brain gut axis paper which came in 2019, that's one thing, and after that there are a couple of people who are trying to prove that it is a gut-induced, gut microbiota-induced basically symptom, but then there are a couple of people still questioning the theory because of the blood-brain barrier. So how does that translate into this, into the substantia nigra? So that is still under, but then definitely we should be able to understand that with the research that's being in the right direction.
This is a very rather, since morning I have been listening to different diseases, different biomarkers. I'm an information engineer, therefore my question is more of information kind of thing. See, there is one disease, there are several biomarkers. Did anybody have done any relative analysis of different biomarkers in the prediction of a particular disease? Because there are so many markers right there, right? Each one will give you some kind of predictive analysis. But when you take more number of markers being available, how do we know whether one says 94%, somebody says 93%, somebody says 80%, then how do we believe these predictions when the markers are giving different kinds of predictions? Are there any relative mixture kind of analysis that is done so that you encroach towards the area of 99% accuracy?
My take on that is, even I'm a computer science person, so I understand where you're coming from. What we have observed is you will not get data for multiple biomarkers for the same. I think there is diversity in data. You might get data for biomarker A in some set of patients and biomarker B for some set of patients. Having n number of biomarkers for m patients, I don't think there is data available right now, as I understand. That's a challenge. It's a data challenge than a statistical problem, sir.
Many researchers have tried to develop predictive models by combining many biomarkers. Like not a single biomarker, they are trying to combine multiple biomarkers, and they are trying to form predictive models. But we need to we are yet to know about the how much validity it has. But people are trying to form predictive models.
A single patient or a single disease, multiple, then serum, CLR, it's all, I think, cost factor, especially in our setting. It becomes too expensive. Even to get one biomarker of whatever you want to do, GFF, it costs 1,000. If you have to do 5, 6 in a single patient, then like that, if you have 100 patient, then we can do it. But I think because of that cost factor, we are not able to make that data.
Sir, first of all, good evening all of you. I am Dr. Dharmaya Dwarpalli, working as a professor in KL University in CSC department. Up to now, I listened wonderful lectures from all of you. I think it's what is our university expectation, it is reached. But thing is, you all are explorer based on the given data or based on the patient data and so on. Suppose, for example, one person is suffering from Parkinson disease, that is PD, and is there any curing or medicine? But you are not telling even single line of medicine in that angle in all the presentations. But it may not be helpful for those who are patients or facing this problem. We have to give the curing and medicine so that their life will be increased. At the same time, they are not confusing their relatives and friends and so on. Their life will be easy. But you have to look at all in that angle. If you have any idea, please share to in this conversation.
Basically, for a disease of Parkinsonism, there are drugs are available, and here, like what we are trying to understand the underlying pathogenesis, but most of it we know it is because of dopamine depletion, most of the symptoms, and then there is a mechanism with acetylcholine. What we are trying to currently for a patient is we are trying to relieve his symptoms by giving these dopamine replacements, and if there is a tremors and other thing, we are trying to do it. But what James Parkinson's thought, of course the description is, initially we thought it is a Parkinson's disease is a disease only motor system. Now over the years with the research we know there are a lot of other motor symptoms which actually Dr. Alex has showed that there are a lot of other symptoms which is starting from loss of smell, sexual dysfunction, urinary complaints, sleep, all those things are there. For all those things, for most important is early diagnosis, and we are trying to understand the disease so that we can, like suppose you take an example of tuberculosis, there is an organism which is by Rob Koch's principles, there is an organism, you give a treatment 18 years, we can tell the patient, okay, this is your treatment, your drug is effective against this one, if it responds, you are totally cured. But in these sort of a disorders, we can only say you can control the symptoms. We cannot totally cure. To have that concept, we should understand thoroughly. Now with the advance, like when Robert Koch, it was a microbiology. Now we have to understand all these recent of advances of imaging and other things. We are trying to get to know very early so that you can start treatment. And there is something called protective neuroprotection is the current this one, so that like what imaging, if you know that if you can predict, these are all the people who are going to predict and develop whether there are some neuroprotective drugs we can try so that they will not develop the disease. This is currently, of course, we are most of it we are treating. There are some drugs are very good, and the drugs also have some people respond very well, some people will develop side effects. For that we have to give alternative. Now there are surgical therapy also available. I think tomorrow they are going to discuss surgical therapy, deep brain stimulation. But what it is there is still not, we have not fully understood the basic process. As and when the information comes, we are trying to relieve the symptom, trying to control the disease. But our main is to understand how it comes, like a simple infections. Like that we are trying to do. That's why I think it's a long drawn process, I think.
Yeah, I am Dr. Suryakant here, Professor of Computer Science. Somebody told what kind of biomarkers are useful for particular this one. And also Dr. Senthil sir told that speech. My thinking is, see, no matter whatever somebody has some disorders, most of the time it is reflected in speech, the way I speak. Whether it is possible to identify or not is different. Because see, now based upon human conditions, speech changes, and how somebody is improving over a period of time, we can analyze how somebody's speech changes over a period of time. Therefore, see, sometimes retina is for biomarker for something, some smell, skin, then so many other X-rays and fMRI. Like that, I think speech also gives an additional information about the biomarker for many of the disorders. Yes.
I think certain degenerative diseases it will help, but not for all, because there are many diseases speech may not get involved. Like you take motor neuron disease, unless to the end of this one you may not, unless it involves the bulbar muscle. It goes on for 15-20 years without involving the speech. But of course we are trying to understand. These are all the clinical things which, like in Parkinsonism, yes, there are many non-motor symptoms well ahead to 2 to 3 decades before you get a Parkinsonism coming to the consultation. There are 15 to 20 years before that all these symptoms are there. That's why they are called biomarkers, because if you detect early, we can tell after 5-10 years you are going to develop. And during that time, if we detect some drugs which have a neuroprotection, so that we can see that his disease instead of 10 years, he may get after 20 years.
So, hello, sir. Yeah. A very good afternoon, good evening. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. So, first of all, thank you for everyone, for wonderful sessions. My question is for Professor Roche. So, who gave session about premature birth and neurodevelopment. So, generally in Indian scenario, what happens to a premature baby? So, the mother will be unaware of the condition, like who are more prone to autism. The premature baby who are more prone to autism, the mother will be unaware of the condition. So until the baby comes to 2 or 3 years, 2 or 2.5 years, then the mother start noticing some changes. Then she'll be taking it to the pediatric or the clinician, but it will be very late. So as your project is about treating in the neonate stage or infant stage, so I think this will be helping rather than complaining a mother about their child defect. It will be helping mother to detect faster and take the enable actions faster, so that because the second major thing is social stigma, which will be happening in these conditions. So I think with these two reasons, whatever your research has been going on, it should be earlier to be informed to the parents or someone, so that they can take early action with a clinician coordinate. So what is your opinion on that?
Thank you for this question. It's a very interesting but challenging question, actually. Yeah, you know it. So the problem is with the social stigma, it will work both ways. If you tell the parents that the child has an issue, there is a stigma attached to that. But if you don't tell them, actually the parents, they notice something wrong much earlier than 2-3 years old. Usually, not all the time, but usually these are children who are very fussy, very difficult. They don't sleep well, they don't eat well. When they sleep, they can only sleep for, 15 to 20 minutes at a time if you're carrying them. So they are labeled difficult children. I don't know about India, and probably it varies a lot between cultures, depending on if you're a young mother working in the city, maybe your parents are far, maybe this is your first child, maybe your friends don't have children yet. This is what happens sometimes in France with young women who work. So they don't have a reference. They don't really know what a young child is supposed to be like. And so they don't understand that their child is particularly difficult. They believe that's how babies are, and I just didn't know about it. So they're miserable, and they don't suspect. But for women who have an idea what a typical newborn should be like, they start noticing that this is a very difficult child around 2-3 months until 6 months. So it can be much earlier. The problem is nobody is able to say, yes, this is a child with an upcoming issue, rather than this is just a difficult child, because that can happen also. And so if we say, even if for example, I have a 90% confidence that this child has an issue upcoming, it's not 100%. It's probably actually less than that. Let's say I have a 75% confidence. I'm also changing the behavior of the parents. The mother will become different in her behavior, and the father also, because we don't talk about fathers, but they do care for children. So how much of what I'm doing is affecting the parent in a bad way, in the sense that I'm changing their behavior so they are becoming more detached from the children and suspecting something when maybe there's nothing, or giving them a chance and advancing. I'm not sure about that. So at this point, I think what we need is social and humanities studies on these questions to understand better what is the effect of announcing a probability on parenting behaviors. We do not have data for this at the moment. So unless I have more confidence, I'd rather not risk it.
Ma'am, there's another question from the same question she has asked. Is there any possibility to detect when the baby is in the womb itself, or any other upcoming developments?
That's a very good question. Not that I know of. At the moment, we only have behavioral cues. We do not have any brain marker that is promising on the structural level. We only have functional brain markers that are promising. If we want to look at the womb, we cannot do EEG or things like that. I don't think fMRI studies or even MEG studies are complex and expensive at the moment, so I don't think we can do any cognitive experiment in fetuses. It may come later on, but not now. So we would need some structural biomarker of the fetus brain, which at this point we don't have. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I have one more question. So this question is for all the panelists. So as we are talking about today, how the human brain can be integrated with the AI. So mostly I'm an engineer who deal with neuro disorders, and also ambulatory conditions, where when a person is met with an accident, when he or he should be taken into the hospital. So through this ambulatory conditions, how are, because we have ventilator for lungs, we have ECG for heart, what can be there to decide the functioning of the brain in that particular timeline? Because for a stroke patient, or for an accident case, every minute is a kind of very important. So how the brain and AI integrated can help us in ambulatory situations?
That's a very good question and very relevant also. In those conditions, if we have a portable CT scan, like if we have portable X-ray machines. Even we have portable CT even now, but it is not that compact. It is cumbersome. But if we have a portable small-sized CT scan machine which can be carried in an ambulance, that can significantly help, especially in terms of stroke management, as well as in trauma cases where there could be some subdural hemorrhage or extradural hemorrhage, for which we require urgent intervention. So if we have small sized CT scan machines which can be carried in ambulances, that will greatly change the outcome of the patient. But AI, sorry. Mobile EEG actually, EEGs can of course show some changes like slowing and all, but we require actually exactly CT scan for detecting these trauma cases like subdural hemorrhage or extradural hemorrhage, and also in stroke, where we can give thrombolytic treatment if it is not showing a bleed. If patient is suspected to patient has a clinical presentation of a stroke, we can give thrombolytic agents without wasting much time. If we come to know that it is not a bleed, that is in case of ischemic strokes, where the blood supply to the brain tissues are reduced, and we can give thrombolytic treatments to dissolve the clot and to produce early reperfusion of the ischemic brain tissue to avoid the neuronal damage.
Actually, EEG, I think before this MRI CT era, early 70s, they used to use quite a much like to know the function. But I think after these imaging facilities, EEG role has restricted only mainly to the disease of epilepsy. In all other diseases, it has, I remember like when we first joined in neurology, early 80s, that time there was no CT and MRI. Those days to diagnose, we used to rely on EEG, whichever showed slowing. That time we used to do the angiograms and all those things. But I think EEG being a functional physiological investigation, it helps only for epilepsy, for not these acute emergencies. Those days they used to do it, but not now. I think now because good MRI and CT structural changes for immediate this one, it is the MRI and CT scan, whichever is available, will definitely give a definite underlying pathology for us to intervene, act. EG currently, I think, only for epilepsy and very brain death declaration.
To your first question, I actually had a question to Dr. Rose. Basically, if you are able to predict or at least estimate the factors behind the preterm births and all those things, is it possible to at least propagate that coverage, that okay, these are the risk factors for early term or early term deliveries, basically?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question actually.
Is it possible to predict the factors, like you said, stress and couple of more factors which are responsible for the preterm, premature deliveries?
To predict premature deliveries?
Yeah, so based upon that, can there be some advice on the risk factors to the public at large?
So part of premature birth are predictable because they are induced for medical reasons of the mother or for placental pathologies. And we know the risk factors. And some of them are spontaneous and they're rather unpredictable. The problem with the risk factors is that they are mostly economic risk factors. So the women who have premature birth, whether it is induced or spontaneous, are more often women who have had poor health management during pregnancy, who are exposed to a lot of life stress, air pollution, who are smoking, and these are typically poor people, to put it simply. It's not all of them by far, but it's a very strong risk factors. And so the solutions for prevention are essentially social and therefore political, which as a scientist I cannot have any impact on. But we know for sure that good prevention is, the best prevention for premature birth is good health management of the mother from conception to birth. That's our best option.
In India, the government takes care of the, once somebody registers in even a primary health center, and 2 months post delivery, so that for 10 to 12 months, government takes care of all expenses, including the vitamin supplementation, all diagnostic tests, everything has been, that's by the government of India.
Yeah. We would conclude the session with only one more question, please. It's already time to end this conference.
So my question is, should the couple be worried about, they already had a baby and it has autism or the Parkinson's, and should they be worried to have a second child? Is there any...
No, she's speaking on her phone.
Is there any hereditary, I mean, like, should we be scared to have a second child after having a first one being with autism?
I don't think you should be scared. There is a hereditary component for sure, but it is not a very strong probability. It is a higher probability. But also, and that's also an answer to the question of should we diagnose inside the womb. Not all neurodevelopmental disorders are severe. It's on the spectrum. So saying to someone, your child may have a likelihood of being autistic, does not mean this child is worthless. It means maybe this child will need a little more support in entering social environments, but it can still possibly have successful schooling and a successful life. And therefore, I don't think it's like a yes or no question. You know, it actually turns out sometimes that people have a neurodevelopmental disorder and they have very interesting careers and useful lives. And therefore, I don't think you should be scared.
So from
I
this,
cannot answer for Parkinson, though.
I understand that, I guess, treatment along with mental help is also necessary for all these brain-related diseases, is what I understand. So there should be a psychological help as well, right?
Yes, there should be, especially because psychological help will also help the family and the parents. Helping the parents cope with a challenging child is at least half of the care you need for this child to be taken care of.
So I would like to end this session with a very general question. So you can, I'm sorry, I did not notice, sir.
There's one question I have for the clinicians is, are biomarkers causative or correlative? If A means B, or if A is present, B might be present. Are they causative or correlative?
Cognitive, causative, he said. It depends upon what purpose you use, sir. Is it a diagnostic, prognostic, predictive? Based on that, it will be there. If it is a prognosis, you only monitor it. If it is a diagnostic, yes, it is a causative. It depends upon what type of a biomarker you are trying to, like surrogate clinical, they may not different. And others, if it's a diagnostic biomarkers, it's definitely causative. There are some biomarkers only for assess the prognosis or response to therapy. There it may not be this one. It all depends upon what type of a biomarker you are trying to use.
Yes, as madam rightly said, there are some biomarkers which are causative of the illness, like there are antibodies to this thing, aquaporin 4 channels, like which causes the disease known as neuromyelitis optica. In that case, that antibody is causative of the disease. That antibodies will attack the aquaporin water channels, and that is the pathogenesis of that disease. So some of the biomarkers are causative, but in whereas some other cases like systemic lupus erythematosus, the anti-nuclear antigens, they are just a correlative thing. They are not actually causing the disease, but they are present in a higher level in those diseases. So it can be a causative as well as correlative, as you rightly said. Thank you.
Last question for today's session. So, a very general question. Is the brain said to be active when we are sleeping? Should we consider we are seeing dreams and the REM sleeping disorders? Is the brain said to be active, or it's just inactive and we are being active? I mean, we're subconsciously being active.
Take this one. So there's a very important factor somebody even mentioned today was, I think in the morning slides by Professor Murthy, that was about the default mode network of the brain. So default mode network is active all the time. And that was largely, I think if I'm not mistaken, it was in 90s it was found interestingly by, for the resting state fMRI, who happens to be an Indian professor. Yes, with Professor Vishwal from New Jersey. So what he was trying to find using resting state fMRI, that what is happening when the brain is is at rest. So that exactly answers what you're talking about. When they are seeing violent dream, when the body is totally paralyzed, and non-paralyzed leads to the REM sleep behavior disorder, for example, all the time brain is super active. If you put these people in functional MRI, you see clearly all these activations. Brain never sleeps.
Thank you for the clarification, sir. I have more questions to be asked, but I shall continue in the tomorrow's session.
All right. Thank you each and all everyone for this warm session, and it is the conclusion for this roundtable discussion. I request Dr. Rahul Gaurav, Paris Brain Institute, France, and Dr. Senthil Kumaran to honor Dr. B. Vengamma Garu, Professor J.R.K. Sastry Garu, and Dr. Alex Rebello, AIMS Mangalgiri, as a token of gratitude. It's fine. I just don't want to be in the way. Thank you, sir and madam. Okay, all right. As we bring the curtains down on this insightful first day of our conference, centered around theme of explainable, responsible, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and deep learning for understanding brain-related disorders. Throughout the day, we have been privileged to witness thought-provoking presentations, engaging and enriching with discussions. Let us recharge, reflect, return with reunion vigor tomorrow again. We'll be gathering here by 9:15 in the same place. Safe journey to all of you, and come back tomorrow with a spirit of energy, and let's discuss about the brain disorders. Thank you.